Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. So in this particular video, we are going to create 30 reactjs machine coding interview questions from scratch, right? So all the questions that I've chosen, all of these actually asked in top product based companies, right? Now, before discussing all the projects that we are going to implement, I just want to mention a couple of points. See, normally I usually don't mention all of this in my videos, but what I'm seeing right from last 2 months, my channel is actually not doing that much good, and also I'm not seeing that much engagement in my videos. See, the views are very less, and also the main thing is that, see, I'm not doing all of this for money, right? Like, I get very less amount of money from a single video. My prime objective is to complete 1 lakh subscriber as soon as possible so that I can start my Hindi channel. So please like all the videos, comment down, and please share with your friends, right? It will help to grow my channel a lot. And also I'm planning a lot of upcoming videos like Next.js full course, then a lot of Monster Tech projects also. So let's see what are the projects that we are going to implement step by step. So first we'll start with this very cool counter app with undo and redo, then click outside, then we have OTP input, form validation, flip card using pure CSS, custom tab component with keyboard support, flat version of deeply nested array, flatted object inspector, modal dialog, deep clone, then we have e-commerce product listing, drag and drop, string compression, debounce search, then multi-step form, custom Promise.all polyfill, to-do list, multiple progress bars, sticky sidebar component, password strength integrator, GroupBy utility, resizable panels, horizontal scroll menu, search in a nested structure, JSON diff viewer, form builder, file explorer, and at the end I'm also going to explain some of the interview cheat codes that you can actually prepare before going to the interview, right? So all of this project we are going to implement. The prerequisite will be you should know React very well, because we are not going to explain all the concepts and everything. So what we are going to do, right, each and every project we'll be implementing in this particular video, we will be considering, let's say we are giving a real interview, and try to complete each and every project less than 20 minutes. So if you see all the projects that I'll be creating, I'll be doing little fast so that you can also do along with the video, and then you can pause that and then try to do by your own. Practice it multiple times and you will see that some of the questions definitely I can guarantee you'll be getting in machine coding rounds. So this is all the things I want to mention. Now let's get started and good luck. Alright, so let's get started. So first project will be, so it will be something like this. So you need to build a counter app, but what you need to do, right, you have to implement a undo and redo functionality. So to do that, you need to actually keep a track of all the history. So for now, what we are going to do, we are not going to store all of this history in any database or maybe in storage. We are not going to do that because I already mentioned, right, each and every project will be project specific. So what I mean by project specific, so normally what will happen, right, in product based companies, see, these all the projects that I've decided, so actually I've chosen, first of all, I check that if you notice that I already have a part 2 of this kind of projects that I think I have uploaded last year. So all this project that will be in this video kind of unique. Okay, so I've decided, I have actually think quite a few times to come up with all the projects with some different features, so that what will happen, I'm not going to explain that okay, you are going to get the exact questions in interview. It's not going to happen, but all the projects will be from different fields, so you'll get some idea. So if you're getting some similar kind of queries or questions, you'll be able to do it. The main idea is that you need to finish each and every questions in less than 30 minutes to max 45 minutes. So this is what normally happens. It's in top product based company. Top means I'm like very top level of companies like Google, Atlassian. So Google is normally asked mostly DSI algo questions, not these machine coding, but in case you are getting, so like Google, Amazon, Atlassian, Intuit, they usually give this machine coding kind of queries. You will be getting, there is no way that you will not be getting. So there will be one round that will be dedicated to machine coding. It will be basically 2 types. So one will be you have to do a live coding in that round, or it can be a home assignment, right? So these kind of things happen. So in companies like Intuit, they usually give home assignments, and most of the companies will be getting live coding. So what will happen in the live coding, they will give you 1 questions. Okay, now again, it like now someone actually told me in the previous time when I make the video that why all the questions you have done in JS, not in TS, right? In interview, this doesn't matter. This is crystal clear. Okay, so this I'm telling, not just like searching on Google. I'm given lot of interviews. Okay, I'm not telling that I've cleared all the companies interviews. It's not like that I've failed so many, then only I've cleared some of them. But they don't care about whether you are doing in TypeScript or JavaScript or whatever. They only want the working solution, as simple as that, right? So mostly you'll be getting in JS, and also they don't care about CSS also. So there will be very less possibility they will ask you, okay, you have to make this one look good, until unless you have a lot of time. Okay, so CSS, very minimum CSS is needed, or minimal CSS for each and every questions. You have to actually implement the code logic. Even you are doing simple diff and button and your working solution is working, it's more than enough. Once you'll complete the first part or first phase of that question, right, they are going to give a improved version of that. So what they'll do, right, they will add some more features, and this will only happen if let's say your interview is of 1 hour and you actually completed all of this in less than 30 minutes. So in the next 30 minutes you can get the similar questions, but they will add some new more features and they will ask you to implement. There can be possibility that they can ask you that, okay, now you have time, you have to add some more CSS. So that can happen, but you don't expect that they want very fancy CSS and animation. Although in this video I'm going to use Tailwind and setcn. Now you ask me why I've done it. So there is no particular reason. So because before that only I mentioned it, the CSS doesn't matter. So although I am actually doing all of this so that actually the UI look nice, but if you want, you can completely ignore this Tailwind and setcn part for this whole video. It doesn't matter. If you want, you can do it, but focus mostly on the functionality part. So these are all the key points I want to mention. Okay, so now let's get started. So I already mentioned it, so we need to do a counter with a undo and redo. So I'll do counter, and then here I'm going to take, so let's take a div, and I'm going to give a class name. So I'm going to do a, let's do a flex pt of 150px. I'll do justify center bg gray 50. That's it. And now inside this what I'll do, simply take a h1 and I'm going to do counter with undo and redo. Okay, so now let's save this and we'll go to our app.js. I already created a basic UI. Again, I already mentioned that these things will not matter, the UI how it is looking, just focus on the questions that what we need to implement. So we're getting counter with undo and redo. Awesome. So now what we are going to do first, whenever you'll be doing all of this in the interviews, right, you need to explain a couple of things. So first thing, you need to explain them your thinking process, right? These all are very important. Thinking process in the sense what will be your approach while doing it, and second, always explain while you are coding. It's also very important. These all are very important thing I'm telling that you need to do it in interview, right? So always explain while you are doing. So for example, let's say I'll give you in this particular project only. I'm not going to do for every project, but I'm going to show you that what actually I mean. So here first, let's say I'm going to take a history. So I'll explain like this. Okay, so I'm going to take a now state. So this will be my state. So actually I'm explaining as a candidate. Let's see what interviewer. Okay, so this is what I'll do. So I'm taking a history state which will store my current history of that counter. Okay, so I'm going to take history and set history, and also it's not like that you have to explain each and every line, but you should actually do it. So now I'm going to take a use state of 0, and also I'm going to take this one as array, and next I'm going to take a position. So I'm going to do const position set position, and this will be use state of 0. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get the current counter value that is in the current position of that history. So to do that, I'm going to take the current value. So I'll do current value which will be my history. So this will be array of that position. So I'm going to pass the position, so it will give me that value, the current value of that particular position. So now let's do one thing. Let's go here, and then I'm going to take a div, and I'm going to take, let's take a class name. I'll do flex, I'll do justify center, and I'm going to do a gap of 4, and inside this let's take a button. So I'm going to take a button, and then I'm going to do a minus icon. Now I'm taking all of these again. I already mentioned, right, you don't have to take these icons also in interview. You can just directly render some div also, that will also work. So I'll take a height of 4 and width of 4. So let's save this. Let's see how it's looking. I think it's loading. Let's take I'm going to take one more. So let's do copy this. Also we need to render. Okay, we are getting this one here. So what I can do, simply we'll make this one as flex column. So getting here, and also I'm going to take a margin top of maybe 5. Okay, and I'm going to copy this and paste it, and I'm going to do a plus. So getting minus and plus. Also we need to render the current value. So current value is actually this value, right, that I'll be getting from that history, and this position will tell me that from which position I need to extract that value. So what I can do, simply here I'm going to take, let's take a div. So we'll take a div, and then inside this let's take one more div. I'm going to do a class name. Let's do a large 7XL. I'll do font as bold, and I'll do, let's do a tabular nums, and here I'm going to render the current value. So this current value will take from here. So now for these div also you can do a class name flex justify center and item center. So if I save this, so you have 0, and then this also we can do one thing, right, we can put these two inside a div. See, if you notice, I'm not focusing much on CSS, right? Also you don't need, and I can take a flex as column, and these two side by side, and let's take a class name flex and gap of 2. Also you need to do a justify center item center. Also what I've done, right, if I go to index.css, right, I just remove this style from here. So for light, right, it is taking this button background color. So what we can do, we can remove this for now, or comment out. Now we'll get these colors. So now what else we need here? So now next thing what we are going to do, we also need a undo button, also we need a redo button, and also we are going to render the position. So these three things we need. So what we can do, simply you can take one more div, take the same class name, and inside this, so we'll take a button inside this, and I'm going to render a undo to icon. Let's take a class name of height of 4 and width of 4, and variant I'm going to give this one as secondary. I think we have some style in the main index.css. Let me check for button, right? See, we have a button background color mentioned. We remove this, so we have this. Okay, so now we'll go here, copy this, and we'll paste it. Now I'm going to make this one as redo to. Also let's give a text, so we'll do undo, and this will be redo. So you have 2 button. Alright, so now inside this, let's render the position. So I'm going to take a class name, so I'll do text as small, and I'll do text muted foreground, and inside this I'm going to render the position plus 1, and here I'm going to render the history dot length. Okay, so 1 and 1. So now we have created the basic structure. So now you need to implement all the methods on click of this we are going to do. So first here I'm going to take on click. So for this button minus, what we are going to do, so for minus we're going to create a decrement method. Let's copy this, and I'm going to create another method which will be for increment. So I'm going to give here increment. So now let's quickly create these two methods. So I'll go here and let's do const, I'll do decrement. So for this one, what I'm going to do, right, every time I'm going to plus or do minus, I need to store this value in my current history. This is very, very important, okay, or else you'll not be able to track the history, right? So you need to explain all of this, that whenever I'm going to click on plus, so this value increases, so that means my history, I'm going to put that current value in my history. So for that I also need to create another function which will add the value to history. Okay, so this will receive the new value as input. So here what we'll do, first I'm going to take a variable, so I'm going to do a new history, and here I'm going to comment it. So what we'll do, right, so we're going to remove if there is any future history. So if any future history, the reason is because that can be reason if we have gone back and then now we are creating a new branch. So to do this, we are going to take my history, the current history state, I'm going to do a slice, and I'm going to take from 0, and the end will be my current position plus 1, and then I'm going to set this value along with the rest of the values in the history state. So I'm going to do a set history, and this will be, we are going to add the new value, sorry, not new value, we are going to add the new history, and then we are going to add the new value to it, and then we are going to increase the position by 1, because every time we are going to do any operation we are going to increase the position by 1. Now let's save this, and I'm just going to log here history, and also I'm going to log the position. Save this, and let's see what is happening. Now let's go to console, and I'm going to bring it down. So now let's click on plus. So we have 0 1, I'll do plus once again. We have 0 1 2, I'll do minus. You have 0 1 2 1, and this position is also increasing. Okay, and if you do one more time, you can see it's added, do it's increasing, do minus, and now you have the current value which is 3, and the position is also increasing. So now what we can do, simply we need to create two more method. One will be for undo and one will be for redo. So I'll go here and I'm going to do a on click, and this will be undo, copy this, and then one will do for redo. And to do undo and redo, this will be simple. So I'm just going to take two more here. So I'm going to do const undo. So when you're going to do undo, right, so we're going to go here, we need to check if the current position is greater than 0 or not. If it is already in the 0 position, we are not going to do anything, right? So I'm going to check if the position, if it is greater than 0, so I'm going to set the current position will be what? It will be position minus 1. So every time I'm going to do a undo, so I'm going to decrease this value by 1, so it will go to this position. So let's say currently in my 7, so I'm going to do undo, so it will be in this position, and then what will happen, it will automatically pick the current value based on the position. I'm pretty sure you are getting, right? If you're not getting, I'm going to explain. So if you notice this one carefully, I'm going to save this, and now redo is not defined. Okay, we need to create the redo, so I'm going to just do redo, and here let's save this. Now see what will happen, right? So I'm going to do plus 2 3, and I'm going to do minus plus 4 5 8. So position is 8. Now I have the value, the last value is my 6. Now I'm going to do undo. So if I do undo, what will happen, my position is now currently 8, which is greater than 0, so it will come inside, and now I'm actually decreasing the position by 1. So my position is now 8, it will become 7. So when it will be 7, what will happen, it will take the current value from that position. Why? Because this is the logic we have done. So it will take the position from 7. So history of position, so history of 7 will be 1 2 3 4. So it will start from here 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So it will take from here, right? So if I do undo, it is taking from there. If you notice, if I do undo once again, it is decreasing and it is taking this value 4. If I do undo once again, it will take this value. Okay, and the same for redo, what will be, so it will be if, so your position, if the position is less than history that we are having dot length minus 1, then we are going to simply do set position will be position plus 1, and this is also the similar concept. So we plus do this, and if I do redo, right, what will happen, so position will increase and it will pick from that current position, right? So if you do once again, and if you do once again, it will take from here. Now there is quite two things we need to do. The first thing, go to undo, and in this undo we are going to take a disabled property, and when this button will be disabled for undo, if my current position is equal to 0. If it is already in 0, we can't do anything, right? Makes sense. And the same for this one, it will be disabled when my position is already in the end, that means my history dot length minus 1, right, that time this will be disabled. So if you save this, and now you see it's already disabled here. If I do undo, sorry, minus, and now here what I'm going to do, I'll do undo, so its undo is working. I'll do once again, do it 6 5 4 2. Now you see, do once again, it is now in the position, it is now 0, and you can now do it, redo multiple times. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. So let's do it 1 9 10, and it is disabled, and you can see you are getting the latest value, which is 5, and same will be for redo, right, undo, and you are getting 0. So that means this is working fine. So this is how we can implement a counter functionality with undo and redo, and we are storing everything in the history. So with this, we have completed the first one. I've also explained that how you're going to do it in interview. You need to explain each and every steps. Now let's move on to the next project. Alright, so moving to the next one, right? So the next one is like this. So you need to implement a drop down, and on outside click, we need to auto close the drop down. But here is a catch that you can't use any custom hook or anything. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that. So for that, the first thing I'm going to create the basics. I already created the basic structure, and I commented out the previous project and then imported the new one. So now what I'm going to do, right? So first I need to take a state. So I'm going to take a state here, and this will be is open, and I'll do set is open, and this will be use state of false. And now what I'm going to do simply, so here I'm going to take a div. Let's take a class name. So I'll do this one as relative, and inside this I'm going to take a button, and here what I'll do, so I'm going to take a select an option. I'm going to make this one as variant outline, and also we are going to do a class name. So I'll do width as full and justify between, and here I'm going to take an icon. So I'll do a down icon, and here I'm going to take a class name. So what I'll do, right, so I'll do a margin left of 2, I'll do height of 4, width of 4, and here I'll simply check if it is open is true. So in that case I'm going to do a rotate 180 degree, or else I'm going to do nothing. Okay, so let's save this, and let's see what we are getting. So you can see that we are getting this. Also you can take some margin top, right? So I'll do margin top of 6. Okay, awesome. So now after this I'm just going to render and check that if it is open is true, then only I'm going to render all the options. So here I'm going to take a div. Let's take a class name. So I'll do absolute. I'm going to do margin top of 2. I'll do width of full, rounded MD. I'll do border. Now again I already mentioned, right, if you want you can't write any of these CSS, absolutely fine. You can just write the structure also, that is fine. And I'll do z index of 10, and also let's do a shadow of large. Inside this I'm going to take another div. Let's take a class name. So I'll do py of 1, and here I'm going to take some options. So here what I'll do, I'll take a, let's say, option 1 comma option 2, and I'm going to do a option 3, and let's do a map, and here I'm going to do a option comma index, and here I'm just going to take a simple button, and I'm going to render the option. Okay, now let's take a key here, which will be index, and also I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do a block, width of full, px of 4, py of 2, text left, text as small, and let's give a bg. So I'll do bg maybe muted. Okay, so now what will happen if I make this one as true, right? So let's see the structure. So you can see that we are getting these 3 options. Awesome. Now what I need to do, whenever I will be clicking and toggling this, I need to, if I click, so now I'm clicking outside, I need to close this. Okay, so now let's do this one false again. So how you are going to do that? The first thing, I have this parent div, right? So I need to take a ref. So I need the reference, and based on the reference I'm going to toggle this state here. So for that I need to take a ref, and let's do a ref as drop down ref, and here let's create, so I'm going to do just const drop down ref, and this will be use ref of null. And now I'll simply going to do a method, so I'm going to do toggle drop down, and this will be what do I need to do, simply I'll do set is open will be not equal to is open, right? So I'm just toggling this, and this we can take on click of this button. So I'm going to take on click, and I'll simply just do this toggle option, sorry, toggle drop down. So if I save this, so now if I click here we are getting this, right? So it's toggling, but if I outside click it's not closing. So the reason it's not closing, so we need to actually take a event listener. So what will be my event listener? So we need to explain all of this. So we need to take a mouse down, and whenever I'm going to just do a mouse down event, I'm going to toggle this state. And to do this I'll simply do a use effect, and here what you're going to do, right, we are going to take my is open as a dependency, and now we need to check first if it is already false, that means it's already closed, so you're not going to do anything. So it's a edge case. Okay, so if it is already false, so currently it's false, so you're not going to do anything here, simply return. Or else I'm going to take a event, so I'm going to do handle click outside, and what you're going to do, simply you'll get the event here, and here I'll simply just do document dot add event listener. So you're going to do a mouse down, and you're going to call this event, right? So every time I'm going to do this event, or this event listener will be getting triggered, this method will be getting called. And also very important, these things are, they will ask like whenever this will unmount, I'm going to remove this listener, right? So I'm going to do document dot remove event listener. So you're going to do mouse down and call the same function here. Now what I'm going to do, simply, so I'm going to check, so if I just go here and let's do log event dot target, save this. So if I click here, see nothing is happening, and if you see on the moment I'll close this, and this button is getting triggered, right? So if I do here, see we are getting this body. So every time we are going to get the current target, right? Now what I need to check, if this current target, that means my current ref, which is my drop down ref, which is my this div, is this div current object is present. So ref will always give you the current object, right? So if I just do here drop down ref dot, you see it's giving me the current object. So I need to check if this drop down ref dot current is already present, and if drop down ref dot current dot, I'm going to do contents the event dot target. So I'm just going to make the set is open as false, as simple as that, right? So that means we're simply checking if the click is happening outside the drop down. That means if the current doesn't contain the current target, so I'm actually clicking on the outside, so I'm just making this one as false, right? So if I just cut it from here and just paste it, save it, so let's see what is happening, right? So if I go here and if I click here, click once again, notice that it's not coming inside this if. The moment I'll click outside any of the other place, so let's click here, you're getting the, so that means you click on this body, and then you're getting the current, which is event.current is nothing but you're clicking on this div right here. So the moment you're going to check that, okay, if I just click any of these, it's not going to do anything, right? It's not closing. The moment you'll click outside, it's going to close this. So if you click here and let's click here, you see it's actually targeting this this current h1, which is nothing but your current event.target. So this will be the logic to close. It's not about only the drop down, you can apply the following concept in anywhere, right? So this is how you're going to implement this logic. Practice all of these multiple times and also set a timer and see how much time you are taking while explaining, so that in interview you will be able to do it very freely. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so moving to the next one, another very important one, that is inline editable input, right? So let's say we have some couple of items, and then on click of that particular edit button, I want to do an inline edit functionality. So let's see how that will work. So I already created the component and will simply directly start working on the logic. So first I'm going to take some items and I'll do set items and I'll do use state of. So here what I'll do, I'll simply take a ID and I'm going to do a text which will be hello. Let's take another element. I'm going to do text and I'll give my name here. Okay, so this will be my all the items. So now first let's create the structure. So what I'll do simply, so here I'm going to just take, so let's do items dot map. So I'm going to do item and here what I'll simply do, so here I'm going to take a div and inside this I'm going to simply take a span and I want to render the item dot text. Okay, and this div I'm going to take a class name, so I'm going to do flex justify between. I'll do item as center, cursor as pointer, and also I'm going to do a group. So now after this I'm going to do a pencil icon. Now in interview you can take any button instead of this icon, that is also fine. I already mentioned multiple times, okay, so that you guys will not comment that okay you are doing for interview but you are using tailwind and setcn. I already mentioned it. This is just to give the UI look and feel for the sake of this video. In interview these things doesn't matter, right? Your interview will ask you can render anything, button or whatever. So I'll do a width of 4 and I'll do a opacity of 0 and let's do a group hover and I'll do a opacity of 100 and let's do a transition opacity to look little nice. And if I now save this, let's see what you're getting, right? So let's refresh this. Okay, let's give, okay, I think we need to take a div here. Let's take a div and here I'm going to take a class name, so the margin top of 10. Save this. Why you are getting only one? See how it will work. This will be inside another object. Okay, so now we are getting these two. So here also you can take this one as flex column and gap of 4. So now you can see on hover we are getting this. If you want you can also take a background. So let's take a BG muted foreground and let's see how it's looking, right? So you're getting this. This is also fine. Let's take a padding of 4. Okay, so on hover you're getting this. You can also take a class name, text as white and do the same here. Save this. Awesome. So now what I need to do, so whenever I'll be clicking on this edit button, I want to render an inline input. Means I don't want to render the input here, I want to render the input in this box only. Okay, that is called the inline editable input. To do this we need to actually take couple of mode state. So the first one will be to store the current edited ID. So what is current edited ID? If I click on this, I need to get the ID of this element. If I click on this edit, I need to take the ID of this element. So I'll do a edited ID, or let's do current edited ID and set current edited ID, and this will be use state of null. Also I need to get the value. So value will be nothing but the text hello and Sangam. So I'm going to copy this and I'll do current edited value, set current edited value. Let's do this one as value. Awesome. So now what I'll do, the first thing, whenever I'm going to do handle click, means handle edit, I need to store that value, right? So let's do one thing. I'll go here and on click of these I'm going to create a method and I'm going to do handle edit, and I want to pass the item dot id and also I want to pass the item dot text. Now these I'll create here, so let's do const handle edit. So I'll be getting the id and the text, and what we need to do, simply set these values. So I'll do set current edited id will be this id and set current edited value will be text. If you notice one thing, while recording also I'm doing little fast, and this is just to give you that idea that in interview also you need to do very fast, because just like I'm doing for recording, let's say I'm doing some mistake, I can pause it and I can fix it. But interview also, in interview will give you those kind of things that there can be possibility that you can't do everything perfect, right? So you'll do errors, but even you're doing errors, you need to complete this within that time frame. So whenever you're practicing this, try to do little fast. Practice it multiple times without first watch the video and do it, and then without watching the video again do it. Like that you need to practice. So now we have said both the things, the current ID and the current text. What I need to do, right, I will take one more ref here, and now these kind of things will give you extra edge whenever you are using ref and those things, right? Interviewer will give you extra points. So I'll do here, I'll take input ref, and I'm going to do this one as use ref, and use ref I'm going to take this one as null. So now what will happen if I just go here and log these two things, and current edited value, let's open console. So we'll be getting null and null. But if I just click here, we are getting 1 and hello, click here 2 and Sangam, right? So the value we are getting. So now what we can do, right here, we can check, we can cut it from here. So I'll check if the current edited ID is same as the current item ID. So that means if I'm clicking on this, instead of this I need to render an input here. I hope you're getting. So that we can do simply. So here we'll what we need to do simply. So you're already, let's do one thing. So I'm just going to do if current edited ID is equal to item, this will be equal to item.id. So I want to render input, so I'll take input, or else I want to render this. So inside input I'll take couple of things. So first I'm going to take the ref, which will be my input ref. Second, I want to take the value, which will be my current edited value. Also we need to take a on change that we are going to handle later, and for now keep it like this. I think we need to take even for now, just keep it like this. And also you need to take a on blur, and also you need to take a on key down. I'll tell you why. And also I'll take a class name, I'm going to make width as full. Now let's save it and we'll see what will happen. See, you are already getting this one. If I click here, this is getting changed to input, right? If you go here, right, it's input and value we are getting. If I click on this, it's getting changed here, right? So that means it's say actually inline editable input. And now I need to do a couple of things. The first I need to take, what I'll do, right, let's do something like this. So I'm just going to do here use effect, and I'm going to take the current edited ID as a dependency, and I'm going to check if the current edited ID is not equal to null, and if the input ref.current is present. So I'm going to do a focus. So I'll do input ref.current.focus. So this is the first step. Next thing, I need to take a on change on this. So on change will be very simple. So whenever I'll change, let's say value, this value from hello to hello world, I need to update this value, which is this value, this set current edited value, right? And to do this, what we can do, simply we can take the event here, and I'll simply just do that set current edited value will become event.target.value. That's it. And now what I'll do, simply I'll do on blur, and I'm going to do handle blur, and I'm going to do on key down, and this will be, we are going to do handle key down. So let's create these two. So I'll do const handle blur, and also we're going to do handle key down. So I'll simply do const handle key down. So both will give you the event, and here also you'll get the event, right? So now what I'm going to do, whenever I do a blur, I need to check that if the current edited ID, the current edited ID is nothing but, if I click on this, I have the current edited ID stored, right, which is 1. If I click on this, this value is getting changed to 2. So if the current edited ID if it is not null, so I'm going to call a utility function which will save the changes automatically on blur. On blur means when, so whenever you'll click on the outside. So I'm going to call a save changes, save, or we'll do update changes, or let's do save changes. Okay, and the same thing we are going to do for handle key down. So handle key down, how we are going to do that? So if you go here, right, so first let me create this function we're going to do later. So I'll do const handle save changes. So I'm going to just do log here event dot key. So save this. So let's say if I click here and hit enter, you're getting enter. See, you're getting enter, right? So what I can simply check that if the event dot key, if this is enter, so I'm going to call save changes. I hope you're getting, right? So on enter, I'm actually saving the changes. Else if, so I'll do event dot key. So I'm going to show you one more thing, right? So if I go here and let's say click escape, you can see you're getting escape. So I'm going to copy this, and if the key is equal to escape, so what I'll do, I'll simply make the set editing current edited ID as null. Okay, so this is done. So now what will happen in the save changes, I'll simply going to check that if the current edited ID is not null, so in that case I'll simply do set items. So in the set items, you're simply going to map the current items dot map. So I'll get the item, and this item, so I'm going to check if my current edited ID, that means if I click on this, if 1, this is the value of this ID is 1, right? If the current ID is equal to this item ID, so I'm going to check if the item dot ID is equal to current edited ID. So in that case, what I'll do, I'll simply get my item, and then I'll get the text value. Text value will be what? Text value will be the current edited value, right? So here I'll split the item, and I'll make the text as the current edited value, or else I'm going to make this one or keep this one as item. I have done some mistake, I think, so I need to do it here. And once I'll save all of this, I'm going to make the set current edited ID as null again. Okay, so now let's save this, and I'm going to remove this. So now let's see what will happen if I go here and let's do, and then I'll escape. You see it's automatically escaping, right? And if I do hello edited, enter, updated. Same will for this one, right? Sangam, I'll change this to this, but I'll keep escape. You see it's not changing. The moment I'll hit enter, or let's say if I click on outside, see it's working. So how outside, why it's working? Because we have taken this on blur also, right? So now here I think we can remove this is not needed. So on handle blur also it's working. So if I change this one to this and hit enter, it's updated. If you go here and remove this, click anywhere on the outside, it's also updated. So we have implemented a inline editable input with blur on click of enter, and also have handled the escape features also. So try to practice all of this. You can get these kind of questions in interview also, very important. I'm not telling you'll get the exact query, but they can give you something else, but you need to apply these kind of logics only. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so moving to the next one, we are going to do, I think this is very popular, which is Celsius to Fahrenheit and vice versa converter. Okay, so for that, once again we are going to take, I already created the component and comment out the previous ones and then imported the new one. Let's close this and take the state. So I'm going to const, let's do this one as Celsius, set Celsius. This will be used straight off. Let's give empty, and also I'm going to do the same for Fahrenheit. So we'll do Fahrenheit, and we'll do set Fahrenheit. Okay, so now the first thing what we're going to do simply, so let's create the structure once. So we'll go here, and after this what we can do simply, we can take a div, and I'm going to do a class name. So flex column, we'll do justify center item center and gap of 5, and inside this I'm going to take a label, and let's do this one as Celsius. and after this I'm going to take input, and here what I will do, simply we're going to take ID. So my ID will be Celsius, type will be number. These things are very important in interview, okay? And then we are going to do a value, which will be, for now I'm going to give this one as Celsius, so it will be num of, or let's do a parse int of Celsius. And also what we're going to do, simply or let's do one thing. I think instead of this I'm going to create a helper function. So I'm going to do format value, and here I'm going to pass the Celsius. Then I'm going to do a on change. So for now I'll keep it like this, and also we're going to keep a placeholder. I'll keep 0, and also let's take, I think for now this is fine. So let's create this function here. So I'll do const format value, which will get the value, and here I'll simply take if the value is empty. So I'm going to return empty, or else what I can do, simply, so here I'm going to take the const num value, and I'm going to do a parse float of this value. Now edge case, so try to cover all the edge cases. So here I'm going to, if it is not a number, right, of this num value, so what we're going to do, simply we're going to return the value, and then I'm simply going to check if the number of is integer of this num value. So what I'll simply do, I'll do return num value dot to string. That's it. Or else here I'm going to do return num value dot to fixed of 2. That's it. So now I think this is fine. So let's save this. So let's see what we're getting at least first. So we're getting this one, fine. And then after this also we should get the Celsius, right? We're getting this. Let's give a margin top of 10. We're getting Celsius. And the same thing we need to do one more, which will be for Fahrenheit. So I'm going to copy this and paste it, and this will be Fahrenheit. So I'm going to give the ID. So this also will be number, this will be pass the Fahrenheit, and placeholder I'm going to keep the same, or let's keep this one as 32. Okay. Alright, so this is done. So now let's create the two methods that I mentioned, right? We need to create two methods. So first I'm going to take event here, and I'm going to do this one as handle Celsius to Fahrenheit, and here I'm going to pass the event dot target dot value. Copy this, and I'll do the opposite, right? So we'll do handle Fahrenheit to Celsius. So now let's copy this and create these two methods. So we'll get the value, and we'll copy this, paste it, and we'll copy this one from here and paste it. Alright, so the first thing here, what we're going to do, simply, so I'm going to first set my set Celsius value to my current value. This is the first step. And then we are going to check that if the current value, if this is equal to empty, so in that case I'm going to do set Fahrenheit, and this will be empty, else I'm just going to do const. So if it is empty, right, so we don't have to change anything, right, in the Fahrenheit, because our objective will be whenever we are going to enter any value here, this value also will be updated based on this. And here I'm just going to do const num value will be equal to parse float of this value. So here we are going to simply check if it is not equal to, is not a number of this num value. So I'm going to take the result, so I'll do const result, and I'm going to create a function, right? So this will be my Celsius to Fahrenheit function, and here I'm going to pass this num value. And once I'll get the result, I'll now set my Fahrenheit value to this res value. And the formula is, if I go here and let's create this, so to const Celsius to Fahrenheit, I'll get the value. So this will be written, this will be value into 9. So here we have divided by 5 plus 32. Now in interview, whenever you have these kind of scenarios, you can ask your interviewer to get the reference from Google, and most of the times, I'll say almost plus 90% plus times, they will give you the access to check all of this, or you can check the official documentation also. It's not like that you have to memorize all of this. Okay, very very important. So this is done, and the same thing we need to do for this also, right? So for handle Fahrenheit to Celsius, it will be opposite. So first we're going to set Fahrenheit will be this value, and again we are going to do if. So let's copy from here, right? We'll copy this. So if the value is empty, so I'll do set Celsius will be empty. Then we are going to do a parse float of value, and now instead of doing Celsius to Fahrenheit, because we are doing Fahrenheit to Celsius, I'm going to create one more function which will be Fahrenheit to Celsius. And once I'll get the value, and now because we are doing to Celsius, right? So here we need to do set Celsius, and let's create this function. So I'll do const Fahrenheit to Celsius. I'll get the value, and here what I'm going to do simply, so the value is, the formula is, you have the value, so you need to do minus 32 into 5, and you're going to do it divided by 9. That's it. So now let's save this. So now I think this should work. So now let's log here Celsius and Fahrenheit. Okay, so now I'm going to just do a 10. So it's changing, right? So let's change here. So I'll do 500. It's changing here. So, and it's working fine. And also if you want, so you can go here, and where we are setting the result from this utility function, right? You can do result dot to fixed of 2, and the same thing we can do here also. We'll do result dot to fixed of 2. Okay, so now let's say if I make this one to 35, it's changing. If I make this one to 120, the value is getting changed, right? And it's working fine. If you make this one to 0, it's 32. If you make this one to 0, it's in minus, and this is working fine. So with this, we have completed this. Now the main key idea here is to know this this calculation. As I already mentioned, that whenever you don't know all of this, please ask your interviewer clearly that I'm not able to recollect the this equation for Celsius to Fahrenheit and vice versa. Can you just take a reference from Google? And they will say yes most of the times. Okay, but the rest of the things you can implement in this way. So with this is done. So now let's move on to the next one. All right, so now the next one is also another important one, and that is to implement a OTP input, right? So just like whenever you receive some SMS and you have to enter OTP, right? So what will happen, you have some inputs, and whenever you are going to enter any number, it will automatically move to the next one. And same thing will happen when you are going to remove it. So you're going to implement the same. So for this one, the first thing what we need, so we need to so whenever in the interview or giving these kind of questions, first you need to do what, right? You need to do another very important thing, and that is called to gather all the requirements. So you need to understand that what are the things that needed for this particular project. For example, here one of the requirement will be what will be the length of the OTP. So it can be 4, it can be 5, it can be 6, right? So first I'm going to take this one as OTP, and then I'll take this one as length, and this will be 4. I'll take this one as 4 for now. And then also you can ask them like if this value will be getting from props from another parent component, and based on that you're going to receive it and then just pass it here. So now I'm going to take a state. This will be OTP set OTP, and then we are going to do a use state. So we'll simply do an array, and we're going to pass the OTP length, and I'll fill with empty. That's it. All right, now what do we need to do? So let's implement the structure. The first thing here, I'm going to take a div, and let's take a class name. So I'm going to do this one as flex justify center and gap of 2. Inside this, I'm just going to do OTP dot map, and I'm going to take here so I'm going to take here as digit, and also I'm going to take this one as index, and here what we'll implement get a input, render input. The first thing I'm going to pass a key which will be index, then I'm going to pass a type, so this will be text, and here we are going to pass a input mode, so here I'm going to do this one as numeric. Now I'm also going to do a max length of 1. Also we are going to pass a value, so value will be this digit. Okay, now we need to do a couple of things, right? So first we need to take a on change, we are also going to take a on key down, and also we're going to manage a ref. So why we need ref? We need to also focus the current input, but before that let's take a class name. So I'm going to just do this one as width of 12, height of 12. I'll do text center, and also I'm going to do a text large. That's it. And now if I now save this, right, what will happen? Let's see. So getting this, also let's give a margin top of 10. Now here I will pass another property, so I'll do autofocus, and I'm going to do if the index that we are having, if this is equal to 0. Alright, so and if you go here and let me just refresh this and see, it's the focus is happening, right? So now after this I'm going to take a button component, and let's take this one as verify. Okay, so let's save this. Also it's looking very bad, so let's give a margin bottom of 5. So we're getting here. That's it. Now what you're going to do, simply here I'm going to take a type not needed, I'm going to pass a disable property. So when it will be disabled, so where we are going to have any of the input field as empty, we are going to make this one as disabled, right? So we'll do OTP dot sum, and I'm going to take the digit, and I'll check if the digit is equal to empty, right? Any of the digit, so it will be automatically disabled. That's it. So this is the basic structure is done. So now what we're going to do, simply we are going to start with taking the on change. So I'm going to take an on change which will give me event, and I'm going to simply create a method. So I'll do handle change, or we'll do handle OTP change, and I'm going to pass two things. So I'll pass the current index because we need that, and so also we are going to pass event.target.value. Now I'm going to take this and let's create this method. So I'll do const handle change, so I'll do get current index and get current input value, and we're going to do input index. Alright, so first thing here what we are going to check, right? So let's say if user entered multiple numbers, right? So we only need to take the last entered character, and to do that what we can do, simply we'll simply check that if this get current input value dot length, if this is greater than 1, so we can do simply that get current input value will be this get current input value dot slice of -1. Okay, so this is the first step. So now what we're going to do, simply so do const, and I'll take new OTP. So this will be, I'm going to take the current OTP, I'll destructure or spread it, and then not destructure, I'm going to spread it, and then I'm going to do new OTP of that get current index, and this will be equal to get current input value. Okay, and then I'm just going to set it. So to set OTP will be new OTP. This is done. Now what I'm going to do, right, I'm also going to do a autofocus the next input. So automatically when I'll enter here, right, I'm going to autofocus the next one if that is not the last index. And to do this, simply we're going to check if this get current input value is true and get current index is less than the OTP length. So we'll be having this OTP length, right? So we'll do OTP length -1, right? So that means it's not in the last index. So in that case, what I can do, simply, so I'm going to take the input. So I have the refs, right? I think we need to take a refs also. Okay, let's do one thing. So I'm going to take a input refs. Let's quickly do it. And here I'm just going to take a use ref of, and I'm going to do an empty array. So this is the first step. And to automatically focus this one, what are you going to do? So I'm going to take the input refs, and I'm going to take the current, and then I'm going to take the get current index, and when I enter this one, right, let's say I enter here 1, so I need to do the next one, I need to do autofocus on the next one, right? So I'm going to do get current index plus 1, and then I'm going to do a focus. Okay, now what we're going to do, we are also going to use this input reps. So we are going to pass a ref here, right? So here what I'm going to do, I'll simply take a ref, so I'll take an element, and here I'm simply going to do that input reps dot current, and I'm going to pass that index, and this will be the current element. So actually I'm just storing the reference for the focus, right? That's it. So this would work. Now what we're going to do, so let's see if I now save this and let's refresh this. So if I type 1, see what is happening. If I type 2, 3, automatically working, right? So now two things we need to do. The first one, we need to also do a backspace, right? We can remove it. So automatically if I do backspace, it should the digit from the last one should remove, and it will be autofocus the previous one. Again, if I do backspace, the 3 should be removed and it should autofocus 2. And to do this one, what you're going to do simply, so first I'm going to also take a handle key down as usual. So I'm going to do a handle key down. This will give me event, and I'm simply going to check the if the event.key. Also I'm going to show you that how this will work. So let me just log this if this is confusing. So do log event.key, and to use this we have on change, right? So here we are going to simply take a on key down. Okay, and in this one we're going to take the event, and I'm going to pass the handle key down, and we are going to pass the index, and also I'm going to pass the event. So here let's take the index first, and then I'm going to take the event. Okay, and now let's copy and paste it here. Let's save this, and we're going to see what is happening, right? So let's inspect, go here, let me just remove this, refresh this. So I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, and now let's see if I do backspace. See, you are getting backspace here, right? Awesome. So now what you're going to do simply, so we'll simply check if the event.key is equal to backspace, right? And if the current OTP that we are having of that index, right? And if the current index, if this is greater than 0, then only we are going to do what? Because see, if I already in the first input, there is no point of going previous, right? So that is the first one. So until it is not in the first one, I'm going to do a focus whenever I'm going to click on backspace. I hope you're getting. So that means, let's see, if I remove this, this should be auto focused. If I remove this, this should be auto focused. If I remove this, the first one should be auto focused. And from here we can't do any more auto focus, right? There is no more. So here what I can do simply, if this is greater than 0, then only I'm going to do a input reps, right? And then I'm going to do a current. And now what do we need to do? We just need to do index -1 dot focus. That's it. Alright, so now let's see what is happening. So let's go here, refresh this. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm going to remove, and this is working, right? Awesome. Also we can do another thing on page load. So if I go here, I'll take a use effect, and I'll take a page load. So I will just give on page load, I want to set the current of this input reps. So I'll do input reps dot current, and this will be input reps dot current dot slice, and I'm going to take 0, comma, so we have OTP length. So what this is doing, right? So this is actually ensure that input reps has reference up to OTP length, not more than that, right? So how many inputs that we are having, that many references we are actually creating or storing in the current. And I think this is done. So now on click of submit, you can actually do certain functionality. Let's say you want to do API call, or you want to compare with something, whatever, it doesn't matter. So the main functionality is done, right? So it's working fine. Awesome. And also you can see it's automatically disabled. If you remove this, add, and it's working fine. Awesome. So I think with this one is done. Now let's move on to the next. So move on to the next one. this is also another very important interview question. Okay, so they actually will tell you that, okay, they will give you a simple form and you just have to implement a validate form functionality for that. So let's see how we are going to do that. So for that one, first what we'll do, right, first we are going to take, again, one more thing I want to mention, I already mentioned, right, in my previous project, that whenever you'll be doing these any kind of questions, you have to explain each and every step. Now for me it's not possible to explain each and everything for individual projects, but I will give you some of the idea just like I've given for the previous one. So I'll also give for this one. So whenever they will give you this like question, right, so first again you need to ask for the requirements. So here, so requirement will be like this. So let's say you'll ask them that how many inputs you can expect here. So there can be n number of inputs, right? So most probably in interview they will tell that, okay, for now you just assume that you have only 3 inputs, something like that. Then also you need to ask them, okay, what kind of validation are we expecting here? So we need to validate on change, or we need to validate on blur, or we need to validate on submit, or we need to validate for all of these, right? So all of these you need to ask. Next requirement can be like this. How we are going to handle the errors? So we are going to render the error message below of that each and every input, or we are going to show some kind of toast and everything. I hope you're getting it. So I'm giving you idea that how we are going to like ask for requirements, and once the requirements are all clear, then only start implementing, or else it's actually really bad practice if they will give you the questions and you immediately start implementing all of this. So for now what I'm going to do, right, let's say I'll take a const, I'm going to take a state here. So I'll do form and I'll do set form, and this will be use state, and here I'm going to take the initial values, right? So I'm going to take name as empty, email as empty, and let's take a age which will be empty. Now here all of these inputs you need to take after discussing with your interviewer, but for now I'm going to take these 3 only. Now I also will be having one more which will actually captures all the errors. So I'll do set errors, and this will be use state of empty object. Okay, and then I'm going to take one more, and this will be, let's take this one as submitted, and this will be set submitted. So this will actually state for your submission. So whenever we are going to click on submit button, so this will be use state of false. So for now these all 3 states we need. Now let's create a very simple structure for this. Okay, so what I'm going to do after this, I'm going to take a form, and here let's take a class name. So normally in interview what will happen, so they will either ask you to write normal CSS classes, or you can also use like Tailwind or something. Like nowadays actually some of the interviews actually give you or allow you to use all these third-party packages. So if you ask them, most probably they will allow. If not, then just simply create normal CSS, or even if you not write any CSS, that is also absolutely fine. So these all I am telling from a personal personal experiences, right? Once you'll implement the basic functionality, if the time is left, then only they will ask you, okay, now you can write some CSS, or else they will give you an improvised version of this. So they will add some more features. Okay, so these things will happen. Now here what I'm going to do after this, I'm going to take a div, and let's render a label. Now I am also using sidechain, right? In interview you can use normal labels and everything. So here I'm going to take a name, and after this I'm going to render a input, and here I'm going to take, so I'm going to take a name which will be name of the input field. I'm going to take a value, so value will be my form dot name. Then I'm going to take a on change, so this will be handle on change. Also let's take a class name, so I'm going to take width as full, px of 3, py of 2. I'm going to take a border, and let's take a border day 300. I'll do rounded, and let's do a text as small. Also I'm going to give a placeholder, and this will be enter your name. Let's create this method. So I'm going to create this, so do const handle on change. This will give me event, and then we are going to implement. So now let's save this. Let's see what you're getting. So you're getting name and email. If you want, you can also give a class name here. So you can give a class flex column and gap of 3. Awesome. So this will be name. Now what we are going to do, simply after this, because these will be each and every block, so I'm going to just render the error, right? So here I'll just give enter and I'll do if errors dot name. If this is present, so I'm going to render a error block, and this will be my errors dot name. And here I'm going to give a class name, so let's do a text as small. I'll do here text maybe red 700, and also I'll do margin top of 2. Okay, so this is done. Now same thing will be for email also, so you can copy this, copy from here, and I'll paste it. The only will be, this will be email, name will be email. Also we need to do another thing, so I'm going to give a type which will be text, and here this will be type, and this will be email. The value will be form.email, and this will be enter your email. This also will be email, and this is also email. Save this. Let's see what we're getting. So we're getting name, email, and also let's do one more, and this will be for age. So I'm going to copy this, so paste it. So this will be age, and here I'm going to give this one as age. Enter your age, and this also will be age. So this is done, and at the end we are going to take a button. So after this I'm going to take a button, and let's do this one as submit, and type we need to give, so type will be submit. Save this, and let's take a class name, so I'll do margin top of 5, right? Awesome. And I think this is done. So now we need to handle all of this, right? So we'll go here. So this will give me what? So this will give me the event.target.name, which will be the name of each and every input, and it will give me the value. So what we can do, simply first we can destructure these two. So do event.target, and this will be name and value. And now what we can do, simply we'll do set form. So this will get the previous value, and what we can do, simply we can destructure the previous value, and then we can take the name, which will be dynamic field. Automatically it will pick for that particular input and will pass the current value. That's it. And here what we're going to do, right, we are going to reset all the errors for that particular field while we are going to type. So we are only going to show the error on click of the submit button for now. So here I'm going to do set errors. So I'm going to take a prev, and here I'm going to just destructure the prev, and I'm going to do name will be empty. That's it. So now here we need to take a on submit. So we'll go here and take a on submit, and this will be handle form submit. Okay, and let's create this. So const handle submit. Again we'll be getting the event. The first thing we are going to do, right, so we need to do event.prevent default. I think these all are normal JavaScript concepts. I'm not going to explain all of this. If you don't know all of this, then I think this video will not going to help you. This video only will be helpful those who already know all of this, and this is just for your summary or like for your practice. So let's say you're having interview next week, and you can practice all of this before your interview, right? So I'll do event.prevent default, and now I'm going to validate all the errors. Now to validate the errors, I'm going to create a util. Now you can do a lot of things. You can create a custom hook also, but for now we are going to keep it simple. Remember, we need to complete all of this in an interview, and in an interview it's very important to complete the functionality, not to show off. If you try to show off and you are not able to complete the basic functionality, there is no point. You are not going to pass the interview, right? So you need to first complete the basic features, then you can do some extra improvements. So I'll do validation errors, and here I'm just going to create a validate function, and this function. So first let's create this function, right? So I'm going to do const validate. All right, so first I'm going to take a, let's do new errors, and this will be object. Now first thing I'm going to do, okay, for name will be required, means it can't be empty, and name has to be 3 characters long minimum. Okay, minimum. So I'm just going to do if not equal to form, right, dot name dot trim. So if this is false, so I'm just going to do new errors dot name, and I'm going to pass here name is required. Okay, else if I'll do form dot name dot trim dot length, if less than 3 means this has less than 3 characters. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm just going to do name must be at least 2 characters. Okay, so this is done. So now let's copy this from here, and I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to do the form dot email dot trim if this is also empty. So new errors dot email will be email is required, right? Else, so here I'm going to do if not equal to form dot email dot includes @ or means email has to have a @ right? Also I'm going to do form dot email dot includes dot, or we are also going to do if the form dot email dot starts with, if it starts with @ right, and in that case we are also going to do or show error, or else if it is ends with @. If these all the cases, so in that case I'm going to show like valid email, invalid email, something like that, right? So the email must be valid. Okay, and then what else we are also going to do? Okay, we also have the age, and for age I'm just going to do const, so I'll do age, and this will be parts int. So I'm going to do form dot age comma 10, and here I'm just going to do if it is, again we can do the same thing, right? We can copy from here, paste it, so this will be age, so this will be new error dot age. So in that case we are going to do age is required, else if, so here I'm just going to check if not a number of this age, because we already converted this one to number, so I'm going to pass this age here. So I'm just going to do age must be a number, right? And also another very important, can you guess? So you also need to check this, right? So if the age is less than 1, so it's invalid, or if age is greater than, let's say 150, so I'm going to do age, copy this, so age must be between 1 and 150, and this is done. And now I'm going to just do return all the errors, whatever errors we are having, right? So this will do. So if you notice, right, we are not using any regex or anything, because most of the times in like candidate will don't have that much idea. If your interviewer actually allowing you to check the official doc, or you can check the regex pattern, in that case you can add some more features on this. So this is done. So now this will give me all the errors, and now what I can do, simply I can check if this object dot keys of these validation errors dot length, if this is 0, so there is no errors, right? So what I'll do set submitted will be true, else I'm going to set the errors. So I'll do set errors will be these validation errors, so I'll do validation errors, and set submitted will be false. That's it. So now let's save these, and if you try to, let's say, submit, right, you can see name is required, and if you try to submit again, name must be at least 2, okay, I've given 2 characters, so it will be 3 characters. So now let's try to submit, 3 characters, email is required if you do @. So here also okay, this is coming because you have given the type as email, right? Here you see, right, we have given type as email. It's like by default validation is happening, which is fine, but here if you give F and let's just try to submit, Okay, first let's give a valid one, try to submit. Age must be a number, so this is working fine, right? And now at the end what you can do, simply after this, so you can simply do submitted. If it is true, so in that case take a div and we'll do form submitted successfully. Okay, and also let's give a class name, so margin top of 4, p of 3, I'll do bg green 100, rounded, text green 700, and I'm going to do text sm. Save this. So now if I give 20 and let's give my name here and let's do submit, form submitted successfully. Awesome. So with this is also done. So this is also very important interview questions. I also got it in I think not more than 1 or 2 interviews I received this. So create a simple form validation UI. So try to practice, and now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so next one, so for this one, right, we are going to only use CSS. Now there can be some questions you can receive in interview where there will be no functionality, but they want to test your only HTML structure and then CSS, pure CSS knowledge. So what we are going to do, we are going to implement a card functionality where on hover we are going to flip the card. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that. So for that one, first I already created this, so let's do one thing. So I'm going to create a basic structure. Okay, so I'm going to take a div, and here I'm going to take a class. So I'll do a class name, and I'm going to give this one as flip card container. Okay, inside this I'm going to take one more class name, and I'm going to do class name, and let's do flip card. Okay, now here inside this we need to have two things. The first will be the front side of that card, and on hover we are going to show the back side. Okay, so here inside this I'm going to take another div. So I'm going to do a class name, and I'm going to do this one as flip card, and let's do inner, and here I'm going to enter, and I'm going to do a div class name. So I'm going to do flip card front, and here let's take only one h3, and I'm going to do front side. Okay, and let's take a class name for this one also. So I'm going to do flip card title. That's it. So now after this I'm going to take the back side. So I'm going to take one more div. So I'll do class name, so I'll do flip card back, and let's do the same thing. So I'm going to copy this, paste it, and I'm going to do backside. Okay, save this. So we're getting front side and back side. Awesome. So now whatever things we are going to do, right, everything will be based on the CSS, right? So first thing, we'll go here and let's create, inside this I'm going to create a flip card dot CSS file. Okay, and I'm going to import this here. So I'm going to do, let's go here and let's import flip card dot CSS. So now, and also another important thing, most of the times we'll be doing all of this in online code editor, something like Code Sandbox or Stack Bliss, right? So there also you can use, you can create files and you can import all of this, right? There can be possibilities, some companies have their own editors, so they're going to share some link and you have to implement there also. Most of the times there will be no autocomplete. Okay, so you have to write by your own. Alright, so let's start. So first thing, we'll go here and let's copy the container. So I'm going to copy this and let's paste it. So I'll do a width as so let's do this one as 300 px, height I'm going to do 300 px, and then I'm going to do a margin, so let's do a 50 px and auto. Inside this we are going to have flip card, so I'm going to do copy this and I'll do flip card. Here I'm going to do width as 100% so that it will take the parent width. Then I'm going to do height as 100%, and I'm going to do a position as relative. And then here what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to do a transform style. Transform style I'm going to take this one as preserve 3D, right? Now this, what this does, right, so this ensures all the child elements are also transformed in 3D space. Here I'm also going to add a transition, and I'm going to do this one as transform, and I'm going to do 0.6 seconds maybe. Now after this I'm going to take the inner, so I'm going to copy this and let's paste it. So for this one I'm going to do position as absolute, I'll do width again 100%, height again 100%, and here also we are going to do, so for this one I'm going to do the same, so I'm going to copy this 3D, and then transition also I'm going to do same. That's it. And then I'm going to do the front, right? So we're having the front. So now I'm going to go here and then I'm going to do front. So for front, let's take a background color. So I'm going to take any color, let's take this one maybe blue, and then I'm going to do this one as color I'm going to do black, width 100%, height as 100%. So position we are going to do absolute. Now here I'm going to do a back face visibility, this will be hidden, so this will hide the back content when the card is flipped. Okay, then I'm going to do a display, let's do a flex, I'll do justify content center as usual, align items I'll do center, and what else we can do, let's take a font size 16px maybe or 18px, and I'm going to do a padding of 20px. Okay, and you can see we're getting this awesome. And now let's go here and let's copy these, and I'm going to paste it. So for this one we also will be having similar structure, there will be some more some minor changes. I'm going to copy these, paste it, let's do this one as red, let's do color as white. Okay, so width will be 100, this will be same, position will be absolute, this also will be hidden, and here I'm going to just do a transform. So transform we are going to do a rotate Y, so we'll do rotate Y, and we are going to give angle, so I'm going to do this one as 180. So here I'm going to remove this and we'll do 180 degree. Okay, so this will transform. Background visibility we already have, display, rest of the things will be same. And now how we are going to then do it, right? So this is not happening, if I hover it's not happening. The reason is because what I need to do, I need to actually give a hover functionality on this flip card. So I'll go here, if I go here and do flip card, and then I'm going to just give a hover, and then I'm just going to do an inner of this. So right, I'm going to copy this and I'll do dot flip cut inner, and I'm going to do a transform, and let's do a rotate Y, and again you're going to pass the degree, right? So I'm going to do 180 degree. And if you notice for this this back we already have the transform. If I now save this and if you go here, right, and you can see it's moving, right? Now why this is happening, because first time we need to give a transform somehow, right? So that's how we need the hover, but next time we already have the transform in the back. Now you have one more class here, so let's go here and let's copy this title one, and let's give a font weight as bold. That's it, and it's working fine, right? So I think in both the cases we can give this one as white only. Okay, and you can see this is working. So with this I think this one is completed. So here you can see we have already used only CSS for all of this and created a simple structure. Now there can be possibility if you're giving for some junior level interview, you'll be getting these questions, right? So with this is done. Now let's move on to the next one. So moving to the next one, so this is the exact questions I received in one of the top product based companies, I think maybe in the second or third round. So here the catch is you just have to create a custom tabs component where there will be a keyboard interaction also. So if user clicks on right arrow or left arrow, so they'll be able to navigate through the tabs. And also this has to be completely accessible, right? So accessibility features also you need to implement. So let's see how we are going to do that. So for that, first I'm going to create a tab content here. So here I'm going to do a const, and let's do this one as tabs, and this will receive an ID. So I'm going to do tab 1. Let's give a title, so I'll do, let's say, dashboard, and I'm going to do a content, so I'll do a dashboard, admin dashboard maybe. Copy this and paste it 2 more times. So this will be tab 2, this will be tab 3. this will be products maybe, and for this one let's give this one as settings, right, and this will be admin settings. That's it. So this is the custom tabs. Most probably in interview also you'll be receiving this content, so interviewer will give you this content, or else you can create simply, right? There is nothing like you have to create or fetch this from API. Those things, that much complication they will not give. So most probably you'll be working with a static data, okay, for sure. So first thing I'm going to take is state here. So this will be active tab, set active tab, and I'm going to do this one as, let's do use state of 0, right? And also I'm going to take a reference here which will refer to the container that is actually holding all the tab buttons. So I'm going to do a const, and let's do a tab list ref, and I'm going to do this one as use ref of null. So next what we're going to do, so let's create the structure. So for this one I'm going to use a card component from SideCN, so import the card. So for this one let's take a class name, so I'll do width as full, I'll do max w2xl, and also I'm going to do a mx of auto. Inside this let's take a card content, and I'm going to do a class name, so padding of 6. Inside this let's take a div, and here the first thing I'm going to take a ref, so ref will be my tab list ref. Here I'm going to take a role, this will be tab list, and then I'm going to take a area orientation, and this will be landscape, so this will be landscape, not landscape, I think this will be horizontal. Then I'm going to take a class name, so I'll do flex, and I'll do border bottom. That's it. So let's save this. So inside this I'm going to just map my tabs. So I'm going to take the current tab, item, and the index, and here let's take a button, and for this one we need to take quite a few things. Okay, the first thing you need to take a key, which will be, we have the current tab item dot id, right? Next we are going to take a role, so role will be tab. Next I'm going to take a id. Now see, we are taking all the accessibility, whatever is needed. So for this one I'm going to do this one as tab, and let's do this one as current tab item dot id. Next we are going to take a area selected. So for this one, so this is actually for accessibility, right? So here we are going to indicate the active tab. So how we are going to do that? So we're going to check if the current active tab, which is at 0th index, if this is matching with the current index, so that will be the selected one. I hope you're getting. So we are going to simply check if this, if this active tab is equal to the current index. Next we are going to take area controls. So for area controls we are going to take, so let's give this one as maybe panel, and then I'm going to pass this one as current tab item dot id. Okay, that's it. And then very important, we need to take a tab index. So for tab index I'm going to do if the active tab is equal to the current index, so this will be 0, or else this will be -1, right? So that means only the current active tab is focus, it will be in the focus. And next we are going to take a class name. Now class name we are going to take a couple of things, right? So first we are going to do let's do a px of 4, py of 2, then I'm going to do a font, let's do medium, then I'm going to do a text as small, right? And then I'm going to do a focus, so I'll do outline none, then I'm going to do a focus, let's do a ring of 2. For focus I'm going to do ring offset 2, and for focus I'm going to give a ring blue 500. And then I'm going to just do a couple of things. So I'm going to just check here if the current active tab is equal to the index. So in that case I'm going to pass, so let's do a border bottom of 2, and I'm going to do a border blue of 7 or maybe 900, and I'll do text blue 500, or else I'm going to do text gray 500, and I think this is fine. Okay, so now let's save it. So now inside this I'm going to just render the current tab item dot title. So you're getting this, right? You can see, awesome. And now what else? Now we need to take an on click here, so I'm going to do on click, and we're going to pass handle tab click, and we're going to pass the current index. So let's copy this and let's create it here, right? So we'll simply just do const handle tab click. This will give you the index, and what you can do, you can simply pass the set active tab will be this index. Okay, that's it. Awesome. And this is fine. Now we are also going to render the tab panels, right? So for that, after this I'm going to take one more div here. So let's take a class name, so I'll do margin top of 5, and here I'm also going to map the tabs dot map, and I'll do tab, or let's do current tab item comma index, and here also I'm going to take a div, and this will give me what? So this will give me the content, right? I want to render the current tab item dot content. So now we are having all three, so we need to manage this. So now we can do simply, first I'm going to take a key here, which will be current tab item dot id. I'm going to do this on role, very important. You need to take a tab panel, then I'm going to do id. So id I'm going to do the same. So let's copy this from here. Then what else? We are also going to take a area label by, no, not area label by, and this also will be same. I'm going to copy this and let's paste it, and here I'm also going to take, so I'll do a hidden. So hidden, this will be if the current active item is not equal to index. And now I'm also going to take a class name. So my class name will be like this. So here first thing I'm going to take a padding of, let's say 5, and I'm going to do a bg gray, let's say 100, and here I'm just going to check that if the current active tab is equal to the current index, so that means in that case I need to show it, or else I'm going to hide both. So I'll do if this is true, so in that case I'm going to do a block, or else I'm going to do a hidden, right? And you can see that now you're getting this, and this is changing, right? Now till now this is working fine, but we haven't implemented the keyboard interaction, right? So we should be able to click on right. See, I'm now clicking on the right and left arrow, but nothing is happening. And the reason is because for that we are going to take, we already have the main container right here. Now here I'm going to take a on key down, and here you need to take a handle key down. Okay, now let's copy this, and then let's go here and let's create this. So const handle key down, and this will give you event, and let's log here event dot key, right? And if I just open console, let's bring this one down, and you can see what is happening. If I click here, sorry, if I click here, you can see we are getting arrow right. If I click on left side, you are getting arrow left. So right, left, enter, escape, everything will be getting right, K. So now what you can simply do, we can do a switch, and you are going to simply pass the event dot key, right? And here you are going to pass if it is arrow right, so I'll do arrow right, and there will be one more case, this will be arrow left. Now this is not only for limited to arrow right or arrow left. Whatever functionality they will give you, you just need to check this event.key. Let's see if they want on key, if they want to implement this one on click of enter. So you're going to just take one more case and then you'll add enter. I hope you're getting. You can also do the same with escape, whatever keys they will mention. This is just to give you example that how you're going to do this. Okay, now it depends what I'm trying to say. Like in interview, you'll not get, let's say you're not getting the exact question, and then you will think, okay, I have done the video from Sangam's channel, but I didn't get the exact question. So this is not going to happen. These all the projects is going to give you the idea. Now you have to practice, and then let's say you are getting a slight variation of this. You should be able to do it, right? I hope you're getting. You're not going to get the exact question in interview in every company. This is not going to happen, right? So for this one, first in default I'll keep break, and in arrow right, and first very important, you need to do event.prevent default. Okay, and copy this, and you need to do it here also. So first simply you'll do set active tab. So here you'll be getting the previous tab, right? So previous value I'll be getting, and here we're simply going to check that if the prev is less than tabs dot length minus 1, right? So in that case I'm going to just do prev plus 1, or else I'm going to do prev, right? So this will be on the click of the right side. Now let's copy this and let's paste it here. So for this one it will be opposite. So I'm going to check if prev is greater than 0, so I'm going to do minus 1, right? Or else it will be prev, and this is done. So now let's save this. Now see what will happen if I click here. Now see if I click, see it's going here, right? It's going to the settings. Now this we need to do a autofocus here. So this is not working, but the content is changing. If you notice, this is changing. Currently settings is highlighted. Now if I click on arrow left, now products is highlighted. Now dashboard is highlighted. Now what we need to do, we need to implement an automatic focus functionality here, and to do that you're just going to take a use effect, and I'm going to pass the active tab as a dependency, and I'm just going to simply check. First I'm going to go get const tab buttons. So you'll simply do a tab pledge.current, right? And then you're going to do a query selector all, and you're going to pass, if you notice here, right, we have a role as tab. So now I'm just going to do I need to take a role, and this will be equal to tab, and let's log these tab buttons, right? And let's see what you're getting. So you're getting node list of 3, right? You're getting all the buttons, see, on hover. Now what you can do simply, so you can check if the tab buttons and tab buttons of that active tab, if this is true, so you can simply take the tab buttons of that active tab dot focus. So you can focus. So you'll be getting all the properties and everything here, right? So now let's save this. Now what will happen if I go here, let's say click on this right side, see it's changing, right? Focus is also changing, and I don't have to click here multiple times. I can simply take a arrow right or arrow left. So with this we implemented a custom tabs with keyboard interaction and completely accessible. So this is done. Now try to practice once again, right? So what you should do, right, first you should practice this while watching the video, then you should pause it and then try to do it by yourself. If you're not able to do it, again watch the same video and then again try to do it. And what I'm trying to say, don't stop until you are not able to do it, and also take a timer and see how much time you are taking. Like that you have to do all of this. So now let's move to the next one. Alright, so now moving to the next one. Okay, one thing I want to mention, from this point, the next 7 or I think 8 projects that we are going to implement, right, those are going to be very important. And I'm pretty sure if you're giving any front-end interview, you are going to get 1 or 2 queries from these questions. Okay, so the first one is, like, this is very important: flat or flatten array without using array.flat. Extremely important. Now the point is, these questions can come from many different ways, but for all of these the answer will be same. So what will happen, right, in interview, the interviewer will give you a nested object, array of object. And then what we need to do, right, we need to flatten this array. And for example, let's say here we have some category tree, right? So what you're going to do, you're going to flatten this, and we are going to get all the categories, and then we are going to maybe render it in a drop down. And think this as a, like, let's say you're creating an e-commerce project and you have this requirement, right? So where normally you're going to use Array.flat, but here this can be nested in n number of levels. So what will happen, right, we need to create a utility function to flat it without using any inbuilt library. So let's see how we are going to do that. The first thing, we need to actually get or take a state. Normally what will happen, all of these are going to fetch or get from a backend API, right? Currently we have hard coded, but we are going to get it in a API response most probably when you are going to apply this in a real world project. So here what I'm going to do, simply I'll just take a const and I'll do maybe, let's do flat categories. So we'll do flat categories and I'll do set flat categories. And I'm going to do this one as useState of empty array. Now here I'm also going to take one more, let's say the current category that I'm going to select. So this will be selected category, although this is actually optional, but you can take it. So I'll do set selected category, and I'm going to do useState of empty array, sorry, empty string. So now the first thing what you're going to do, simply, so we are going to, let's set this on page load, right? So we are going to do what? So I'm going to just take a use effect, and then I'm just going to take it a empty dependency, and I'll just do like this. So I'm going to do a const result, and now I'm going to create a util function which will be our main function, which will do the flattening. So I'm going to do flatten categories, and I'm going to pass a category tree. And this category tree is nothing but this data that we are having. So I'll do category tree. Okay, and then what will happen, I'm just going to do set flat categories, and this will be my result. Okay, so now let's create this function. So this will be our main function. So here I'm going to do const flatten category. So how we are going to do that? The first thing, you can see that we'll be getting this one as a input. Now here one more thing, I'm giving name as category doesn't mean that you can apply this one in any project or not project, I'll say any concepts, right? So it can be a category, it can be an array of numbers, it can be not array of numbers, it can be anything. Yeah, it can be an array of numbers also, so something like that. So 1 comma 2 comma, then you have 3 comma 4 comma 5. It can be nested on any level. I hope you're getting right. So now what I'll happen, I'll get the category here, and now what I'll do, simply, so here I'm just going to, the first thing, I'm going to take an empty result. So I'm going to do const, I'll do result, this will be empty. Now here we need to have a recursive function, okay, which will process each and every category, and that we needed because we don't know how many nested labels we are having here. Okay, so if you see, right, each and every has a children, then again have a object, then again have a children, then again have a object, and then children, and it goes on. And there are some categories where you don't have any children also, so that also you need to check. So I'm going to create a const, and I'm going to do, let's say, process category. So here I think I need to do this one as categories, right? So we'll be getting all the categories, and these will receive a single category, right? And now what I'm going to do first, so this is our inner function, the recursive function, okay, don't confuse. Now here outside of it, I'm going to do this. So I'm going to do for, and let's do a const category of categories, sorry, categories, which is our these categories. So I'm going to loop, doing a for loop, and here I'm going to call this recursive function, and I'm going to pass the individual category. Okay, so here I'm going to do, you can also make this one a single category if it is getting confused, or let's keep this one as category, and let's make this one as single category, right? So now what I'll do, simply, so I'm going to just call the process category and pass this single category. So each and every single category it will pass here, right? So now we'll go here, and what will happen at the end, I'm going to just do a return, and I'm going to do a result. And now whatever things we need to do, we need to do it here. The first thing what I'm going to do, simply, so here let's take a const, and I'm going to take something which is very, very important from this category. If you notice one thing, this category will have a children, right? Now this will have a children, and also it will have some extra properties. So there can be a number of properties. So it can have ID, name, it can have a price, it can have age, whatever, blah blah. But there has to be a children, or there cannot be any children. So two possibilities. So first I'm going to get the children, and then the rest of the properties, rest means all of this, I'm going to just do a destructure. I hope you're getting. So this will be my categories. So I'll do category keys, or maybe let's keep category without children, right? So I'll do without children. So all of this. Now what I'm going to do simply, so I'm going to do a result dot push, and I'm going to do category without children, right? So I already push all of this, and now what I need to do, I need to check if the children is actually exist. So I need to do again a recursive call, and I'm going to call this function once again, because the children is also an array of objects, right? So inside this I'm going to do a for, sorry, I need to check a children, and then children dot length is greater than 0. So in that case I'm going to do a for const, and I'll do child item of children, and then I can call the process category and pass the child item. I hope you're getting, right? So it will continue, it will go to these children, and it will check, okay, these don't have a children, so it's going to push, and it will never come here. But, and this will happen for these two, but once it will come on the third one, it will push first two and check, okay, there is a children, and this process continues, right? This is recursive. I hope you're getting. And I think that's it. So this is done. So this is the main function. Now if you go here and if you log this, let's see what is happening, right? So log the result, go to console, I'll refresh this, and you can see that you're getting 19, and for every you're getting ID name, ID name, ID name, and it's working absolutely fine, right? Awesome. So now what we can do, simply we just have to render it. So for now we can take, let's say, just take a simple select. We can take a select and then we can render it. So what I'll do simply here, I'm going to take a select component. If you want, this is actually optional, right? You can do this or else not. And here I'm going to pass a value, and this value will be selected category, and I'm going to do on value change, because we're using setcn, we are using on value change. If you are using normal select, let's say this select, right? So you can do on change. These things that doesn't matter, right? So here I'm going to do handle category change. Maybe I'm going to create this, and inside this we'll do a select trigger, and I'm going to do a select value, and I'll keep this on as, we can self close this one. We'll do a placeholder, and I'll do, let's say, maybe select a category. That's it. So after this I'm going to take a select content, and here I'm going to do a select item, and I'm going to do all categories, and let's keep a value as all, or else I'm just going to map these flatten categories, right? Just now we have set in our state. So I'm going to just take the flat categories dot map. So I'll do category, and here I'll just going to call the get the select item and pass the category dot name. So we have the category dot name and the ID, and in this key I'm going to pass a category dot ID, and value I'm going to pass the same. So I'm going to do category dot ID. Also you need to do a handle value change. I think for this one you can directly take the value, and we'll do set selected category will be this value. Save this, and let's see what is happening. Let's freeze this. Alright, so you can see that we're getting all of this, and all the values are coming here, right? Awesome. So now I think this is fine, and this is working fine, right? Now the main point is not to render the select or anything. The main idea is that whether you're able to implement this function or not, right? This is the important one. So I think with this one is done. This is a very important interview questions. It can be a flat array of numbers, it can be objects, whatever they can give. They can also twist these queries, but at the end you need to actually implement this function, right? You need to know how you are going to do it based on that requirement. So now practice this. Now let's move on to the next one. Next one also will be very important. I got that questions. I'm going to tell you where. So I got that query actually in Adobe. Okay, so that question is also really cool. So let's see how we are going to do that. Alright, so next one is called Flatten Object Inspector. Okay, so what actually you need to do for this one, right? Let me explain. So I'll just go here. See what will happen in the interview. They will give you this nested object. What you need to do, right? It can be in any level nested. So you need to take each and every key. So for example, here we have a user and then we have ID. So we need to do like this. So we have user dot ID, and then we need to render this value, which will be 1 2 3. Then you are having user dot name similarly, then user dot contact dot email, then this value, user dot contact dot phone of 0, this value. So like that. Okay, so we need to flatten this nested object. So for this one, what are you going to do? Simply, so let's take our first state here. So this will be input, and I'm going to do set input, and this will be use state of empty string. Then I'm also going to have our flatten output, which I'm going to take this one as flatten, and then I'll do set flatten, and this will be use state of null. That's it. Now let's create the UI first. Okay, so for this one, after this I'm going to take a div, just give a class name. So do grid let's do a grid column sub 2 because we're not worried about responsive and those things, and look gap of 5. Inside this I'm going to take one more div, and here let's render a text area. And here what I'm going to do simply, so let's take a width of full, and then I'm going to do a height of maybe 64, then a padding of 3. I'll do border gray 300. Then what else? We are going to do a rounded, and I'm also going to do text as small, and I don't want to resize this, so we'll do resize none. Also let's give a placeholder, so I'm going to do enter your JSON here, something like that. The value will be this input, this state that we have taken, and then we are going to do a on change. So this will give me event. So I'll do set input will be what? Event dot target dot value. Okay, so save this. So getting this also, let's give a margin top of 5. Let's give margin top of, okay. Then after this I'm also going to take a button, and I'm going to do this one as flatten. Awesome, that's it. And on the right side we're going to render that, but before that let's implement our main function which will flatten this object. Okay, so this is very important, actually you need to know this. So for this one, first what I'll do, I will take an on click here, and I'm going to do handle what I'll do, let's do handle parts. Copy this and let's create this. So first we are going to parse this because it will be JSON, right? So I'll do a try catch, and let's log the error for now. And here what I'm going to do in the try, so I'm going to do const parsed result, and this will be JSON dot parse, and the value will be in the input, right? We have already have that value, so I'm going to pass the input here. Now I'm going to do a flat, so I'm going to do const flat, and then I'm going to do flatten object, and I'm going to pass the parsed result, and once I'll get the result back, I'm going to set it in our set flatten, which will be this flat result. Awesome. So now let's create this, right? So I'm going to create a helper function, so let's do it here only. So I'm going to do function, and this will be my flatten object. So here we are going to get the, see, we are passing the current object here, right, as input. So we'll be getting an object first as input. We are also going to get a parent key. I'm going to explain why we need this, and also we need a result, and for first time this will be empty object. Okay, and let's do this one as arrow function. So now what I'll do simply, so here first thing we are going to do for let, we are doing a for loop on key this object, right? So we're going to use in, and I'm going to get the object first. Now here the first time we don't have any parent key, if you notice, right? So if there is no parent key, I'm going to pass as empty. So this key will give us the current key, right? All the key and everything. Let's say user, then you have the ID, then you have the name. Now for ID the parent is user, for the name the parent is user, right? For contact it will be user, for email it will be contact, then the parent will be user, something like that. So what I'll do simply is I'm going to do const, I need to get the path. So I'm going to, if the parent key is present, can you guess what we need to do? I mentioned, right, we need to do what? So we need to do user, then dot. This dot I need to map it. For this one it will be user dot contact, then again we need to do dot email, right? If there is something else, then again we need to do dot. So I need to concat this one with dot. So I'm going to do what? So I'm going to get the parent key, right? And I'm going to do dot, and I'm going to pass a key, right? So I'm actually doing a dot notation here with the parent key and then the current key in that object. Or else if this is not present, so pass the key if the parent key is not present. Now what I need to do simply, I'm going to do if the type of object of that key means the value, the object of that key will be this value, right? If this is equal to object, and so I'm going to do if the object of that key is not equal to null, if it is not null, and if it is not equal to array.isArray of that object dot key, so in that case I'm just going to call the recursive function again. We need to call it. So I'll do a flatten object, and what will be your current object? So current object will be, see here we need to pass a current object. This will be object of that key, right? Object of that key will give you this part here, right? So object of that key means this value, not full part. This is the object of that key, so this is the key and this is the value, right? So here we need to pass the object of that key, right? Parent we need to pass the path, and result we need to pass as usual. Else if this is not an object, so in that case we are just simply going to store it. So I'll do result of that path, and this will be equal to what? So which is our value, which is object.key. Let's say for this one, so for this one it will directly store 1 2 3. For this one, this name, that's it. And then at the end you are going to return the result, and this is done. So now if I just log this, let's see what you're getting, right? So I'll just go here and do flat result. Alright, so I think this is done. So now let's test this one. So I already actually copied one structure, so I'm going to just copy this, and let's open our console, and now I'm going to paste it here, and let's do a flatten and see what you're getting, right? So you're getting user.id is this, user.name, user.preferences, .notification, .email. So it's giving the proper result, user.contact.email, then the phones. Alright, so now this is working fine. So let's render this one. So what I can do simply is, after this I'm going to take one more div, and here let's do that if flatten it's true. So in that case I'm going to take one more div, and let's do a class name. So for this one I'll do border gray of 300, and also I'm going to do a rounded, and I'll do overflow x auto. And inside this what I can do simply, let's render all of this directly, right? So I'll do object.entries, and I'm going to take the flatten, and I'm going to do a map. So this will give me what? So this will give me the this will give me the key and the value. And here what I'm going to do simply, so let's render maybe, or I think we should take a table here. What I'm thinking, let's do a table only. I think this will look bad, so let's cut it from here. So I think let's do a table inside this, and let's take a class name, and I'm going to do with a full text sm, and here I'm going to do a t head, and let's do a tr th, and I'll do a key, and I'll do this one as th, and I'll do value. So for tier I'm going to for this one I'm going to take a class name, so I'll do bg gray 100, and for this th, so let's do a class name text left, padding of 2 and border bottom, and we'll do the same for this one. So this is done. So after this I'm going to now take a t body, and inside this you can do that. So I'll do object dot entries, so I'll do flatten, I'll do dot map, so this will give me key and value, and here we're going to take a tr, and for this one I'm going to do a key which will be key, and inside this I'm going to take a td, and let's do or render the key, and let's take one more td, and let's render the value, and let's take a class name, so I'll do padding of 2 and border b. Alright, so now also what else, I think we can, let's do this one as I'll do string of value. Save this, and you can see we are getting the value, right? So we're getting user.id, user.name, email, and this is working fine. Awesome. So I think with this part is actually completed. The main, again, the important part is that you need to do a parts, and then the main logic is actually in this function, right? So there is a possibility that they can give you in this one to implement as a UI, or they can directly also ask that just create this function. Anyway, in both the cases you should be able to do it, right? So with this is done. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so moving to the next one. So this is also another very important. So here what you'll get, so you'll get the questions like this, right? So they will tell you that you need to implement a model. So on click of a button, just open a simple model, and then we are going to implement some keyboard instructions. So for example, let's say if I click on the escape button, the model should automatically close, something like that. So for this one, so let's get started. The first thing what you're going to do, this also will be very simple. Now if you notice one thing, the questions that I've chosen, it's not only for like experienced people, but because if you're giving some very like, let's say you completed some intern or not completed intern, if you're applying for any intern position, or let's say you have only 1 or 2 years of experience, you can expect these kind of queries or questions in product-based companies if you're giving machine coding round. Okay. Now for complete beginners, I'm pretty sure you will not get this kind of like hands-on coding questions, but there can be possibility because there are some companies still ask. So for this one, what I'm going to do, so let's take a open and set open state, and let's do use state of false. So now let's create the structure. Okay, so here what I'm going to do simply, so I'll just take a simple button, and I'm going to do open model. Now here what we're going to do simply, so we'll check that if if the open is true, so in that case we're going to show the model. So here we need to create a backdrop, model backdrop. So I'm going to take a div, I'll self close this one, and let's take a class name. So we'll do this one as fixed. I'm going to do inset of 0, I'll do bg as black, and also I'm going to do a z index of 40. Now after this, what are you going to do simply, so we'll take a div, and here I'm just going to take a class name. So we'll do this one as fixed, top of 1/2. I'm not sure if you're getting some noises or anything, because I think it's raining so much in the outside. Okay, so please like if it is too much, I think you can bring the volume down, but I think it's continuously raining, so I can't do anything. So now I think we'll take top 1/2, I'll take a left as 1/2, and also I'm going to take a z index of 50 for this one, and also I'm going to do a width of full, I'll do max wmd, and I'll do bg as white, we'll do rounded, let's do a shadow, maybe shadow large, I'll do a padding of 6, I'll do a transform, and we are going to do a translate, and let's do x of minus translate 1 by 2, and also I'm going to do minus translate y 1 by 2. Okay, and inside this we are going to take a h3, and this will be our, let's say, model title. Okay, so this is fine. So now let's see if it is working or not. So first we have this open model, and also let's take a maybe let's do one thing. Let's keep this one inside a div, and I'm going to take a class name of margin top of 5, and on click of this we are going to make set open as not equal to open, or let's do as true. So save this, and if I click here you can see that we are getting this, but on outside click or any on escape button it's not closing. So for this one what we're going to do also, so let's stick to button only. So here we are going to just take let's take a p only, that some body, that model body, and here I'm going to take a div. I'll do a class name, so I'll do flex, I'll do justify maybe end, and I'll do gap of 2, and inside this I'm going to take another button, and let's take this one as cancel, and let's say there will be one more button which will be confirm, something like that. So on click of this we are going to close the model, right? So for closing I think we can just do simply false. So this will be false. And also what else, I think this is fine. This is actually for the basic structure. So if I click the it's closing, opening, and click of cancel, it's closing. On confirm, let's say you want to close this, so you will be doing some, let's say, API call or some functionality you will be navigating, so based on that you can close this one. All of this you need to ask in your like interview if they have some certain specific requirements or not, and based on that you can implement. Now the main thing what we need to do right here, so we need to do a couple of things. The first thing, so here we need to, on click of escape, I need to close this. So how we are going to do that? So for this one, right, we are going to take a use effect. Now these things, these small concepts are very important in interview, and if you know all of this, right, it's going to give you some extra edge. So here you're going to take a use effect, and then what like you need to implement here. I think previously in some projects we have already done multiple times. We need to work on key down, right? So we are clicking on a particular key. Whenever key down event will trigger, so we are going to do that. So I'm going to just do const, and I'll do handle key down. So this will give me an event, and here what we're going to simply check. So again I'm going to just log the event.key. Okay, so I'll do event.key, and here you're going to simply take a window.add event listener, and you're going to do a key down. Okay, and then you'll pass this handle key, and then what you need to do, so on cleanup we need to remove this. These things are very important, this cleanup and everything, right? So we'll do window.remove event listener. So you're going to pass the key down and pass the handle key down. That's it. So now let's save this. So now let's see what is happening. So if I go here, go to console, and then I'm going to click this, and let's see if I click on escape, you can see you're getting escape. If I click on enter, you're getting enter. Aim is whatever I'm typing here, you're getting that, right? Now based on, let's say they'll ask you that let's do one thing. On click of enter, you want to do they will give you certain requirements, right? So what you can do is just have to check for enter. I hope you're getting it. So it's not limited to only escape, it depends on what your interviewer is actually asking you to implement, and based on that you need to do that. So because we are doing here for escape, so I'm just going to do if event.key is equal to escape. So I'm just going to do what? So we're going to do set model, sorry, set open will be false. So let's see what is happening, right? So if I go here and let's refresh this. So now if I close this and let's say click on escape, and you can see that it's closing, right? Click here, I'm not clicking the cancel, I click on escape and it's closing. Now I'll give you a homework. So just like we have done for click of escape, right? Now you need to do it on click of outside. Now how you're going to do that? We have already implemented a project on click of outside feature, remember? So for that you're going to implement that, and for that you need to work with a ref, so that you can practice and just go back to the particular video or project and then see how we have done that for that particular one, and then try to implement that outside click in this project also. So now let's move on to the next one. So moving to the next one, another extremely important, I got these questions in multiple companies. So here it's very simple. So they will only ask you that you need to implement a custom deep clone function where they will give you a, let's say there will be object, and then you need to pass that object to a utility which will do a deep clone, and then it will return you the result back. So let's see how we are going to do that. All of these I already mentioned it, that from that particular point that there are some 7 or 8 questions that we're going to do next, which all will be very important. So this is also one of them. So here let's create some of the state here. Okay, so this is just to show you the visualize. Normally in interview there can be possibility that they will not ask you to write any UI for this, so they will ask you only write to function or basically the utility. So it doesn't matter, right? If you know how to write the utility, you'll be also able to create and showcase in the UI also. So here I'm going to take input, and let's do a set input, and this will be use state of empty. Then I'm going to do const original object maybe, and I'll do set original. This will be use state of null, and then I'm going to have one more which will be cloned, and then let's do set cloned, which will be use state of null. Okay, save this. So now let's create the structure first. So here I'm going to take a div. Let's take a class name margin top of 5, and inside this I'm going to take a text area, and here let's take a class name. So width as full, height as 32, padding of 3. I'll do border gray 300. I'll do rounded. I'll do text as small, and let's do resize none. Okay, next we are going to do the placeholder, that place JSON here, something like that, and value will be input, and on change will be set input of event.target.value. Okay, so you're getting this. And now I'm going to have a simple button here. So I'm going to take a button, and let's do clone, or let's do start deep clone. Okay, let's take a class name. Let's do margin top of 6. So now after this let's do it here. So I'm going to take a div. Let's take a class name. I'll do flex column and gap of 5, and inside this I'm going to check if the original is present. So I'm going to render another div, and here let's do one thing. Let's take h3, and I'm going to do original object, and then I'm going to take a pre, and here I'm just going to render. So do JSON.stringify. So I'm going to have the original. I'll pass null, 2, and then here we can also take a class name. I'll do white space. Let's do pre-wrap. I'll do bg day 100 maybe, padding of 4. I'll do rounded, text as small, and I think that will be fine. That's it. And now let's copy these. So I think we need to wrap this inside a div, and then I'm going to paste it here also, and this will be for the cloned one, right? And then pass this, and this will be the cloned object. Okay, so for now we don't have anything, that is fine. So now what we are going to do simply, so we need to create a utility which will do the clone, right? So here on click of this button, start deep clone, I'm going to do on click, and I'll do handle deep clone. So let's create this function. So I'll do handle deep clone. So let's take a try catch. So log the error. In interview you can also take another error state maybe, and then you can set that error here, and then you can just simply render it here. So those kind of improvements try to do by yourself also, it is going to help you. Here I'm going to just do parsed object. So this will be JSON dot parse, and I'm going to do here input, and now I'm going to do set original, which will be the parsed object. Okay, so let's say if I just go here, right, and let's say if I just do, maybe let's take a user, give colon, and then this will be another object maybe, and then I'm going to do a name will be, let's say, Sangam, and if I do a start clone, you can see that you are getting the original object here. Okay, so now this will set, and now what we are going to do simply is we'll do a const cloned object, and now I'm going to create our main deep clone function, right? So we'll do deep clone and pass the parsed object, and then once we'll get the results, I'm going to do set cloned will be cloned object. So now we are going to create this deep clone function, right? So this will be our main function. Now you can keep this on outside or inside wherever, so let's keep it here only. Let's do it here. So we'll do const deep clone. So this will receive the object, and here the first thing what you are going to do, right? So now see one thing, this can be a very nested object also, right? So there can be a string, there can be number value. For example, let's see, I can have a age which will be 20, something like that, right? Then I can have this one as a array also, right? So first I'm going to check if this object is not if this is equal to null, or if the type is actually not object. If this is not equal to object, so in that case I'm just going to return the object. So that means if I, let's say, have this name is actually a string value, right? So string value means it's not an object, so in that case I'm going to return object. If this name is, let's say, is null, so if I do null here, so in that case what I'm going to do, I'm going to return the object, or else I'm going to create, so const clone, and I'm going to do if this is an array. So if it is not object means it can be either object. Now in JavaScript the array type is also object, right? So we need to differentiate between array and object. We need to understand, once this is not an object, so it will come here, and now we need to check if it is an array or it's an object. So now I'm going to check if it is an array, so I'll do array.isArray will be object. So if it is an array, so I'm going to assign with empty array, or else it will be object. I hope you're getting. And now what you can do, we need to just do a for loop. So I'll do for let key in object, and now we are going to do clone, which is this one of that key. So this key will be these keys, so we'll do key, and this will be, now you need to recursively call that function once again. So I'm going to do deep clone, and you're going to pass that object of key, that's it, and then you're going to simply return the clone. So now let's see what is happening, right? So if I go here and let's say do start deep clone, so you're going to get the exact same result, right? And also you can see, right, if you're going to do a equals, it will, both the objects will be different. So it's a deep clone, it's not a shallow copy. Okay, so the main point here is that whether you're able to understand this concept or not. So this is very important, right? First you're checking if it is a null. So if it is a null, so just return that object here, or if it is a not object, so in that case you're going to return. For example, let's say if I add comma, I'll do let's say address, and I'll do maybe USA. So this is not an object, right? Or this is not an array. So what will happen, it's going to return me the same thing, or else it will go here clone, it is going to check whether it is a object or it is an array. If it is an array, assign with array, or else it will be empty object, and then you're going to map it and then do recursively call that with that current value, right? And store that key, and then you return the clone. So it doesn't matter how many nested it will be, it will always going to give you the same thing. The only main advantage will be it will be a deep copy, it will never be a shallow copy. So with this is also done. So now let's move on to the next one. Hey everyone, moving to the next one. So these questions I actually got in Atlassian, so maybe in the second round. So the question was like this. So they have actually, there was 2 questions, so this is one of them. So it was like this. So they told me that you can use any API that you want that is available on let's say free on Google, search it, and then you need to fetch that, implement a loading state, and then render the list of products in the UI. The only catch is all the state management we need to do in context. So the main idea of this project is, see, it might seems very simple, but there was like 15 minutes, I think 10 or 15 minutes to do this, and then we need to do all of this in the context API. So the main idea is the interviewer was checking that whether I know how context API works, what is the concept of provider, how to create a context, what is use context, and those things. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that. So for that one, what we can do, right, because we don't have any folder or anything, so let's do one thing. So on source, right, I'm going to create a context here, context folder, and let's do this one as product context. All right, so here what we can do simply, so first we need to create a context, right? So, and every time I have done this, so I was explaining each and every line that I was doing, and then after completing this project, they have given also some improvements that I need to do. So here first I'm going to create a product context. So I'll do product context, and this will be create context of null. So now I'll do const product provider. So this will give us the children, and then we are going to return, so it will return product context dot provider, and here we are going to pass the children, as simple as that, right? And then I'm just going to do export default product provider. Now this product provider normally we should wrap in our main.tsx, but because we are only doing for only one project, so what we can do, right, in our app.jsx we can wrap this component inside product provider, right, and this will work. So now we'll go to our product context, and we need to take 2 state. So one will be loading, set loading, and this will be use state of false, and second one will be product list and set product list, and this will be use state of empty array. Now here what we are going to do simply is on page load we need to fetch, so we are going to take a use effect, and we need to take as empty dependency, right? And then I'm going to just do a create a function which will do fetch list of products. So now we are going to create this, we'll do async function fetch list of products. So we'll do const result will be avid fetch, and we are going to pass, so let me just get the list of products, maybe from here we'll go get the products, and we're going to pass it here, and then I'll do const products will be avid res.json, right? And then I'm going to check if the products is true, so I'm going to do set product list, and what is the response it will give. So if I go here, right, so it will give me the products here, so I'm going to get this and pass the products dot products, right? Let's do this one as API response, and let's do this one as result, so it will be clear. So if result is true, so it will be result dot products. Now here we are going to make set loading as true, and we're going to make set loading as false, else we are going to do set loading as false, and set product list will be empty array. That's it. So now we are going to pass this loading and product list both as a value in our provider, right? So I'm going to do loading, and I'm going to pass the product list, right? So this is done. So now we need to receive all of this in the product list. Again, if you notice that I'm trying to do very fast, so I'm thinking like I'm doing this one in interview and explaining, so you should do it in the same way. I think this is almost 20 times I'm telling the same thing again and again. Don't take time, right? Whenever you'll be getting these kind of queries in interview, most of the times there will be possibility that you'll be stuck in sometimes, right? And you need to actually figure it out, and then you need to fix it. So whatever you can do, try to complete all of these as soon as possible. Now here what you can do, simply we're going to get two things, right? So we're going to get from, so we can also do another important thing here, and that is we can go here and then let's say maybe here we can do const, I'll do export const, and I'm going to do a use products, and this will be a function. I'm going to do use context, and I'm going to pass the product context so that we don't have to use this every time. We can directly use this use products, right? So we don't have to use this part. So now we can go here and then I'll do this, right? So I'm going to do const and get it from use products. So I'll be getting two things. So I'll be getting the loading and the product list. Copy this and then let's log it here, right? So I'm going to log these two things and we'll see what we are getting. Okay, I think I've done require. Okay, we need to do this one from import. So let's refresh this page. So we're getting false, then true, then we're getting false again, and we're getting the list of products. Awesome, right? So now we just need to render the list of products here. So let's go here. So we are simply going to check if loading is true. So I'm just going to render loading. Now in interview, like his requirement was that you don't have to create any loading UI or anything, you can just render it. So you have to ask all of this. So here I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do text gray 700, or else I'm going to render the products, right? So I'm going to take a div, and actually you'll not believe in that particular interview, right, I used tailwind only as CSS. So I told him clearly that okay, can I use something like tailwind or anything, because if I try to write all of these things it will take a lot of time. So he told me it's fine. And also I use very minimal CSS, I remember, and this is not like I'm faking just to get views for this video, right? It's not like that. It's 100% truth that actually this is the exact questions I received in the Atlassian, that is on the second round. Okay, and this is grid, and then I'm going to do grid columns 1, and for SM I'm going to do grid columns 2, and for MD let's do grid columns 3, and for large do grid columns 5, gap of 4. Inside this let's render the products, right? So product list dot map, so I'll get P, and here for now let's return a card, and let's give a class name. So I'm going to do P of 4, I'll do rounded to XL, and I'll do a shadow MD. And here I'm going to render an image, and let's render a source which will be P dot, I believe this will give us a thumbnail, right? So this will give me thumbnail, and here I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do width as full, height as 40, I'll do object cover, and also I'm going to do a rounded large, margin bottom of 4. So let's see what we're getting, right? Also let's give a div here, and then I'm going to take a class name, margin top of 6 maybe. Alright, so we're getting the image, and let's only render the card title. I think that will be more than fine. So do card title and render p dot title, and here I'm going to take a class name. So for this one title I'm going to do text as large, and I'm going to do font semi bold, margin bottom of 1 maybe. That's it, and you can see that we are getting the data. So if I refresh this, we're getting loading, and then we're getting the data. I think this is all about this project, but again, They want to check whether you know context API, how you can call API, and then use that from your component. With this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so next one, I believe I don't have to explain much. This is another very important and very extremely important interview question that you might face, right? So here we just simply create a drag and drop feature, but the catch is we are not going to use any third-party library package. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that. For this one also, you have to actually start the timer and see how much time you are taking to implement all of this. Okay, so let's see. So first I'm going to take columns here. So you're going to have some columns, right, where we'll be having, let's say, from to do to in progress to complete or review or backlog, something like that. And here I'm going to have a set columns, and this will be use state. And here what we're going to do, right, so first I'm going to have a to do column, and let's say I'll give some like to do, and then I'll do to do 2. Then we are going to have in progress, so I'll do progress, and then we are going to have a done, and I'll do completed, something like that. So now we are going to have all 3 columns. In interview, you are not going to expect very complex, right? They will only expect, let's say, create some columns, and then you just have to drag and drop from this column to that column and vice versa, and that will be more than enough. Now the first thing, let's create the structure. So first, after this, I'm going to take a div. I'll take a class name margin top of 5, and inside this I'm going to also, let's do one thing, let's take a grid columns of 3 and gap of 4. Now here I'm going to just do a object dot entries of columns dot map. So this will give me the column ID, and it will give me the tasks. And here we are simply going to take a div, and for this div we are going to have a key which will be column ID. We are going to have a class name, so let's take a rounded medium. We'll do a border, sorry, and then I'm going to do p of 2. And now we are going to have 2 things here. The first thing will be on drop, so whenever we are going to dropping, and then second one will be once the drop is over, that is called on drag over, right? So we're going to have drag and drop, right? So we're going to do a drag and then drop. So now here we are going to have all of this, but for now let's keep it like this. And here I'm going to have a h3, and I'm just going to render the column ID. And for this one, let's take a key, sorry, not key, class name. So I'll do font as medium, and let's do a capitalize, and margin bottom of 2. Save this, and let's see what you're getting. So you're getting to do in progress and done. Awesome. Let's make this one font extra bold. No, it's looking bad. Let's do font bold. Awesome. So after this, I'm just going to map the tasks dot map, and I'll do a task, and here we are going to take another div. So for this one, we're going to have a key which will be task, and I'm also going to take a class name. So I'll do bg gray. Let's make this one as maybe 200, and I'm going to p of 2, margin bottom of 2, and I'm also going to do rounded, and let's do a cursor move because we're going to do a drag and drop. Now very important, because all of this will be draggable, right? So first let me just render the task here. Save this. So we're getting to do 1. Now see, on hover we are getting cursor move. Right now see what we need to do, how we can move from this to that and vice versa. So all these items has to be draggable, right? If we are not giving draggable property, there is no way we can apply the apply the methods of drag over or drag start, those things. So we need to make all of this as draggable. So how we are going to do that? So we're going to pass a draggable property, as simple as that, right? So that means we are actually telling that these all the things will be draggable. So this is done. So now let's save this. So this is the very basic structure is completed. So how we are going to do that? So 3 things we need to understand. First will be drag start. So once I'll click here, it will start the drag. Then there will be on drag over. So once the drag is completed, say let's say I'll move this to do one to progress. So once I'll come here, so it will be on drag over, and then there will be on drop. So once I'm going to do a drop, then only we are going to do on drag over. So three things we need to understand. The first thing, on drag start. So where we are going to apply that? So on drag start means individual item we are going to drag from this to that, right? So we need to give the on drag start on these items. So for this here, I'm going to give a on drag. There will be on drag start. I believe there will be on drag start. So here what are you going to do, right? Simply we'll do on drag start. I'll pass two things. I'm going to pass the task, and also I'm going to pass the column ID. Now let's create this. So I'm going to go here and let's do on drag start. So I'm going to do const on drag start. So I'll be getting the current task, and I'm getting the current column ID, two things. So now how we are going to do that? So first thing, we are going to have one more state here where we are going to track that which item currently we are dragging. So I'm going to do a dragging, set dragging, and this will be used straight off. Believe me, I'm doing this fast, right? I'm not sure if you're able to you guys will believe me or not. I've done all of this like more than 100 times. Like I've given interview like last 5-6 years, one I have like 2 years of experience. I failed so many interviews. I passed quite a few, but I'm not going to lie, like the pass rate is less, the fail rate is more. That means what I'm trying to say, I failed in more companies, then only I passed couple of, right? So for example, let's say I failed in A company, B company, C company, D company, and then I passed in E company and F company. And this is the truth. Like so what I'm trying to say, so this is like not I'm showing off or something like that. This is absolutely reality, right? So if I'm making YouTube videos, that doesn't mean that I'll be able to do and pass every interview. It doesn't work like that. For example, I failed Google interview, right? So I was not able to even pass, like I think I failed in second round, so something like that. So what I'm trying to say, that you have to practice a lot to do all of this. So now all of these things that I'm doing here, right, it's like a piece of cake for me. Like I'll be able to do it anytime. If there is an interview tomorrow and I'm not prepared at all, but I'll be able to crush all of these questions in interview. Okay, so this is the main point. You have to actually come. So you have to practice, then only you will be able to do it. If you're not practicing, right, there is no way I can't guarantee that you'll be able to clear each and every company. It doesn't work like that. So now this will be used straight of null. So this will be, I'll track that which item I'm currently dragging. And now how we are going to do that, right? So here, if I just do, so let's log this here. So I'm going to log this current task and current column ID, and let's see what you're getting. Refresh these ones. So now you can see you're getting to do one. If I drag start, I'm doing drag start, right? So you're getting the current item name, and also the to do, well, means to do is the column. So how we are going to do that, right? So here you're going to set that set dragging. So you're going to set that current task and the current column ID, so which I'm actually currently dragging. This is the first step. The second thing will be, now we are having another thing, right? I already mentioned that we also need to take on drag over and on drop. So now how we are going to do that? And to do this one, we need to do it in this parent div, where we are actually mapping all of this. So here what I can do, simply we'll take on drag over, and I'm going to do on drag over, and I'm also going to do a on drop. And here what I can do, simply, so let's do a on drop, and we're going to pass the column ID. Although here we are not so main thing, we need to do it in this on drop. So when I'm going to drop from this to do to this in progress, we need to do a couple of things, right? For on drag over, we are not going to do anything. So if here I'll simply create this, so on drag over, this will give me event, and here we're just going to do a prevent default. That means we're actually allowing them to do a drop for that particular column. Now the main thing we need to work on this on drop. Now here we need to do a couple of things, right? So first I'm going to get on drop, and this will give me the current column ID. So I'm going to get the current column ID. So on drop, we are passing the current column ID, right? So what are the things we need to do? The first thing, this will be our target. For example, if I let's say do a to do from here to this in progress, so let's log this. So let's say do from here to here, right? So you're getting in progress. Notice, so I filled one these two done, so you're getting done. So this will be our target. So when I'm doing on drop, that means I'm actually dropping from this to that particular column. So where I'm dropping, so there I'll be getting the current target column where I want to drop this particular item. If I do vice versa, it will be like that. So you're getting to do. So now if the target is not present, so this will be not current column ID. Let's give this one as target. It will make sense, right? So where we are actually dropping. If the target is false, so what you need to do, you are going to return immediately. And now I'm going to do if. So here I'm going to do, so see another thing. Now if I just drag from to do to let's say in progress, this should work. But let's say I'm dragging this to do item and then I'm dropping in the same column. This should not happen, right? Because to do one is already in the to do column. So how you're going to do that? And to do this one, we already have this dragging, right? And here we have the current column ID, that from where we are actually dragging from. If the drag, so for example, what I'm trying to say, if I let's say drag this to do one and then I'm going to drop it in the same column, it should not work. So that means if the target is same, then in that case also you're going to return. So here what I'm going to do simply, so I'll do if dragging dot, and here we are having the current column ID. So if the dragging dot current column ID is equal to the target, that means we are actually dropping in the same column. So in that case I'm going to return again. So that should not happen. If this is not the case, then I'm going to do set columns, and here I'm going to get the prev. And what you're going to do, right? So first I'm going to get the source items. So how I'm going to get the source item? So this will be my prev, and here I'm going to get the dragging dot current column ID, so which is my previous, and then I'm going to get the current column ID. Let's say I'm actually dropping from here, so it will be to do, and I'll be getting all the items. So I'll do prev of that dragging dot current column ID, and I'm going to do a filter, and I'm going to do item, and item will be not equal to dragging dot current task. So can you guess what I've done? So here what I have actually done, that if I am dropping this to do one from to do to in progress, I need to remove this from this, right? So to do one should not be here. So that is the reason I'm actually getting that particular column and I'm filtering the current task. That's it. So now this will give me updated source item, and here I'm also going to do a target item. So target means, let's say if I dropping this to do one from to do to in progress, so I need to remove this from this column, but I need to add this in this column, right? So this is my target. So this will be my target items, and here I'm just going to do prev, and here I'm going to do the target. So I'll be getting the target, and then I'm going to add the dragging dot current task. That's it. And then what we are going to do, simply we are going to return the existing prev, and then I'm going to do dragging, and here we are going to have the current column ID, and this will be equal to source items, and then I'm going to do target will be my target items. That's it. And now let's save this, and let's see what is happening. So if I let's say move from here to here, right? See, it's going here. If I move from progress to done, it's moving completed here. But if I move here only, it's nothing is happening, right? Because the current and the source and the target both are same, so this should not happen. If I move from here to here, it's working. Move here, working. Move here, working. With this is completed. So the main concept here you need to know, that is you need to add this prop which is draggable, how the drag will start, what will happen on the drag over. So we are doing nothing, just doing a prevent default, and the main thing is that on drop we are going to do the couple of things. So with this one is completed. Practice this at least 5 times without watching the video, then with watching the video. If you're not able to do it, first with the video should do it. This is I used to do when I was in college time, I remember. So first I'll watch some particular video, for example, let's say free code camp, or let's say from Harry by code with Harry videos, right? So his videos are really good. So I used to watch those videos, and then I'll watch the video, and along with the video I'll practice, and then I'll pause it, try to do. I was not able to do it, and again I'll watch the video, and then I was able to do it. But for that time it took me, let's say 1 hour to complete this without watching or without seeing any Stack Overflow or anything, because that time ChatGPT, those things are not there. And then once I practiced multiple times, then I was able to complete all of this less than 20 minutes. So this is the same strategy we need to do. So now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so the next one will be so this will be little unique. So what you're going to do, right? So let's say in interview we'll be getting this kind of queries that you have given a long string. Let's say I'll add some string here, so I'll do Sangam some random value, and what we need to do, we need to actually compress this particular string. So for example, let's say we have a s only one time, so it will be s1, and then we are going to have a, let's say we have a 2 times, so it will be s2, then n1, g1, and then m, let's say we have 6 times. So we are going to compress this instead of storing the data completely in the backend, right? So this can be beneficial for a lot of scenarios. So this will be our task, right? So let's see how we are going to do that. So for this one, we are going to create a that is called run length encoding algorithm or compression function we are going to create. So before doing that, so let's create a very basic structure for this. Okay, so I'm going to do a div, and I'm going to take a class name. So I'm going to margin top of 5, and I'm going to take a text area, and here we are going to simply take a class name. And let me just check, I think we have used in some other place, and I'm going to use the same from there instead of rewriting, right? So you can copy this and let's paste it here. Okay, so we'll be getting this. So now let's give a placeholder that enter the string, something like that. And then also we are going to have a state here. So I'm going to take a const description, set description, and this will be use state of empty. And then I'm just going to take a value, this will be desk, and on change I'm just going to do on change. So I'll take a event, and this will be set desk will be dot target dot value. That's it. So now this is done. So how we are going to do that? So for this one, right, so let's do one thing. So we can create or what I'm thinking, right, we can directly actually compress this one instead of doing this one. So let's do one thing. So whenever instead of having a button, right, whenever I'll be typing, and that time only I want to compress this. So for this one, let's remove this directly, and instead of this one I'm going to keep a method, and which will be like handle compress, something like that, right? String. So let's copy this, and we're going to create this. This will give me event. The first thing we are going to do const, so we'll get the text, which will be event dot target dot value, and then here I'm just going to do first set desk will be text, and now I just want to create a function which will compress the string that we are going to type. So let's do this one as let's do this one as compressed, and then I'm going to create a function. This will be compress string, and I'm going to pass this text value. Okay, and now I'm also going to take one more, which will be compress desk, and I'll do set compress desk, and this will be use state of empty. Now what you're going to do, simply once you'll get the results, I'm going to do set compress desk will be this this will be this compressed result. Okay, so let's create this. So we are going to create a RLE, I think that is called in sort. So this will be like run length compress encoding. So I'm going to create, so do const, what is the name, this is compress string, and here I'll be getting the string, and let's do one thing. So let's do let compressed, this will be empty, and we're going to have a count value which will be 1. Now what I'm going to do, I'll start from first. So let's say I have this string here. So what I'm going to do, let's keep it like this, only this much. So I'll do for let I equal to 1. So I'm actually starting from here, this point, and I'm going to do I less than equal to string dot length I plus plus. So I'm going to simply check if the string of I, which is this one, this is in the second position, is equal to the previous position. So if both are same, right, so we are going to do what? We are going to increase the count. So I'm going to do if the string of I is equal to string of I minus 1. So I'm just going to do count will be plus plus. Else we are going to do compressed string, and we are going to do a concatenation, and I'm going to take the string of I minus 1, which is my this one, and then I'm going to add the current count, right? And now once we'll do a plus, means we are increasing the count here, right? So we are not increasing the count, we are concatenating the string here. So in that case, what we are going to do simply, so here let's say currently we are having starting from here, so we are checking if the current I is equal to this. So I'm going to increase the count by what? 1, so it will become 2, and then next time it will come here. So now this is not the case, so in that case this will be I minus 1. So currently it will be in the A, so I minus 1 will be S, so S, and the count is currently 2, so it will become S2. I hope you're getting right. Next it will come here N, so it will check N equal to I minus 1, which is A, which is false, so it will come here. So it will do string I minus 1, which is A, and the count now we are going to reset. So once every time we'll do, count will become to 1, so we are going to reset it, so it will become 1, and then again we are going to do the same. So again it will come here and do the same process again. So this is done. So now at the end we are simply going to do return, and I'm going to return the compressed string. That's it. So now let's save this, and now let's see what you're getting, right? So we can render this, maybe here we can render this one. So after this, let's do it here. So I'm just going to take one more div. Let's take a class name margin top of 2, and here I'm just going to take a p, and let's do either compression compress description or compression preview will appear here, something like that. And let's give a class name. So class name I'll give padding of 3, and let's do a bg gray of 100, and then let's do a rounded and medium. So let's see what you're getting, right? So let's type something here. Okay, let me just refresh this. Okay, it's not coming. Let me check what we are getting in this result. So let's log this, save this. Assignment to a constant variable. Something we are doing wrong, is it? Oh, this will be compressed, that is the reason. So we are going to return this compressed instead of that. Now I think this would work. So let's see S1, now L2, S2, let's do S3, S4, A1, then I'll do F. See, it's working, right? And let's give S. Again you're getting S1, so type again. Now you can also, let's say there is a requirement that you want to have all the SS at once. So for example, if I just type S once, but which is not the case in this case, here we are going to just compress this. So if that is the requirement, so in that case what you need to do, right, you need to find all the SS, and then once you need to increase all the count of SS at once, right? So you need to check all the unique characters that you are having, and then for each and every unique characters, how many occurrences are there. But for this case I think this would work, so it's working, right? So now even though we are having this much string here, but we are actually compressing, and this one we are going to store in our database. So this is, let's say, some requirement we are having, but the main idea is that to implement the algorithm here. So this is all about this very simple one also, but it's not that much simple, right? So if you're getting these kind of questions in interview, there is a possibility that they will ask you that, okay, implement, I will give a string, very large string, and you are going to compress this. So with this is done. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so another extremely important interview question, that is that you are going to implement a debounce search with an API call. Okay, so there can be possibility that in interview you are not going to have the API call. They only will ask you to implement debounce search with some dummy data, but let's do this one with API call also in case you are getting it. So for this one, also try to do this one little first. There is a possibility that you'll be getting these debounce related questions in interview. So here the first thing, we are going to have a search term, and I'm going to do set search term, and this will be use state of empty. Okay, now also let's take a loading is loading, set is loading, and this will be use state of false. Okay, and then also we need one more. So we also need one for the results, right? So we're going to get the, let's say, list of results from API. So I'm going to do set results, and this will be use state of empty array. Okay, so now what I'm going to do simply, so first for this one, so let's create a structure. So I'm going to take a div, let's take a class name, so I'll do margin top of 5, and here the first thing I'm going to take a card, and let's take a class name for this. So I'm going to do a width of full, we'll do max w md and mx as auto. Inside this I'm going to take a card header and then take a card title. So I'll do product search. Okay, now what else? So after this I'm going to take a card content, and here I'm going to take a class name. So let's do a space y of 4. We need to take inside this, and I'm going to take input, and here we're going to have a placeholder. So do search for products. Value we are going to have search term, and on change, so we are going to have set search term will be event dot target dot value. Let's make only awesome. Now what will happen, so whenever we are going to type, we are going to call the API, we are going to show a loading state, and then we are going to render the list of products here. Okay, but before doing that, also let's do one thing. So after this, right, I'm also going to do this, that if is loading is true, so in that case I want to render some kind of loader. So I'll take a div, and inside this let's render icon. Now again, I'm mentioning multiple times everyone, right? In interview you don't have to use these icons and everything, you can just render a text. Okay, I'm just using for some of the projects so that it will look little nice for the sake of this video. Okay, that's it. I'm going to do animate spin, and I'll do text gray, maybe 600. What's your, let's check how it's looking. So I'll do flex, justify center maybe, and py of 5. Save this, and let's see how it's looking. Right, so I'll do true. So we're getting this. Awesome. So now I think this is done. So now let's create our structure first, right? Sorry, not structure, we need to fetch the API. So for this one we are going to take a use effect, and here we need to keep a dependency. Now what dependency we need to keep? So here we are going to implement a debounce functionality, right? So let's say every 500 milliseconds we are going to call that API, and then once it is done we are going to render the list of products, something like that. So for this one, what we'll do, right, simply I'm going to create a function, and let's give this one as use debounce, and here we are going to do a value, and also it will receive a delay. So first let's do one thing. So I'm going to take a const, so I'll do debounced value, set debounced value, and this will be use state of the value that we'll be passing here. Okay, and now what we are going to do simply, so I'm going to take a use ref, so I'm going to do a handler, and let's do a use ref, and here simply take a use effect. And what dependency we need to keep? We need to keep the delay and also the value. Let's keep the value first, both. So this will run whenever these dependencies will change. And here I'm simply going to do if this handler dot current is already present. So that means I'm going to do a clear timeout, and I'm going to remove the current instance. So I'm going to do a handler dot current. If it is not present, so I'm going to set a new timer, and so for that one we're going to use a set timeout, and in that timeout we are going to pass the delay, that what will be the delay when we are going to render that or fetch that API. So here I'm going to do a handler dot current. So this will be simply a set timeout, right? And here we'll simply pass the delay as a dependency, not dependency, the time here for the set timeout, and you'll simply pass the set debounced value will be the value. So this will work here, and then at the end we are going to do a return, and I'm simply going to do a clear timeout, and I'm going to again remove the current instance. That's it. So now this will work, and at the end we are going to return the debounce value here, right? So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to return this here. So this will be our hook, right? So whenever there will be instance, first we are clearing, then we are actually setting the current instance, setting the value, and returning that value back. And to use this, you can simply use this like this. So we'll do debounced term, and you'll use the use debounce, right? And what will be your value? Your value will be the search item, right? Because that is the value that I'll be typing here, and based on that we are going to do the API call. So I'm going to pass the search item, and I'm going to give the delay. Let's give 500. So now this is the term that we need to keep as a dependency. So every time this value will change in this delay, we're going to do the API call. That's it. And let's see how we are going to do that. So first thing inside this, so we're going to simply do if not equal to debounce term dot trim. So in that case we are simply going to do set result will be empty, and we are going to return. Okay, and then we are going to implement a function which will do the API call. Right now let's do one thing. We have already created this in this product list, I believe in this context we have created. Let's use the same. So this one, right? So you can copy this, and I'm going to pass it here. And what we'll do, right, simply we're going to copy this here. So I'm just going to call this method. So we are going to do set is loading will be true, set is loading will be false, and this also will be false, and this will be our set product list, not set result. Okay, and now where we are going to pass the search item, and to use the search item you can do, right, search products, and you can see we need to use the search and this the query where you are going to pass this. So you can use the same. So what I'll do, simply I'll use these template literals. So I'll do slash products slash search. So I'll do slash search, and then we're going to use the queue, which will be our query, and here we're going to pass the what we need to pass. Can you guess? We are going to pass the debounced term, right? So this is the one that we need to pass. Also you need to pass as a input here, and then you'll pass it here. That's it. So now let's save this and let's see what is happening, right? So and what you're getting in the result. So what you're getting in the result. Save this. Go to network and let's type for Apple. Awesome. And you're getting the result, right? All related to Apple. See, all related to Apple is coming, right? And if you notice one thing, if I remove this, right, it's becoming empty. So search for anything banana, you're getting result. Awesome. And let's do a type here. See, after some time only it's working, right? Awesome. So this is working fine. So now we can render the list of results simply. So what you can do simply here, so after this we are going to take that if not equal to is loading and results dot length is greater than 0. So in that case we are going to take a div, we'll do a class name, do space y of 2, and here we are simply going to render the list of length of the result. So I'll do result dot length, and these many results we are having. For p, let's use the, so let's take a class name here. So I'm going to do text as small and text muted foreground. Save this. So I'll type for apple. We are getting 10 results. Now after this we are going to take ul, and I'm going to take a class name. I'll do space y of 3, and I'm just going to take a results dot map. So I'll do product, and here we are going to take li. Let's take a key which will be product dot id, and here I'm going to take a class name. I'll do border p of 3 and rounded md. Inside this we're going to take a div, and let's take a class name. So I'm going to render the, so I'll do font medium, and I'm going to render the product dot title. So let's save this. So we're getting all the result, and let's remove this. We're not getting anything. I'll search for banana, no result, and let's search for something apple. Let's search for iPhone. We are getting iPhone. Let's search for charger. Working right. Let's search for this SXT. See, it's working fine. Awesome. So I think with this is also completed. The main thing you need to practice how you have created this hook here, right? And then try to practice all of this, try to experiment. So with this is also completed. Now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so next one we are going to implement a multi-step form, right? So we usually have those stepper, right? So where we'll be clicking on each and every step, and then once we'll complete all the steps, we'll be going to the final step, and then let's say we're going to submit. So for that one, first thing what we'll do, right, we're going to create some steps here. So I'll do const and let's do steps. So let's do id as 1, and let's give a title as name. Copy the not copy, let's take id as 2, and then I'm going to do a title as, let's say, address. And let's take one more. See, we are taking all of this in one object. We need to take it in another object, right? So we'll paste it here, and then I'll take one more. So this will be id will be 3, and let's say this will be our review step, right? So these all the 3 steps we needed. Now from a state point of view, we are going to have mainly 2 states. So the first will be which will determine what is the current step, right? And we'll do set current step, and I'm going to do use state as 1, so it will be always in this step. And next we are going to have one more which will handle our form data. So I'm going to do form data, set form data, and this will be use state. So we are going to have the name. So name will be in the name field, and the address will be in the address step, not field, in the step I mean. So it will be address. So these the 2 states we need. Now let's create the structure. So first thing, let's take a div. As usual, we'll take a class name margin top of 5. Let's take a px of 5, and margin bottom also will take as 6. Inside this I'm going to take one more div, and I'm going to take a class name. So I'm going to do this one as flex and justify between, and here I'm going to take a steps dot map. So we'll take a step, and here I'm going to take a div. So for each and every step we are going to create the UI. The first thing, I'm going to take a key which will be step dot id. Let's do a class name and let's make the text as center. Now here I'm going to take a simple button and I'm going to render the step.id. So if I save this, 1, 2 and 3. Awesome. So now for this one I'm going to take a couple of classes, right? So I'll do class name. So let's do width of 8, height of 8. We'll do a rounded full. I'll do a flex, item center, justify center, and here I'm going to check if the current step.id is equal to current step. So in that case I'm going to add a, let's say, blue color, maybe bg blue, let's say 600 or 500, and I'll do text as white. Or else here I'm going to check if the step.id is less than current step. So I'm going to do bg green. That means that previous step is already completed. So I'll do step, this will be bg green, and I'll make this one as 500 and text I'll do as white. Or else if it is not completed yet, so I'm going to do bg gray of 200. So let's save this. So we are having currently in the blue, so it will be in the first step. So now next thing, we are also going to take one more div here and let's render the title. So I'm going to render step.title. Let's take a class name. So I'll do text excess margin top of 1. Make this one as p. Let's do a not, let's make this one Excel. Okay, so now Excel is, let's do MD. MD is okay. Also let's do font as bold. Awesome. So I think this is done. So now after this, so we have this part here. Now after this I'm going to take one more div, and here I'm going to take a class name. I'll do margin top of 2, I'll do height as 1, I'll do bg gray, let's do 200, and I'll do width as full. And inside this I'm going to take a div, self close this one, and I'll do class name, I'll do height as 1, and I'll do bg blue 500, or let's do 600. So we are getting this. Now I'm going to add a style property in this. I'll do style, and here I'm going to add a width, and this will be, so we're going to simply do that current step that we are having, this will be -1. So if it is current step is 1, so 1 minus 1, it will be 0. So it will divided by, we are having steps dot length -1. Okay, so 1 if it is 1, so 1 minus 1 will become 0. 0 divided by steps dot length -1, which is steps dot length is 3, so 3 minus 1 is 2. 0 divided by 2 is 0, and then we are going to do a multiply by 100. So this will be 0% if it is in the current step is 1, right? If I save this, so if you see, we don't have anything. If it is go to second step, so it will become 2 minus 1, which is 1. 1 divided by 2, which is 0.5 into 100, so 50%. And once it is current step is 3, so 2 divided by 2, 1, it will become 100%. I hope you are getting right. So if I, let's say, make this one current step as 2, so you're getting 50%. If I make this one as 3, it will be full 100%, and you can see these all are green, right? And this is working fine. So let's save this. So it will be in the 1 now. So now this is done. So now let's create our let's take one more div, maybe. So we have self close this on here after this. Okay, here I'm going to take one more div. Now I'm going to simply do if the current step is equal to 1. So in that case I'm going to take a div, and I'm going to render a label, and I'm going to do full name, maybe something like that. And here I'll do HTML for, and this will be name. Next I'm going to take input, and I'll do id as name, type will be text, value will be form data dot name, and on change I'm going to create a handle on change, and placeholder I'm going to do enter your name. So let's create this for now. So we'll go here and create this one. See, it will become very repetitive, right? We are working multiple times. So what will happen is when you will be working and doing repetitive things, it will help you. It will your practice will be much more, right? We are doing this event.target and the same thing again and again for multiple projects. So we are getting full name. Also, let's take a class name, flex column, and I'll do a gap of 5, gap of 3. So this is done. So now let's copy this, and then what we can do, simply here we are going to render for 2. So I'm going to do, if it is 2, so I'm going to do here address. So this will be address, and this will become address, and you'll do enter your address, right? And save this, and now let's copy one more time. So once it is 3, so in that case we are going to do review your information. So do review your information. Also here we need to give HTML4 will become a address. Here it is not needed, so we are just going to render the values. So I'll take a div, this will become 3. I'll do class name, I'll do space y of 2.5, or let's take 3, and here I'm just going to take a paragraph, and I'll do name will be form data dot name, and also I'm going to do a form data dot address. So save this. Now see if I go and make this one as 2, right? So you're getting address, and if I do 3 now, you'll be getting name and address. Okay, I hope this is clear. So now let's save this, and now let's start working on the this handle on change one. So here it will be very simple. So I'm going to just simply get const get event dot target. So I'll be getting the name and the value, right? So here if you go here, right, I think we need to give name also on this. So I'm going to give a name as name, and for this one I'm going to give name as address. So now I'm going to get the name and value. So what you can do simply, so we'll just call the set form data. So set form data will give you the previous data, and here we are simply going to do spread the previous data and just pass the name will be value. That's it on change. And now what we're going to do simply, so we are also going to have a so we also need to take a 2 buttons. One will be the handle next, and one will be handle to handle the previous. So after this, let's take a div, let's take a class name. So I'm going to do flex justify between, and I'm going to take 2 button. So one will be button, so this will be previous, and then one will be next, right? So let's take a margin top of 5. Now for this previous, when it will be disabled, if we are in the current step is 1, so that time it will be disabled, right? So you can't go before before that. So I'll do current step is equal to 1, so it will be disabled. For next button, when it will be disabled, right? So here we are going to do a function. So let's do a disabled, and I'm going to do if current step is not valid, so then only we are going to make this one disabled. So for this one I'm going to create a function. So this function I'll create here is current valid, and this will make this one disabled. Also we need to take a on click for both the buttons, so we'll do on click, so we'll do prev, and this will be next, and let's create this. So for prev, and we'll copy this, paste it, this will be next. So for previous, if we'll check if the current step is greater than 1, then only we are going to do set current step will be current step minus 1. So if it is 2, it will be at 1, and if it is already at 1, we are already making this one disabled. Makes sense. And for this, I'm going to check if the current step is less than steps dot length, and if the current step is already valid, then only we can go to the next step, or else not, right? So in that case, we're going to do set current step will be current step plus 1. So currently what will happen right here, let's see if we return true from this, and if you click next, you can see it's going to the address field. Go previous, go next. So how we are going to add a disable functionality here, right? So I'm going to simply just do that switch, and you'll do current step, and I'll do if it is at first step, then I'm going to return the form data dot name dot trim, so it should not be empty. If the name is empty, that means you can't go to the next step, right? See, it's automatically disabled. So if I add, then only it will be enabled, right? And for, let's copy this, no, not here, copy till this part, and I'm going to add one more for case 2, and this will be if it is address, right? And for case 3, we are going to return this one as true, because that is the review step, and default I'm going to return false. Save this and see, this will work. So now it is disabled, you can't go to the next step, right? So we'll add something, I'll add my name, I'll go to next, I can go to previous, next, address, and let's go to next, and we're getting the name and the address, right? Here if it is 3, you can also make this one as submit, right? That's up to you. So here if I go here, let's say for next on click, so you're going to check if the current step is equal to 3, so you're going to make this one as submit, or else this will be next, so it will become submit. Here also you can do the same, right? If the current step is equal to 3, so you are going to add some maybe alert or something that submitted, or else you're going to keep this next. Okay, so now let's see if I go previous, go next, previous, previous, next, next, submit, it's submitted, right? And it's working fine. Awesome. So with this part also you have completed. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so next this will be also very important, but it will be quite simple. So what you're going to do, right, we're going to implement a custom Promise.all polyfill. So for this one we are going to use the promise, but for promise, instead of using Promise.all, we are going to create a custom Promise.all function or class, whatever you can do, and then we are going to use that function to do multiple API calls, and we are going to render all the results. Okay, so first thing what we're going to do, right, first we'll create our custom polyfill function. So let's create a function here. I'm going to do this one as custom Promise.all. Again, I'm repeating, you can create this one as a class also, right? So I'll do custom Promise.all, and here I will be getting all the promises, right? Now here now I want to mention one thing, there can be two possibilities. So because here we are going to use new promise, there is a possibility that in interview they will also ask you to polyfill for this promise also. So in that case it will become little complicated, like you need to create first promise polyfill and then that polyfill you are going to use in this Promise.all. But for now we are going to use a promise here only, and we are going to use using this promise we are going to create the Promise.all polyfill. So here we will be getting resolve and reject, and what we are going to do simply, so first we need to store all the result for each and every promise. So once all the promises, let's say we are going to do 5 API calls, so each and every API call result we are going to store, right? So to store the result, I'm going to take a results which will be array. I'm also going to track whether all the promises are completed or not with a counter. So first time it will be 0, and then I'm going to get the total promises that we are having. So I'll do total promises, which will be promises dot length. Okay, so now what I'm going to do simply, so I'm going to map these promises that we are having. So I'm going to do promises dot for each. So here I'm getting the promise and the index. So here what I'll simply do, so I'm going to do promise dot then, so I'll be getting the result, and here we're going to simply do result of that index is equal to, I'm going to make the status as fulfilled, and my value will be here this result. All right, so this will be dot then, and then I'm going to take a catch, and here let's take a error. So I'm going to do the same thing, so let's copy from here. So result dot index status will be, sorry, I'm doing wrong line. Oh, see, I need to do result dot index because I need to store in this result, not in the result. So this will be result dot index, the value I need to store the result, and instead of here we are going to make this one as rejected in case if it is failed, and I'm going to enter a reason instead of value and pass the error here. Okay, and then I'm going to take a finally, and here I'm going to just simply do the following, right? So first I'm going to do a completed, I'm going to increase the counter. So let's say we are having 3 API calls, so every time that first API call succeeded, I'm going to increase the completed by 1, and then I'm going to add the end check that if the completed is equal to total promises, that means if all the promises are already resolved, let's say we have 3 promises, so in that case what we need to do, I'm going to do a resolve, right? So we're going to do resolve, and I'm going to pass the result, as simple as that. So I'm calling the resolve, and then I'm going to pass the result. So this is a very simpler one. Okay, so that's it. And then what we can do simply, so now let's see how it is working, right? So let's save this, and if you notice one thing, it's actually returning a promise here. So now let's go here, and I'm going to let's take some state here maybe. So I'm going to do results set results, this will be use state of empty array, and I'm also going to do loading set loading, and this will be use state of false. And here I want to, let's do one thing, let's take a button, take a div, I'm going to take a class name, the margin top of 5, and I'm going to take a button, and I'm going to do maybe, so I'll do if loading is true, so I'll do loading, or else I'm going to do fetch data, right? And here I'm going to take a on click, and I'll do handle fetch data. So let's create this. All right, so now what I'm going to do simply, so first of all this will be async, and now I'm just going to first make set loading will be what, true, and then I'm just going to create our promises. So I'm going to do promises, and here now I need to create all the promises. So what I can do, right, simply let's create 3 functions outside of it. So I'm going to do const, and I'll simply do fetch products maybe, and here I'm simply going to do return fetch. Let's go here, copy this, and then I'm just going to do dot then, so it'll give me response, and I'm going to pass the response dot JSON, right? And then I'm going to do dot then, this will give me data, and then I'll simply just, for now I'll just do like fetched, then I'll do maybe data dot products dot length products successfully. right? And then if there is any catch, so I'm going to render an error, and then I'm simply going to do a promise dot reject, and I'll do failed to fetch list of products. Okay, they are telling to convert this into async function, which is okay, but for now we are having this. Also you can log the error and whatever. So calling the first, this is our first fetch products. So I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it 2 times, and I'm going to make this one as users. So let's go here and let's go to users. So this will be /users. So this will be users, this will be also users, and fail to fetch list of users, and let's make this one carts. So I believe this will be carts. Alright, so now we have these three promises we can pass where? Here, right? When we are calling. So I'm going to do fetch products, I'm going to do fetch users, and I'm going to do fetch carts, all three. That's it. And now I'm just going to take a try catch, log the error, and in the try I'll simply just going to do const response, and this will be, now I'm going to do await, and I'll do custom Promise.all, and remember we need to pass the promises, and these promises will be all the promises, and I'm going to pass all the promises here. That's it. And now I'm simply going to do set results will be this response. Catch, I think we are logged the error, and let's do one thing, let's do a finally, and I'm going to do set loading will be false. Let's save this, and let's see what is happening. Let's see if I go here, fetch, awesome. And if you go to the results, so let's see what you're getting in the results. So let's click once again, validated and fetched 30 products successfully, right? And this is working fine. Now if you want, you can also render this, but so let's do this one, I think, or else it will be, if you're getting confused, so I just want to do that quickly. So I'll just do a results dot map, so I'll do result, and here let's take a div, so let's take a class name, I'll do flex column and gap of 5, and inside this div, so let's render the if it is, so I'll do result, so if it is result, if you see what you're getting, result dot status, right? So I'll do result dot status if this is fulfilled, so I'm going to do result dot value, or else I'm going to render result dot reason. Save this. Okay, we need to also give a key here, let's give a key. So I'm just going to take an index, pass this. So now let's click here, so refresh this, so you're getting the result, right? Once you're clicking, that time also you can make this as empty, and so if you do reset result as empty array, that should also work, right? So every time you'll click, it will be automatically resetted, see? And if you go here, right, it's calling the API also, click here, so you're getting the all three. So it's like a custom promise.all that you have created, which is actually returning the promises, which will fulfilling all the promises, and then at the end it is resolving the result, right? So with this one is also done. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so next one is very famous, I think I don't have to explain also. So it's like implementing a to-do list. Now although this seems like a very common project, believe me, this is one of the most important questions that you might face in an interview, and doing this one in an interview is completely different scenario, right? There can be possibility that you are not able to also do a to-do list in an interview when you are doing a live machine coding interview, so you have to practice a lot. The catch for this project is we are going to implement to-do list, but for this one you need to use only use reducer to manage the state. Okay, so we are not going to use any use state to manage the core functionality, so we are going to use reducer. So let's start. So the first thing what we are going to do, right, so let's create the very basic structure. So for this one I'm also not going to have lot of CSS, we'll keep the CSS very simpler. So here what I'll do, simply I'll take a class name and let's do a margin top of 5 as usual, and let's do a 6. And here what I'm going to do, right, simply let's take another div, and I'm going to do a class name. I'll do flex is column and gap of 3. Inside this I'm going to take an input, and here I'm going to take a type as text. Placeholder I'm going to give enter your to do here, or let's do enter your task here. Also you're going to have a class name. So for this one I'm going to do a border padding of padding of, let's do only 3, and also I'm going to do a flex 1 rounded and text as small. Okay, save this, and then I'm also going to take a button inside this, sorry, after this, and also I'm going to do this one as add. That's it. Awesome. So now what we're going to do, so this will be a very basic structure. So I'm going to create or take all the states. So how many states we needed? So first we need the main state where we are going to have all the list of to do. So I'm going to do to do list, and this will also give us a dispatch, right? So I'm going to use reducer. I'm going to have my to do reducer that I'm going to create, and initial state I'm going to take this one as empty array. So now let's create this. I'm going to do function, and let's do to do reducer. So this will give me state and action, right? So we'll do state, and also it's going to give me the action. That's it. So now this is the first step we needed. Now we are also going to have another state where we are going to handle the text that we'll be typing here. So I'm going to do this on const. So I'll do text, and I'll do set text, and this will be use state of empty. And now second we are going to just do here, we are going to pass the value which will be text. Also I'm going to do an on change as usual. So I'm going to take an event, I'm going to do set text will be event dot target dot value. That's it. So now, so this is done. So now let's take on click. First we are going to implement the add to do. So I'm going to do add to do, right? So let's copy this, and we'll go here and let's create const add to do. So how we are going to do this one? So first of all we are going to check if the text dot trim, so if there is a space, we are not going to take that because there is no value. So I'm just going to do if the text dot trim, if this is true, that means there is at least one character. So we are going to just call the dispatch, and what we need to pass, so dispatch will take a type. So I'm going to pass a type as add. So we can also create types, right? So you can do like const, let's do const types, and let's say this will have add, which will be add, right? Then you are going to have edit, which will be edit. Then you're going to also have a delete, maybe, right? So we are going to have delete, which will be delete. So now I'm going to pass this one as types dot add, and then we're going to pass the value. So value will be my current text as usual. So this is the value that I'll be typing here. So now I'm going to pass this one as text, which will be my text dot trim. Okay, so now what you're going to do, simply, so inside our to do reducer, because we're going to have multiple cases, I'm not going to explain all of this because these are normal React concepts. If you don't know, you have to first know all of this, right? So here I just need to take accent dot type, and in the value I'll first take the types dot add, right? So if it is add, so what you're going to do, simply, so I'm going to return. So I'm going to return, also in default we are going to return the state. So this is the normal concept. So when I'm going to add here, so first I'm going to do this, I'm going to destructure the existing state, and I'm going to add a unique ID, unique to do a task with ID. So for ID I'm going to use date.now, and here I'm going to pass the text. So the text will be my accent dot text, right? So here I'm going to do action dot text, and here I'm also going to take a done property which will be false, so to mark this one as completed, right? So that we are going to do later. So now let's save this, and now what will happen if I just go here and let's say log this to-do list, see what you're getting. So let's say if I'll do first, let's add here, so we're getting a to-do with ID, text, and the done as false. Awesome. So now you can simply log these to-dos here, right? So let's go here, and I'm going to maybe here after this I'll take a simple eval, I'll take a class name, I'll do a space y of 2, and here I'm simply going to take to-do list dot map. So I'm going to do to-do. So I'm going to simply take a li, so take a key which will be todo.id, and here I'm going to take a class name, so I'll do flex, item as center, gap of 2, I'll do border p of 2, and I'll do rounded. Now here I'm going to take a input, so here I'm going to take a type, let's take this one as checkbox, right? Checked will be to-do dot done, because we already have a property called to-do dot done. If it is false, it will be unchecked. And then on change we are going to implement this one later. So for now let's keep it like this. So we'll be having this one here. Also let's take a margin top of 5. Alright, so here we are going to simply take one more div, and I'm going to take a span, and here I'm going to render to-do dot text. And for this span let's take a class name, so here I'm going to do this one as flex 1, I'll do text as small, and here I'm simply going to check if the okay, we need to take template literals, so I'll check if the to-do dot done, if this is true, so I'm going to do a line through, and also I'm going to do a text gray of maybe 500, or else I'm going to do empty. So save this. So getting the name of this to do. Awesome. And what else we can do? We also need to have 2 more buttons. One will be for edit and one will be for delete. So we can also take some icon also, right? So you can edit icon, and also you can take a trash icon. Okay, we are getting these two. Let's keep this one in a div, and let's take a class name, so do flex and gap of 2, and we can keep this on flex, and we'll do justify between, and also we'll add a width as full here, right? So we are getting, okay, this is coming here, let's remove this. Okay, now it's fine. So we have edit and delete icon. So now what we're going to do simply, so first of all we need to have 2 more state to manage the edit and delete. So the first will be, we need to keep a track of the current edited ID. So for example, let's say if I click on this, I need to store the ID of this element. Also I'm also going to take a class name for this, and I'm going to do a cursor pointer, and let's do the same for this also. So now let's take one more state here. So I'm going to do let's give this one as maybe current edited ID, and set current edited ID, and this will be use state of null, and I'm going to do const current edited text, set current edited text equal to will be use state of empty. So now when I'm going to click on this edit button, so what are we going to do? So I'll simply take on click, and we need to do 2 things, right? So first of all, when I'm going to do this one, so I'm going to do set current edited ID. So here this one, which will be todo dot id, and set current edited text will be todo dot text. Okay. So now on click of this, we are going to get that. Now we need to do one thing. So when I'm going to do a first, and let's say I'm going to add it, right? So on click of this, I want to render a input here instead of this value, right? Also we need to reset this, so that we are going to do later, but first let's render and let's see how we are going to do that. So to do this one, first of all, if you notice, right, we are actually rendering this checkbox here. So after this we are rendering all these diff. So what we can do, we can simply check that if the current edited ID that we have actually set here in the state, if this is same as the current ID. So for example, let's see if I add one more here, let's say second, and add this, and if I click on this, right, this ID, if this ID is same as the current clicked ID, that means this one we are currently editing. I hope you are getting. If I click on this one, so that means this will be our current edited ID. So what I can simply do, we can simply we can simply check here that if the current edited ID is equal to the current ID of that to do, so in that case we are going to do this. So I'm going to do this one, or else I'm going to do this one. So now what will happen here, let me save this. So if you see what will happen, if I click here, nothing is coming because we need to render it here. So inside this div, now I want to render a input, okay, and I want to render a let's add a class name. So I'll do flex1, we'll do border, and I'm going to do padding of 1 maybe, and let's do a rounded, and text I'm going to keep as small, right? And then I'm going to pass the value which will be current edited text, right? And then I'm going to do on change, and I'm going to do event, and I'm going to do set current edited text will be event.target.value, right? So this is done. So now what we're going to do, also we are going to have one more button here that will save. So I'm going to do a button, and I'm going to do save, and here on click of this I'm going to take an on click, and I'm going to do edit to do, right? Or let's do save edit, right? So now let's copy this and let's create this method here. So I'll do save edit. Now let's save this and see what is happening, right? So you're getting this one, right? And now we can also take this one as class name. We'll go here, let's do a flex and gap of 3. So you're getting this one. If I click here, you're getting this one, right? I hope you're getting. So this current one we are editing. So now what we need to do, whenever I'm going to click on this save here, so I need to again pass another type, and I need to edit that, correct? So on click of save edit, so first of all I'll go here and do the following. So I'm going to check first if the current edited text dot trim, if this is true. So I'm going to do the following things. So first I'm going to do a dispatch, and I'm going to pass a type, and the type will be my types dot edit, okay? And so because we need to pass a type, and based on that we are going to do that, right? Here we are going to pass the ID. So can you guess what will be the ID? So ID is nothing but the current edited ID, and text will be current edited text dot trim. That's it. And then once we click on this save, right, we also need to reset the current edited ID. So to do this one, we can simply make set current edited ID will be null, and set current edited text will be empty. So now this is done. So now again we need to create one more for edit. So we'll go here and let's copy this, paste it, and I'm going to do this one for edit, right? So for edit, how we are going to do that? So we need to remove this. So I'm going to do state dot map. I'm going to get the to do, and I can simply check that if the to do dot id is equal to action dot id. Now you might think from where this action dot id is coming. That is because while dispatching from the save edit, we have passed the current id. See, current edited id. So current edited id is set here, right, in our state. So from here we'll be getting the action dot id. So if this is true, that means currently we are actually editing this. So what we can do, we can check here if this is true. So in that case I'm going to destructure the to do that we are having. So here this to do a destructuring, and we need to update the text, and the text will be, again if you go here, we are passing the text, right, action dot text. So we are going to do action dot text, or else this will be the to do. That's it. So now let's save this and let's see if this is working, right? So I'm going to do second is edited. Let's click on save. It's edited, and now I'm going to go here and let's say click edit. So first I'm going to make this one as Sangam, and let's do edit, see it's edited. If you remove this, it's working fine, right? You can add one more, so let's add here, and then let's do third one, edited, and save this, so it's edited. So now with this the edit is also done. Now delete will be very simple. So if you go to the delete one, so you can simply take one click here, and for this one you can directly dispatch from this, right? So you're going to do a dispatch. So I'm going to do a type which will be types dot delete, and then we are going to pass the ID. So based on the ID we are going to delete, so I'll do todo.id, and this one we are going to receive here. So I'm going to create one more, so copy this and create one more, so I'll do this dot delete, and for delete what we're going to do, simply we can filter, right? So I'll do state dot filter, so I'll do todo, and I'm going to do if the todo dot id is not equal to action dot id. That's it, normal concept. So action dot id, again we are passing from here, right? If you go here, so passing from here, not here, from here, action dot id. And if I go here and delete this, it's deleted, right? It's working fine. Also let's do one thing. Once we'll add this one, right? We need to reset that. Once we'll add this one, we need to reset that. So to reset this one, we can make the set text as empty again. So I'm going to do set text as empty again. So save this. And you see if I add a new one, right? New one added, and add, so it's resetted, and new one is also added here, right? So you can also edit, save this, and now on click of enter, if you want to do that, how you're going to do that, can you guess? So what you can do, right? If you go to input, here you need to take a on key down, okay? And here what will happen, so this will give you the event, and then you can simply check. Remember, we have already done this on multiple times. If the event dot key is enter, so you're going to call the add to do, right? And the same thing you can do for the edit also. So you can copy this, and here you are doing the save edit, right? So here also you can pass this. If this enter, then you are going to call the save edit, and if you save this, now see what will happen. If I try to do, let's say, remove this and hit enter, see it's edited. If I go here, let's say fifth one, I'll not click on this add, but I'll just click enter, see fifth one is added, right? So on key down also we have added. So edit, delete is done. So now we need to do one more, that is to toggle this. And to do this one, first of all we are going to add one more. So I'm going to do a toggle, and this will be toggle. So we need to go to that checkbox that we have rendered, right? So let's go here. So where we are having that, okay, at the end we need to go. I think we have used in which place, so we are having here, right? So we are having that checkbox. So here I'm simply going to do a on change, and for on change we are going to, again we'll do a dispatch. So I'm going to do a type will be types dot toggle, and I'm going to pass the ID will be todo dot id. So now let's go here and let's add one more. So I'm going to add one more, which will be types dot toggle. So for toggle it will be very simple. You just need to toggle that done, right? So what you can do, so here I'm just going to do again the same thing, that we are going to map this. So let's copy from here. So we're going to map this, and we check if the id is equal to action.id. So we're going to destructure this to do, and the done, so done will be what, not equal to, sorry, this will be not equal to todo dot done, and that's it. So we are toggling, and if I go here and let's say if I select this, see, right, unselect, and this is working fine. So with this we have completed a complete to-do project, but we have used the reducer to manage the core functionality, and try to practice multiple times. This question is asked in, I'll give you the company's name, and this is not fake or anything. You can search on Google and go to lead code and search Adobe Google. Then there is a company called Trilio. They almost use they almost ask this question in every candidate, almost every time, okay? And so many other companies. So very important, not Google, yeah, Amazon. Google usually don't ask all these questions. They usually ask DS algo, but other companies like Microsoft, Amazon, Adobe, Twilio, they usually ask this to-do list and everything. So don't take this one as a light, because doing an interview is completely different thing, right? So you have to practice a lot. So this is done. Now let's move on to the next one. So let's implement another very interesting project, that is sequential progress bar. So we are going to have multiple progress bar, and there will be a play and pause button, or reset button, not pause button, reset button. So on click of play, we are going to start all the progress bar, and once the first one will complete, then the second one will be in progress, and it will continue how many progress bars you are having. Okay, so let's how we are going to do that. The first thing, again, when in interview, you need to ask that how many bars you are having, all the requirements, right? So I'm not going into those details. I already mentioned multiple times while discussing, right? First thing, in this one, I'm going to take a bar count. So I'll do a bar count. I'll take this one as maybe let's say 5, or let's do 4. Okay, so this many number of progress bars I'll be having. Okay, first let's create the very basic structure. So I'm going to take a div. I'll do a class name. I'll do margin top of 5, and inside this I'm just going to also let's do one thing. Let's take a state here. So I'm going to do a const, and I'm going to do a progress values maybe, and I'll do set progress values, and this will be use state. So I'm going to do array. You're going to pass the bar count, and I'll just simply do a fill with 0. Okay, now let's create the structure first. So I'm going to just do here progress values dot map. So I'm going to take the progress item and the index. So here let's take a div. So key will be, I'm going to give index, and also I'm going to take a class name. So for this one I'm going to do a space y of 2, and here I'm going to take one more div. For this one I'm going to take a class name. I'll do flex justify between and text as small. Inside this I'm going to take a span, and I'm going to do a step, and let's do a index plus 1. Okay, also let's do a space y of 6, or maybe more 8, p of 4, right? And for this one let's do a class name font bold. Now after this I'm going to take a span, and here also we need to take one more state which will handle, so each and every step will have a progress bar, right? So I need to track the current progress bar. So for example, I'll start with the first one. So first one will be in progress, so that time that will be active. Once that will complete, it will come to step 2, so that time the step 2 bar will be active. I hope you're getting. So we need to keep a track of the current active. So I'm going to do an active bar index and set active bar index, and I'll do a use state of null. Okay, also we are going to check one more, which will be is running, set is running, and this will be use state of false. So here how we are going to do it, right? So for this one, in this span I'm going to render, let's render a function. I'll do get bar status. I'll do get current bar status, and I'm going to pass the index. So in this one, let's create this. So I'll do const get current bar and to get current index. So first of all, I'm going to check if the active bar index is null, which will be initially. So I'm going to return pending. That means it's not started. Okay, then I'm going to do if active bar, let's do like this. So if I'll check if the current index, so to get current index, if less than the active bar index, that means what? It's already completed, right? So let's say current index is 0 and active bar index is 1, that means the first one is already completed. So I'm going to return completed, or let's do complete, maybe completed. and then I'm going to do if the get current index is equal to active bar index, that means it's in progress, right? So I'm going to do in progress, else I'm going to return pending. So here these we are going to render, and now I'm going to take a class name here. Okay, so do class name. So here I'm going to simply check if the active bar index is equal to current index. So I'm just going to do here, let's do a text blue, maybe 600, or let's do 500, and I'm also going to do a font of medium. Or else if the index is less than the active bar index, or it is less than 0, so I'm going to do this one as text green 500, that means it's already completed. Or else if it is pending, so I'm going to do text muted foreground. Okay, so we're getting pending for all, which makes sense. And then after this I'm going to take a progress, so I'll install this on progress. Now here what I can do, simply we are going to pass the value, so value will be the progress item, and here I'm going to pass the class name. So class name I'm going to do height of 2, and I'm going to just do here, we need to take a template literals here. So I'll do if active bar index is equal to current index. So here I'm going to do bg blue 100, or else I'm going to do as empty. Okay, I think progress have installed, but why it's not coming? It should come, right? I think it's loading. Let me just reload. Okay, I'll just restart. So let's see what is happening. Sometimes this will happen, like it's not reloaded and you will not going the result, proper result. See, still it's loading. See, now we got right. Awesome. So this is done, and then I'm going to, once this is done, right, so after this I'm going to take a div, I'm going to take a class name margin top of 6, and I'll simply make this one as flex, and I'll do justify between, and let's take 2 button, right? Simply take button. So one will be to reset and one will be to start sequence. I'll do start sequence. Awesome. So now we are going to first work on the start sequence, right? So I'm going to do this one as on click, and I'm going to do handle start sequence QUNC, and I'm going to do a disabled. So when it will be disabled, when the is running will be true. So now let's start working on this handle start sequence, right? So first thing what you're going to do here, so I'm going to create this handle start sequence. So first I'm going to reset all the bars. So I'm going to do set progress values will be array of bar count, and I'm going to do a fill of 0. So I'm going to resetting everything first time when I'm going to do a start sequence. I'm going to make the set active bar index will be 0. So every time I'll start, it should start from the first bar, and then I'm also going to do set running will be true. Set is running will be true. Okay, so this is the first step. And for reset, so let's create one more. So I'm going to do handle reset sequence, and here I'm just going to do const handle reset sequence, and here I'm going to do set is running will be false. Also we are going to do set active bar index will be null, and also I'm going to do the reset. So do set progress values will be array of bar count dot fill with 0. So this is the two things we needed. Now what we are going to do right now, we need to start working on the main structure. So when it will be running, so for example, let's say if I do start sequence, right, see it's started here, but not moving or anything, nothing is happening. So that means whenever we are going to start it, we need to do something so that the progress will start. It will continue. Once it is progress, it will so continue, it will move to the next bar, right? So that we need to do. To do this, we need a side effect, right? So we are going to take a let's take a use effect, right? So we're going to take a use effect, and now we are going to keep couple of dependency here. So first dependency will be if it is running. We also need the active bar index as a dependency, and we need the progress values, all of this. So first edge case. So edge case will be if it is not running, right? Or if the active bar is already null, or if the active bar index is greater than or equal bar count, very important, we are going to return, right? This is the edge case. Now what we are going to do simply, so we're going to get the current progress, that means which one is the currently in progress. So I'm going to do const current progress, and this will be progress values of what? Active bar index, right? So that means when I'm going to start with the first one, the progress bar of 0th, it will give me that. So it will give me the current progress. Now what I'm going to do simply, so I'll simply check if the current progress is greater or equal 100 already. So that means if the current bar already reached 100%, we are going to move to the next bar, or stop if it is the last one, because for last one we don't have anything else after it, right? So we need to stop it, but for rest of the three we need to move it, remember? So now these things are very important. So it's already greater than 100, so we're going to check if the active bar index is less than bar count -1. So what we're going to do, we are going to go to the next bar. So I'll do set active bar index will be active bar index +1. So what I'm trying to say, if I'm completing this one, right, I'm in the 0th index, I'm not in the last one, so I'm going to move this one to step 2, but I'm already in the step 4. There is nothing I can do here after this, right? So in that case, what I'm going to do simply, so I'm going to do this one, else when it will be in the last bar, so I'm going to do set is running will be false, and set active bar index will be null. I hope you're getting, right? And then we are going to return. That's it. So now this is one case we need to handle. Now we need to incrementally progress, right? We need to increase all of this with a timer. So how we are going to do that? Maybe in every 100 milliseconds we are going to increase this one, and to do this we are going to take a timer. So I'm going to do a timer, and this will give me a set timeout, and I'm going to take 100 only. And now I'm going to simply do const new progress values will be the progress values, and I'm going to do new progress value of that current active index will be, I'm going to do a math.minimum, and I'm going to increase by 5. So every 100 millisecond I'm going to increase the progress, current progress by 5, right? And this current progress will be getting from here, because on first time it will be always reset to 0. So every 100 millisecond it will become 5, then 10, then 15, 20, 25, like that. Every time I'm increasing that. And then I'm also going to give this one as 100, so it will take the minimum. And now what I'm going to do, I'll do set progress values will be new progress values. That's it. And then return. I hope we already know what we need to do. We're going to do a clear timeout, and we're going to pass the timer. Alright, so let's see what is happening. So let's go here and refresh this. So it should start. Alright, started, and let's move to the next. Completed. Once it will go at the 4th, right, it's automatically resetted, and we should be seeing the pending again, and you can start again. Also, if I go completed and let's say I'll click on reset in between, it should be resetted. Awesome. So I think this is working fine. So this is all about this particular project. Now I will say, like, you will not get these kind of queries in interview. There is a very less chance, but it's always better to practice multiple variants of questions, right? So with this is done. So now let's move on to the next. Alright, so next one we are going to implement a sticky sidebar component. Okay, so let's quickly do that. So first let's create, so first of all we need a couple of only one state for now. So first we are going to take a state to check if it is already sticky or not, right? So I'm going to do is sticky, and this will be use state of, and I'm going to make this one as false. Also, we are going to take a couple of refs that will actually help us to track the DOM elements for the header and the sidebar. So I'm going to take a header ref, and this will be use ref of null, and I'm also going to take one more for the sidebar ref. This will be use ref of null. Now what we're going to do simply, so we'll go here and let's do one thing. Let's take a div, and here I'm just going to take a class name. So we'll do a bg blue, let's make 600. Text I'm going to do white, padding of 4, and inside this I'm going to take a h1 and let's make this one as site header maybe, right? And now here I'm just also going to do a class name of text 3xl. Let's take a margin top of 6. Now here, let's suppose this is your side not headward, like header, which usually will be having on this page, on this section, right? So for now, consider this is your header. So now for this header, I'm going to pass a ref, which will be my header ref. So this is the first step. Now here what I'm going to do simply is, after this I'm going to take a div. I'm going to take a class name. I'll make this one as flex, and inside this I'm going to take one more div. I'll take a class name. I'll do width as 1/4, and I'm going to make this one as relative. Inside this I'm going to take one more div. Okay, too many divs we are having. Okay, this inner div I'm going to take a ref. This will be my sidebar ref, and here I'm going to take a class name. So I'm going to simply do a bg of bg gray 100. I'm going to do a padding of 5, and I'm going to simply check if it is sticky. So I'm going to make this one as fixed, and I'll do a top of 0, and here or else I'm going to do this one as empty, or this will be empty. Okay, and also I'm going to take a style. So for this one I'm going to do a height, and I'm going to take a calculate. Let's do 100 vh, and here I'm going to do a -20 px. That's it. And also let's do one thing. What I can do, right? Let's wrap all of this inside another div, and for the parent div I'm going to do a class name. Let's do a mean height of 150 vh. So now inside this I'm going to take a h2, and this will be my sidebar. Let's take a class name. So I'll do text xl, font semi-bold. See, here we are having this. And now after this I'm going to take a nav. So now I'm going to take a ul, and let's do a class name of space y of 3, and after this I'm just going to take array, and let's take some menu items, right? So we'll do dashboard. I'll have some profile, I'll have some settings, I'll have some products, and also I'll have some users. And now I'm going to do a map, and here what I'll do simply, so I'm going to return a li. So my key will be item. In interview, right, they will not see all of these, right? How much CSS and everything you are doing. They just want to see whether the main functionality is working or not, which in this case is the sticky sidebar part, right? The main focus will be on that only. This is how it will work. And here inside this I'm going to just take an anchor, and we're going to just render the item, right? And let's do a class name as block, and href I'm just going to give a has. Okay, this is fine. So now I think this part is done. So sidebar is completed. So after this we're going to have a main section. So here I'm going to just take a class name, and I'm going to do width as 3/4 and padding of 5, and I'm going to take h2. Let's make padding of 6, and here I'm going to do a main content, and let's do a For this one I'll do what class name, I'll do text to Excel, font bold, margin bottom of 4. Okay, we are having here, that means some place we are doing wrong. See, we need to do it outside of it, so we need to cut it from here, we need to do it outside of this, so here we need to do it. So having main content. So now what we're going to do, right, so after this I'm going to create a dynamic content. So I'll do array dot from, I'm going to do a length of maybe 10, I'll do a map, and I'm going to do index, and let's return a h3, and I'm just going to do a class name. I'll do text Excel, font medium, and margin bottom of 2. Okay, and let's make this one as 100. So now let's save this, and here I'm just going to render section, and I'll do index plus 1. So you can see that we are getting this. So now this part is run. So now we are going to create a effect which will handle the scroll event for making the sidebar sticky. So now I'm going to take use effect, and let's take empty dependency. The first thing what we're going to do, we're going to create a handle scroll function. So here first of all I'm going to do if the header ref dot current is not present, so I'm going to return, or else I'm going to take the header bottom, and to get the header bottom we are going to simply do header ref dot current, and this will give me the get bounding client rect, and here I'm going to get the bottom. And if you just log this, right, so we'll do bottom, and I'm going to just log this, and let's see what you're getting, header bottom. And to call this, so simply you can call this window dot add event listener. The on scroll we are going to call this, so I'm going to do handle scroll. We're also going to call this initial time to mount once the component will mount, so I'm going to call it outside, and also I'm going to call it on return when it will clean up. So I'll do window dot remove event listener scroll, and I'm going to call the handle scroll. Alright, so now let's go there, and I'm going to refresh this, and let's see. Okay, I think you can see it's already sticky, right, but it's not coming the full height. Why is that? Oh, this is the problem. So there should be space in between. So now it's already coming, right? So refresh this, and you can see that it's completely sticky, right? Awesome. And you can see this part is sticky, right? So with this, this is also completed. Now I'll give you homework for this particular project. So the homework is, you can see that we have the sidebar ref, right? So what you need to do, right, you need to create one more effect here that will update the sidebar with when the window will be resized, right? Window is resized, so you're going to automatically increase or decrease the width when we are going to resize this window. Try to see if you are able to do it or not. Okay, so this is the homework for this particular project. So with this is also done. Now let's move on to the next one. Hey everyone, let's implement another, I'll say, very interesting project. This is like password strength check, right? So this will be seen in almost all the websites. So whenever user going to type any password, or let's say they're creating a new account, we are going to show some kind of message, right, that if the password is weak, or it's okay, or it's a strong password. So the same thing we are going to implement. Now here the first thing what we are going to do simply, so we are going to first take couple of state. So I'm going to take first to store the password, and I'll do set password, and this will be use state of empty. I'm also going to take another one to check the strength, or let's do power. Okay, I know it's funny, but you can do strength also, but I'll do power, and I'll use state of 0. So it will be normally 0 to 100. Alright, and also I'm also going to take another one which will give us the feedback, and I'll do set feedback, and this will be used straight off empty. So now let's create the structure first. So here first I'll be having a div. I'm going to take a class name. I'll do margin top of 5, and here I'm simply going to take a div. I'll do a class name of space y of 2, and I'm going to take a label, and I'll do password, and I'm going to give a HTML for, and this will be password. So here I'm going to take input, and I'm going to take an ID which will be password, type, this will be password definitely. Then I'm also going to have a value which will be password, and I'm also going to take an onChange, again same repeating thing, right, again and again. So do event, let's do only event. So I'll do set password will be event.target.value, and I'm also going to take a placeholder which will be enter your password here. Okay, awesome. So now next thing, when we are going to type, that time we are going to do a couple of things, right? So first thing, we need to take a effect, right? So every time I'm going to type anything, that time I need to check the power or the strength. So we need definitely we need a use effect, and I'm going to give the password as a dependency, because when the password value will change, we need to calculate password power, and here we are going to pass the password as a input. Now let's create this. So I'm going to do function calculate, and then I'll do password, and here whatever, let's make this one as arrow function, because we're using arrow function throughout, right? So first thing, if password is not present, so I'm going to do set power will be 0, set feedback will be empty, and I'm going to return. Nothing to explain, very simple. Then I'm going to create a variable which will check the score, and also I'm going to take another array which will give us feedback items. So now we are going to check, first of all, I'm going to check the length. What is the length of that particular password? And for each and every step, I'm going to add some points. Okay, so for this one, this will have 10 points. For if you have numbers, you're going to have 10 more points. If you are having special characters, you are going to have more points, something like that. So I'm going to do first length score. So for length score, I'll do a math.minimum, and here I'm going to check 25, comma, and here I'm going to do math.floor. I'm going to check the length of that password. So I'll do password.length into 2.5, and here I'm going to get that score, right? So I'm going to do score plus equal to will be this length score, right? So this will give me max 25 points. Why? Because we're using minimum, so max will be 25 and the rest will be, it will automatically take from here, right? Now this will automatically add 25 points, and then I'm going to check for numbers. So I'll do check for numbers. So I'm going to do const has numbers. Now here I will be using regex, and in interview also you can ask them to check regex and they will definitely going to allow. Okay, and I'm going to do a test, and I'm going to pass the password, and I'm going to do if has numbers. So I'm going to do another, I'm going to add one more 25 plus points, right? And then I'm going to do a feedback items dot push. I'm going to do password contains numbers. Next I'm going to check if there is a lowercase letters or not, right? So I'll do let's copy this. So I'll do has lowercase, and here we're going to do, let's remove this. So we'll check A to Z, and then I'm going to do test password. So if has lowercase, so I'm going to add a 15 points, and I'm going to do password contents lowercase letters. Then I'm going to do uppercase, right? So we'll copy this, remove this. So we'll do has uppercase. So for this one, this will just be capital dot test dot password, and if there is uppercase, so I'm going to add plus and then do uppercase characters, right? And also I'm going to check if there is any special character, so I'm going to add 20 points for that. So I'm going to copy this, so I'll do has special characters. So to check special characters, we need to give where is that, I always forget that. We need to check this, and so this will check if there is not no, so this will actually tell us that if that is not a number, not uppercase, not lowercase, or if it is not number, that means it's a special character, right? So I'm going to check dot test dot password. So if it has special characters, so I'm going to add maybe a 20 points, and I'm going to do contents special characters. Okay, so now this will add all of this, and in the final I'm going to do a score will be math dot minimum. So it will take the minimum 100, max 100 will be max, and then I'm going to take the score, the current score. That's it. And then at the end I'm going to do set power will be this score. Awesome. So I think this is done. So then at the end I'm going to do something like this. If the score is less, let's say less than 25, I'm going to do set feedback will be weak password, else if score is less than, let's say 60 maybe, so I'm going to do moderate, else I'm going to copy this if it is less than 80, so I'm going to do strong, and at the end I'm going to do else very strong, right? So remove this, so do very strong password. That's it. So I think this is done. So now let's log here score, now power and feedback, and we'll see what is happening. So we're getting 27, 30. Okay, if I just do a weak password, add one more weak, still weak, moderate, and now I'm going to add a special character. See, we're getting very strong password. Awesome. Now you can tweak it multiple ways. I'm just showcasing, right? It's up to you how you are going to handle. So you can manage all of this logic. Like there are a number of ways you can do that. And to render this, what you can do simply, so after this I'm going to check if password is true. So I'm going to do a div. So I'm going to class name, I'll do space y of 2, and also I'm going to just render another div. Let's do a class name, so I'll do flex justify between, and here I'm going to take a span, so I'll do strength, and I'm going to render the power, or not power, and this will be that value. Okay, and I think this is done. So now let's save this and let's see what you're getting. Also let's give a margin top of 10. So let's type. Okay, also let's do one thing, let's render another p here, and I'm going to render the feedback also. So you're getting weak password, type, and I'll give some number, moderate, I'll give some special characters, then I'll give one more, very strong. So if I remove this, it's updating, right? And it's working fine. Now if you see, we haven't done that much style and everything, which is absolutely fine. The main idea is that whether you are able to do this or not. Again, I'm repeating, if you are stuck in some place in interview, please feel free to ask your interviewer that I need to check some of the regex pattern which I'm not able to recollect. 100% they will say that okay, you can check. If they're not telling, that means I don't know what is the problem with them. But usually, normally in interview, your interviewer will allow you to see all of this, because no people can memorize all of this, right, in an interview. So feel free to ask, and these things are not an issue if you're stuck in some place. I definitely, whenever give an interview or anything, right, if I'm not able to recollect any regex, I'll just directly tell them that okay, if I'm using any regex or anything, I'll not be able to recollect, so I'll be checking the official documentation, is that allowed or not. So they will say yes. So with this is done. Now let's move on to the next one. Hey everyone, let's implement another very simple yet very important question. That is, we're going to implement a GroupBy utility. So what we're going to do, right? So I have actually created a config. So in interview also, you are most probably going to get some like object, something like this. So where we are going to do what? So we're going to, let's say, group by, for example, by category. Let's say we are having electronics here, and we're going to implement a group by utility based on certain keys. Now in interview, these can actually differ. So what differs, I mean, like the requirement might be differ. What we are doing here, let's say you're not going to get the exact question in interview, so you're going to get something else. So based on that, you need to implement the following thing. So let's say how we are going to do that. And just to mention that we are going to use this particular array objects as our data. So first what I'm going to do, right, so let's create this will be very simple one. So I'm just going to create a let's do grouped products, because we are working with products, so that's why I'm taking this one as a products. So I'll do set grouped products, and this will be use state of empty object. And here what I'm going to do simply, so here I'm going to again take a div. Let's take a class name, and I'll do margin top of 5. And here what you're going to do simply, so first let's do one thing. Let's take a use effect, and I'm going to just take empty dependency, and then I'm just going to do const result, and I'm going to create a group by utility. Okay, and here I'm going to pass the products. So this will be not products, I think. Let me check what is the name I've given, group by products. So I'm going to do group by products, and now here we need to pass the key. Now this is the important part that I was talking about, right? So currently we are actually doing the group by based on this category key. Now this category key can depends, right? So whatever we are going to pass here, based on that group by function should automatically group it. So that is the main idea here. So I'm going to pass as a category. So based on the category, I want to group it, and then what will happen? So I'll just get the set grouped products will be this result, as simple as that. So now I'm going to create this function. So let's do function const, I'll do group by, this will give me the array and the key, two things I'm going to receive. And here I'll simply do return array dot reduce. I'm going to use reduce. Now again, if you don't know how reduce work, then these things is not going to help you, and I'm not going to explain all of this in this video, right? So in case you don't know, let's say you forget, so I will highly suggest go to official doc and check how this will work, or you watch some YouTube video and then you can come back here. Okay, or else these things will be very tricky to understand. So I'm going to get the result, and this will give me the current value, right? And now what I'm going to simply do, so simply first I'll get the key, right? So I'll do const, and I'll do group key, and this key will be my current value that I'm having of that particular key, which is the category here, right? So this will be the key, right? And here I'm just going to do that if the group is already exist, so I'm going to push the current item to the group. So how we are going to do that? So I'm going to check if not equal to result. So this result that I'm having, if this not present this particular group key, so I will push result of that group key, and I'm going to make this one as empty array. And then what will happen, I'll simply just do result of that group key dot push, and then I'm going to push the current value, and then we are going to simply return the result. and here we are going to take initial value because we are using reduce, right? And I'm going to take the initial value as empty object. So that is the reason I'm mentioning that if you're not able to understand this is nothing but this is simple array reduce concept, right? What we have done so far here. So first we are getting the group key, which is we are taking from the current value, and based on the key, right? So here will give me the category, and then I'm going to check if this group key of that result, it is not present in this result. So I'm just going to do result. Also I think we have already taken this result, and then I'm going to set this one to empty array, and then I'm just going to push that my current value into that result of that group key and return the result. That's it. And now let's save this, and now let's see what you're getting in this result, right? So I'm going to log this result here. Refresh this, and you can see we're getting electronics 2, clothing 2, home appliance 2, or whatever. And if I go here and add, let's say something like shirts, and let's see what we're getting, right? Let's do 100, save this, refresh this. Now you're getting shirts 1, automatically it will group, right, based on that. So this will be my key, and I'm actually pushing all the object related to that category that comes is these shirts or clothing or electronics or this. So that's it. So now this will give me in keys format I just showed, right? So what we can do simply here, I'm just going to take an object dot keys of that grouped products, and then I'm simply going to do map. So this will give me the category item. Category item is nothing but, so what I'm trying to say here, if I go to console, right? So this will give me the keys, right? So this will be my keys, the category. So I'm going to get the category item, and here I'll just want to render a div, and I'm going to give a key which will be my category item, and here I'm simply going to render the h3, and I'll render the category item here. And now I'm simply going to do a eval, and here I'll simply do grouped products of that category item, and I'm going to do map. This will give me item, and here I'll simply take a li, I'll take a key. So in the key, what I can do is simply take, let's see if I expand, I can take this id as a key. So I'm going to take the item.id, and here I'll simply, let's render the item dot maybe name. That's it. And if I save this, so you're getting certs, and you can see that we are getting certs here, electronics, so you're getting all the electronics. If you want, you can give, so I'll give a class name, and I'll do font bold so that it will differentiate. So you're getting certs. For electronics, we are having these two. For clothing, we are having these two. For home appliance, we are having these two, right? So how many, doesn't matter how many you're adding, it will automatically group it based on that particular key. The important part here is that based on which key you want to group and how you're going to do it. So here we are just simply applying the reduce functionality. Now in interview, I already mentioned it, it's not like you're going to get like UI that you need to implement UI, but you just have to implement this function, right? I hope you're getting. So what will happen, they will give this array of objects, and they'll tell that, okay, now implement a group by functionality where you need to group it based on this category. So in that case, you don't have to implement all of this UI. This UI is just to showcase here, right? You have to implement this functionality main or the function here. If you're able to do it, this rendering is nothing, right? You're just mapping it and rendering it here. That's it. So with this is done. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so let's implement another very interesting project. This is called, I've given name as resizable panel or split layout. So what I mean by this, so if you go to the VS Code, right, if you see, this is actually a resizable panel, right? It's a split layout. So something like this we are going to implement. So let's do one thing. For this one, right, we are going to have couple of states. So the first thing I'm going to take, the first step, which will be to control the width of the left panel. Okay, so here I'm just going to take a const, and I'm going to do left width, and I'll do set left width, and this will be use state of, let's make this one 50. Okay, next we need to do. So what will happen if I go here, and if you notice that when I'm coming here, I'm able to do a drag here. So it's kind of like we are dragging, right? So we need to understand or track it whether the user is currently dragging the divider or not. So this is our divider, right? So this line, whether this user is dragging. So if I'm doing this, that means I'm currently dragging. So this part I need to track. So here I'm just going to do const, and I'll do is dragging, set is dragging. Okay, and this will be use state of false, right? And I'm also going to take a container ref, which will be our main container, and this will be use ref of null. Now let's create the structure. So first here I'm going to take a main div. I'm going to do a class name as usual, margin top of 6, and here I'm going to take a ref, which will be my container ref, and here also we'll take a width as full. I'll do flex. I'm going to do height as 400 px. I'll do border and margin top of 10, right? I think we have taken this. Let's do margin top of 10. Now here also I'm going to take a style property, and I want to take here a cursor, and I'll do if the is dragging is true. So I'll make this one as column, sorry, so I'll do column resize, or else I'm going to do this one as default. Now inside this, first I'm going to render the left panel. So I'll take a div, and here I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do bg gray 200. I'm going to do padding of maybe 3, and let's do overflow as auto. And inside this also very important, in the style I'm going to take the width as left width, which is this width that we are having. Now here I'm going to take a p, and I'm going to render left panel, and here I'm going to take a class name. So let's do a text as small, font medium. What else? I think this is fine. I'll do margin bottom of 2. So we're getting left panel. So now what else we need to do? I think we have done some mistake. We need to take this one as %, right? Left with %. Now it's coming. Okay, so we're having left with, and then I'm also going to take or create a dummy data. So I'm going to do array of 10 dot map, and let's do a I, and here I'll simply take a div, and I'm going to do maybe left item, and let's do I plus 1, and let's take a key as I, and class name as text as small, bg white, border, padding of 2, margin bottom of 1, and I'll do rounded. So let's refresh this. Okay, why are you not getting anything? Left item bg. Okay, let's see what is happening here. See, I have kept all these inside this, man. This will be here, no? Okay, now something we have done wrong again. I for sure save this. See, now we got right. Okay, so now we are getting this. So now after this, we need to take the divider. So I'm going to take a div. So I'll do a class name. So I'll do a width of 1. I'll do a bg gray of maybe 500, and I'm going to do a hover bg blue of 500, and here also I'm going to check if it is dragging. So I'm going to do bg blue of 400, or else I'm going to do a empty, right? So we are having this, you see. on hover we are getting this, right? Both are different. So this is our panel, this blue color is coming. So this is done, and now we are going to do a right panel, right? So what you can do, simply you can copy this, paste it. So this will be right panel, so we're going to keep the same. So what will be width will be 100% minus left width, right? Automatically it will take. So here what we can do, simply, so we're going to do 100% minus, and here we're going to do left width, and this will be percent, and this will be my right panel. Here also we're going to do the same thing, and let's make this one as right item. Save this, and we're getting right panel. Awesome, that's it. So now I think this is done. So how we are going to implement, right? So the first thing what we need to do, simply we are going to have on this divider that we are having. So whenever I'm going to hover, right, you see this part. So here I'm going to take on mouse down event, and I'm going to implement a handle mouse down. So copy this, and let's go to the top, and I'm going to do const handle mouse down. This will give me event. So first thing I'm going to do a event.prevent default, and I'm going to make set is dragging will be true. So now I'm making this one as true. Okay, so once I'll hover here, this will be, see, you're getting this, right, this part. So once this is done, now we can take a use effect, and we need to keep the is dragging as a dependency. So I'll do use effect, and I'm going to keep the is dragging as a dependency. So the first thing, we need to create a event where we are going to handle that whenever the mouse will move and the dragging is active both the time. So we need to do a couple of things, right? So we need to resize the width and everything for the left and the right panel. So for this one, I'm going to create a handle mouse move, which will give me an event, and let's take only E for this one. Okay, and this one we are going to simply do if is dragging is false, right, and if the current container ref is not present, as usual we are going to return. Now I'm going to take the current container ref, so I'm going to do const container. This will be container ref dot current. So this will give me the current container, right, which is this one. And now here what I'm going to do, so first thing, quite a few things we need to do here. So first we need to get the size and the position of the container that is relative to the viewport. So how we are going to do that? So we are going to use the get bounding client rect, right? So that will give us the offset and also the total width that we need to calculate whenever we are going to move the mouse within the container. And to do this, first I'm going to do const, and I'll do container rect, and this will be container dot get bounding client rect. Now I'm just going to do, so first I'll do const, and I'll do new left width, and before that let's do one thing. I am going to log a couple of things. So first I'm going to do e dot client x. I'm also going to log the container rect. I'm also going to log the container rect dot left, and also I'm going to do container rect dot width, right? So all the things I'm going to log. So this will be when the mouse will move and when the mouse will up. So that time what we need to do, so if I remove, or let's say if I'm not moving the mouse, I need to stop the dragging. So for example, let's say if I click here, right, and if I'm moving that time, so this time I need to give this one as true. The moment I'll move or up the mouse, that time I need to again stop the dragging. So for this one I'm going to do const handle mouse up, and here I'm just going to make what, so I'll do set is dragging will be false. So now we need to use all of this in a inode event. So first thing what I'm going to do, simply here, so I'll do if is dragging is true, so I'll do document dot add event listener. So I'm going to do mouse move, and here I'm going to do handle mouse move. Also I'm going to do document dot add event listener when the mouse will up, or already mentioned it. So mouse up, I'm going to do handle mouse up, and in return we are going to remove both. So copy this, and this will be remove, and this will be remove, right? So if I save this, and we'll see what you're getting in this. Refresh this. See, you're getting all the values. So if you go to the get bounding client rect, here you're getting the bottom, the height of that container, left side, right, top, width, x and y, all the things, right? So now we are getting the current client x, container rect, container left and container width. So what we need to do, right, we need to calculate the new width of the left panel based on the mouse X position, right? So let's say I'm going to move this one on the left side, so that time we need to automatically adjust the width, right? And to do this, what we're going to do simply, so I'm going to do const new left width, and this will be, so we're going to do e dot client x, and I'm going to do minus container rect dot current left, and this I'm going to divide by container rect dot width, and this will be multiplied by 100. So this will give me the new left width, and then I'm going to get the, I'm going to create a clamped width. So clamp value I'm going to keep between both the panels from 20 to 80%, something like that. And so for this one I'm going to do a clamped width, and this will be, I'm going to do math dot min, and I'll do math dot max. So I'm going to keep the new left width, this will be width comma 20, so this will take the max will be 20, and then I'm going to keep the 80. So max, so minimum it will take from 20 to 80, right? And now what I'll do simply, so I'm going to do set left width will be clamped width. That's it. So now let's remove this, save it, and now if you go here, right, so if I remove this, you can see you're able to move right here, so automatically it will work. See, it's working fine. So the main idea is that, again, this part you need to understand the calculation. Again, all of this, if you're not able to understand all of this, let's say if you forget, so you can ask them for your reference in interview that I'm not able to recollect this, I need to check the property. So there is always chance, I'm repeating multiple times, always chance that in interview, interviewer will give you allow access to check the official documentation. You can go to the React or whatever you're doing and check the official documentation, but they will not allow you to go for Stack Overflow and directly see the solution. Okay, so this is how we are going to implement this, right? So with this is also completed. Now let's move on to the next one. All right, so moving to the next one, so next we are going to implement a horizontal scroll menu component. So in YouTube you will be basically seeing this on the top, so there will be tab and you'll be able to scroll it on click of like icons, or you can also scroll it horizontally, right? So that we are going to implement. So for this one I already created some menu items. These menu items we are going to use. So let's get started, right? So first I'm going to take a div, and let's take a class name, and I'm going to give margin top of 5, and inside this, so first of all we are going to let's do one thing, or let's take this one as a card component, and for this one I'm also going to take a padding of 4. Inside this let's take a div, and I'm going to take a class name of relative, and here I'm also going to take so we are going to have a left button or left scroll icon, then we are going to have the main content. So let's say we are going to have the left icon, then main content here, and then the right side on the right icon. So for now we are going to create these icons later. So first let's create the scrollable tab list. So I'm going to have a div, and here let's give a class name. So also let's do one thing, let's wrap this one inside card content. So here for this one I'm also going to take a flex, we'll do overflow x auto, I'll do scroll bar, there will be not scroll bar, I think let's remove this, I think that is already fine, py of 2 and px of 1, and then you also need a ref for this particular div. So I'm going to do scroll container ref. So let's create this So I'm going to do const, this will be equal to use ref of. So for this one, let's make this one as null as initial value. Okay, so now after this, what we're going to do simply, so here I'm going to render all the menu icons. So let's do horizontal menu items dot map. So I'm going to take the item, and here let's take a button, and inside this I'm going to render the icon. And for this button, let's take a key as item. We're going to let's do this one as variant. So for variant, I'm going to make this one as, for now let's do default, or let's do outline, and also I'm going to give a class name. So here I'm going to do a white space no wrap. I'll do rounded as full. I'll do text as small, height of 9, px of 4, and also I think for now this is fine. Let's take a bg muted divided by 50, and on hover I'm going to give a bg muted. So let's save this, and you can see that we are getting this, which is fine. Now what we're going to do simply, so after this we are also going to render the left and right icon, right? So for that we need to manage some kind of state here. So how many states we need? So first we need a active tab, so where we are going to track the currently active tab. Okay, so I'm going to take active tab, and let's do set active tab, and this will be equal to use state of. So for first time I'm going to keep this one as all, so all will be selected, this will be active. Then I'm going to handle state to show or hide the button. So you're going to have two buttons, one will be on the left side and one will be on the right side. So those two buttons we are going to handle, we are going to take two states. So I'm going to do show left button, set show left button, and this will be use state of false. And for right one, right, so I'm going to make this one as right, and this one I'm going to make this one as true. Okay, so right we are going to show this one. So now what we're going to do simply, we already have the ref, so now we are going to create. So after this, so this is our the main wrapper. So here I'm going to check if show left button is true, then only I want to render that. So I will take a button, and let's take icon here. Okay, and here I'm going to take a class name. In interview you don't need to take icon, it's not at all mandatory. You can take some diff or whatever you can do, right? It's not mandatory here. So here I'm going to take this one as ghost. I'm going to do a size as icon. Also let's take a class name, so I'm going to do absolute. I'll do left as 0, I'll do top as 1/2, I'll do minus translate, y 1/2, z index of 10, I'll do bg background, and also I'm going to do a backdrop blur. Let's do small. I'll do a shadow md, height of 8 and width of 8. Okay, so we don't have this one now because this is false. If I make this one true, let's see, we are getting, so here you can see that we are getting this one, right? Awesome. So this will be false. Save this, and now I'm also going to copy this, and we are going to render the right icon, right? So after this one I'm going to check if so right icon is, sorry, right button is true, so this will be same. So only difference, this will be right, so you're going to show on the right side. Top, this will be same. Rest, I think this we can keep as same, and this one I'm going to make this one as right. Save this, so you can see that we are getting this one, right? Awesome. So I think this is fine. So now what we can do also, we can also do some extra styling, like this is not mandatory, but we want to give some gradient overlays here, right? So let's see how you're going to do that. So for example, if I just take so left button and let's take a div here, and okay, we can self close this one, and I'll do a class name, and here we are doing this one. I think we need to do it inside this div. Sorry, we'll do it here, and I'm going to take a class name. Let's do absolute, left as 8, top as 0, I'll do height as full, I'll do width as 8, I'll do bg gradient, let's do 2r. I'm going to do from background to transparent, and I'll do pointer events none. So copy this, and we can do the same for the right also. These all are optional, like if you don't want to do, absolutely fine, you can skip all of this. I think let's make this one from left, from background to transparent, and rest will be same. So save this. So now I think this is fine. Now what we're going to do, right, we need to handle, or on click of this we need to go to the right side, on click of here we need to go to the left side. Okay, and when I'm going to the right side, something like that, I need to also show the icon on the left side. That is also important. So now we are going to do a couple of things, right? So the first of all, we are going to have 3 on click here. So for this one I'm going to take on click. So this will be handle scroll left, copy this, then we are going to have here where we are having the ref, right, here we are going to take a on scroll, and I'm going to do check scroll buttons, something like that, and then I'm going to take one for the right button. So I'm going to do handle scroll right. Okay, so these 3 we are going to do. And also you can take one more thing, that is on click of these buttons, right, on click of this button you can make this one active, but for now that is not the main idea. Main idea is that we need to on click of this we need to do a scroll functionality, and once we'll be on the right side we need to also show the left button. So let's create all of this, right? So first I'm going to start with check scroll buttons. So I'm going to do const, and let me copy this, and let's create all the functions, right? Copy this, and this will be handle scroll left and handle scroll right. So for scroll buttons, first I'm going to take const container. So I'm going to do scroll container ref.current. If the container is not present, I'm going to return. Multiple times we have done these things, right? And now simply what we're going to do, so see, whenever I'll be in the this place, right, now my left is 0. If you notice, right, it's already on the left edge. The moment I'll remove this, I scroll this, the left will increase, the left value, and that time I need to show that icon. Okay, how you're going to do that? So you'll simply just do set so left button, and if the container dot scroll left, and also I'm going to show you, right, so what will happen here. So let's log this, save this, see now it is 0. The moment I'll increase, see it's increasing, right? So what we can do, simply we can simply do if show this left button if the scroll left is greater than 0. That's it. And now if you notice, right, if I move this, see we are able to see this, right, and this is showing here. So this is first thing. And next what we're going to do, also we're going to do that show right button if it is not at the end. Okay, so now I'm just going to do set show right button, and here I'm going to do if container dot scroll left is less than container dot scroll width minus container dot client width, and I'm going to take an offset of 10px. Okay, or you can say this one as tolerance. So that time I want to show this. So for example, if I go to the end, see it's not showing, right? The moment I'll be more than 10px, now it's showing here. Okay, and this is working fine. Now you can also give some background color. I think that will be better. Let's give a BG of black, and let's see how it's looking. Based on that we can change this one. No, I think we need to, sorry, we need to give this one as not here. We need to give this one here, BG black or text black. Let's do a red 500. See, okay, let's do a text white. Okay, now this is fine. On hover also you can do change this one, right? So on hover, let's do an hover BG red 800. Okay, this is fine, and the same thing we are going to do for this also. Let's go here and let's copy this for the right also. If you notice, I'm not actually focusing much on CSS. Whatever I'm thinking just now, I'm writing all this, and that is not the important part here, right? We need to understand the functionality. Okay, now if I go here, right, now you can see if I go more, now you're able to see this. Awesome. So now what we can do, simply we can work on the scroll left and scroll right? Also we are going to do another thing that we are going to do later. First let's start with the scroll left. So first again I'm going to take the current of the container, and I'm going to copy this, paste it, same thing, and the same thing we are going to do for right also. And here I'm simply going to do container dot scroll by, and here you are going to simply pass. So I'm going to do, let's say, left of how much, maybe -200, and I'm going to do a behavior will be smooth. So if I, let's say, click here, okay, awesome. And the same thing we can do what, so we're going to do same logic, just we'll increase this one to plus. Instead of minus, it will be go to the right side, right? And if you click here, okay, awesome. Also we're going to do one more, and that is we're going to take a use effect, and here I'm simply going to take, so I'll do what, so I'm going to do run, so I'll add comment here, so I'll do run scroll check on mount. So when you're going to do a component mount, right, and also on window resize. So to do this on, simply we are going to check the scroll button. So you're going to call the same function that we have written here, because on page load we need to see, right, in which place that we are having. And then also I'm going to add a window dot add event listener, and I'm going to do a resize, and I'm going to pass the same check scroll buttons. That's it. And also let's remove this. So I'm going to do return, and I'll do window dot remove event listener resize, and I'm going to pass the check scroll buttons, and this is done. So now this should work for sure, and even if you refresh this, you can see you're not getting on initially, right, and this is working fine. So with this is done. Now we have done quite a few CSS things in like you can actually skip all of this. You can simply just create these tabs and then some div also, and on click of this, the main idea is that whether you are able to do all of these things or not. The main idea is this part here, and also the part that we have done just now on page load. So with this is done. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so another very important interview questions, and now here what you're going to do, right? So most of the times this also I actually received, I think, in multiple interviews, right? This one, so they usually give you some nested structure, and what you need to do, right, you need to actually search from this nested structure. Okay, so now from this throughout this video we have done multiple projects where if you notice that we have used multiple recursive related concept, and if you have experience, right, or you are an experienced developer and you are going for top product based companies, you can expect these kind of queries or questions in the machine coding round. So here again we have this data, and we need to implement a search functionality. So that means search in a nested structure. So let's see how we are going to do that. First I'm going to take another div here, and this will be simpler one, but again the main thing is that the core logic you need to understand that how you are going to implement. So here what I'm going to do simply, So let's take input, simple input, and also I'm going to take state here. So I'm going to do const, so I'm going to do query set query, and this will be use state of empty, and I'm going to render the search results, set search results, and this will be equal to, let's do a use state of empty array. So here I'm going to pass the value as query on change. So I'm going to do event, and set query will be event, or let's do this one not directly. So I'm going to do a handle search. So handle search, because on type we need to implement that, right? So we'll do handle search, and let's do a function handle search. And also we are going to take a couple of things. So I'm going to take a type as text. I'm also going to take a placeholder, and I'm going to do search for a product, category or brand, something like that. Also let's take a class name. So I'm going to do width as full, padding of 3. I'll do border gray 400, or let's do 500, and also I'm going to do a rounded medium. Awesome. So now after this I'm going to render the list of results here. So first of all, what you can do, right, simply, if you see the structure, when you are going to implement all of this, you need to first see how we are going to, in which format you have that structure. So if you see you are having ID, name, and then again the children, then inside children again ID, name, children, and this continues, right? And we have used actually the same structure in another projects also, while flattening the arrays and the objects, right? The same kind of structure. So here what we are going to do, simply first, so go to handle search. So this will give me event, and then I'm going to, let's keep event only. Why I'm changing that? So I'm going to do search query, and this will be event dot target dot value, and first we'll simply set it in set query, and now I'll simply going to check that if search query is true. So I'm going to do a const result, and this will be equal to, I'll do search in nested structure util, and I'm going to pass the search query, and also need to pass the catalog. Catalog is nothing but our data. So I'll do nested search data, so nested search data, and I'm going to pass the search query, right? And then once I get the result back, I'll simply do set search result will be these results, else set search results will be empty array, right? Now I'm doing little first because we have done multiple projects, and similar kind of things we have multiple times we have done, right? There is no point of doing like slowly. So search in nested structure. Now let's save this. Now what we're going to do, simply, so if I why should I refresh it? We need to create the function, right? So what we can do, simply we can go here and let's create outside of it. So do const, so I'm going to get the data and the query. So first I'm going to take my results, and here simply we're going to do a for const item of data, right? So it's array, and then simply we are going to do if the search query, that means the thing that I'm typing here, let's say if I type something, if that matches the item's name, right? Let's say this name or any child item's name. So we also have the children, right? So we're going to add that in the result. So simply what we're going to do, simply we're going to do if item dot name dot to lowercase, and then we're going to simply do includes, and we're going to pass the query dot to lowercase, this query, right? So if this is the case, we are simply going to do result dot push, and I'm going to push the item, right? So this is the first part. Now coming to the very important part, and where interviewer is going to check that how you're going to recursively do it, and I'm pretty sure now you will be able to do it, right? So simply you're going to check if item.children is present, right? So if there is a children, so you're going to again recursively call this, right? So simply we'll do result, and this will be result dot concat, and you're going to pass the call the same function again. And in the data, what you're going to pass? You're going to pass the item.children, right? So if you go here, we already push the name, and now in the children I'm going to push this or pass this as a data. Now again it will do the same thing. Again it will check what you're having in the children, and again it is going to pass the nested children, and recursively it will continuously call. So here where we are going to pass item.children, and we're going to pass the query. That's it. And at the end we are going to return the results. Now let's go here, and maybe after this class name I'll do margin top of 6, and here I'm simply going to render that. So I'll do if search results dot length is greater than 0. So I'm going to log the result, or else I'm going to log. So here we are simply going to do something like, here we'll check if query is present. So in that case I'll take a p, and here we are simply going to do, okay, let's take a div here, right? So in the p I'm going to do no results for found for this query, something like that. And if result is already found, so in that case we're going to render here, right? So I'm going to take a class name. Let's take, inside this, let's take h3. So I'm going to do a search results, and here I'll simply going to do eval. Let's take a class name space y of 2, and now I'm just going to do a search results dot map. So I'll do item, and here we are simply going to render a li. Key will be item.id. So you already have the id here, item.id, and then also I'm going to take a class name. So let's take a p of 3 and bg gray of 100, and I'm going to do a rounded md, and inside this let's render the item dot name. Now we are going to also check that if this item has a children, right? So we are also going to render that as well. So I'm going to do if item dot children is true. So in that case I'm going to take another eval, and here I'm going to take a class name. So let's take a margin left of 4, margin top of 2, text as small, and text gray 500. And inside this we are going to do item dot children dot map. So I'll do child, and here I'm just going to render the li, and we're going to render child dot name. And for this one also you're going to take a key which will be child dot id, and I think that's it. So now let's say if I go here and search for electronics, you can see you're getting electronics, and also you're getting all the children. So if you go here in this, we're having computers, right? And let's say if I search for laptop, you're getting laptop here, right? If I search for something else, maybe this one, Sangam, I'm not sure from where this is coming. I've added this one here, awesome. So I'll add some random name, right? So I'll do Travis. So no result found. Okay, if I do only R, you're getting all the result related to R, right? So this is working fine. So the main catch here is not all of this. The main catch is how you're going to implement this function here, right? So with this is also done. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now next we are going to implement a JSON diff viewer, right? So we'll be having two JSON, and we are going to see what are the differences between those two JSONs. So let's start working on this one. So first of all, I'm going to take 3 states. So we need JSON1, set JSON1, and this will be use state of empty. Copy this and we're going to paste it 2 more times. So this will be 2 JSON 2, and then we're going to have the diffs, right? So that will be our difference, and I'm going to do set diffs, and this will be null. Now let's create the structure. So I'm going to do a div. Let's take a class name, do margin top of 5. Here we are going to take flex. I'll do justify between and gap of 5 maybe, and let's take 2 text here and copy this and paste it. So here the first of all I'm going to take a rows. I'll do 12. Also I'm going to do a class name, so let's do a flex of 1, and also what I'll do, so let's do a text as small, and for value I'm going to pass as JSON 1. Also I'm going to do a on change, which will give me event. I'll do set JSON 1 will be event.target.value, and placeholder, this will be enter your original JSON here. Okay, copy this and paste it here. So this will be JSON 2, this will be JSON 2, and this will be the updated JSON. Save this. Also let's take some border, and I'll do border, let's use some different color, and I'll do rounded medium. Let's use a padding of 4. Copy this, and then we're going to paste it here also. Awesome. So now we are also going to take a button. So after these, not here, so after this I'm going to take a button, and I'm also going to do something like compare, right? Save this, and then I'm also going to do a margin bottom of 5 for this one. Awesome. So this is done. So next thing, let's start working on the compare, right? First I'm going to do a one click. I'll do handle JSON compare. Copy this and let's create here. So do const, and first we need to actually do a try catch, and I do log, and I log the error. So first, as usual, we're going to parse. So I'm going to do a parsed 1, and this will be JSON dot parse, and we're going to parse the JSON 1, or else this will be empty. Copy this. This will be 2, and now I'm going to create the differences. So I'll do const results, and this will be diff JSON, pass the parse 1 and parse 2. Nothing to explain here, right? Very simple. And then we'll do set diffs will be my result. I'll do diff results. Okay, so let's create the main function, right? So here I'm going to create diff, what is the name, JSON. Copy this, and here we're going to get our input 1, or let's do 1 2, and also first time not 1, I'll do object 1 and object 2, two things. Now I'm going to do a const dips will be empty array, and here I'm simply going to first what we need to do, right? We need to have a recursive call here, right? So because the JSON can be nested, right? There can be multiple levels, so we need to have a recursive function here. So I'm going to have a function, and I'll do recursive. Here I'm going to take 1 input 2, and I'm also going to take a path which will be empty first time, and then I'm going to call the recursive and pass the object 1 and object 2, right? And then at the end I'm going to return the dips. Now here what we're going to do, right? So first thing, we need to combine the keys. So let's say we are having this something like this, right? So we are having a name here, Sangam, and then we are also going to have, well, let's say name, and change the value is changed to something else. So first of all, we need to get all the keys for both the objects, and to do this one we are going to combine keys from both the objects, and to combine we can simply use do const keys. Now notice carefully, so we're going to do a new unique set of keys. So we will take a new set, and here I'm going to destructure and do what, object.keys. So object.keys is going to give you all the keys from this input, right? Or else if there nothing, so it will be empty object. And then I'm also going to destructure. So let's see if we are doing in the correct place or not. This is correct. And then I'm also going to do the same for object.keys, and I'm going to do that for 2, or else this will be empty, right? And here what we are going to do simply, so see what will happen, right? If I just simply log this here, if it is confusing, and log these keys, let's see what you're getting, right? So we'll do log these keys, so we'll do name, right, and copy and paste it here. Let's do compare, and you can see you're getting set name. I'll add one more, I'll do age as 20, you're getting name and age. If I go here and add address, and let's see what you're getting name and age and address, right? All the unique keys. Awesome. So this will give me all the keys. So now I can simply do for let key of keys. I'm remove this, so I'm going to get the full path. So I'll do full path. So I'm going to check if the path is already present, so I'm going to merge the existing path. Then I'll do dot. Remember we have done the dot, and then I pass the current key, or else this will be key. Okay, so this will give me the key path, sorry, full path. I'm going to check if the key exists only in object2, and what this means, this is the new key that is added. So for example, in the object2 I have a name, here also I have a name, here I have an age, here I have an address. This address is not there in this, so this key is now added. Similarly, if you see age is not there, so age is now removed. I hope you're getting. So key exists is in only object2, that means it's added. So I'm going to do if not equal to key in object1, and what you're going to simply do, so you're going to pass, I think we'll give like this, and inside this I'm simply going to do diff dot push, and I'm going to push the path, which will be my full path. I'm going to pass a type which will be added, and I'm going to pass a new value which will be object2 of that particular key, right? So that means this value which is empty. So for example, let's say I have US, so this will be the value. Okay, this is the first. Else if, so now we are going to check if key exists only in object1, that means that is now removed, right? So similarly like this age one. So here what you're going to do, simply I'll do not equal to key in object1, so that means it's removed. So we'll copy this, paste it, so this will be same, this will be removed, and value will be object1 of key. Now we need to do things very important. Now we're going to check that if key exists in both, then in that case we need to check deeper, or we also need to check the value. For example, key exists name here, name is also exist here. Now we are going to compare the values. So here we are going to check if, so let's we'll do type of object1 of that key is equal to object, right, and type of object2 of that key is also object. So in that case I'm going to again call the recursive, right, and then I'm going to pass the object1 of that key, object2 of that key, and also I'm going to pass the full path, right? So if it is object, for example, let's say if this one is object, and inside this we are having multiple nested, so we need to do a recursive call, and we need to do it. There is no other option, right? Else we are going to check if the value change. So I'm going to check if the value change. So for example, let's see if this name is Sangam and this name is Raj. This is not an object, right? So it will not come in this else if, but the value is changed, Sangam to Raj, so that means it will come in this else. So I'm going to check that if object 1 of key is not equal to object 2 of that key, so that means the value changed. So in that case, I'm going to copy this, paste it. This will be full path, this will be modified. Old value I'm going to take, so I'll do old value, which will be object 1 of key, and new value will be object 2 of key. That means Sangam is now changed to Raj. Okay, that's it. And this is all the scenarios that we need to check, right? So if you go here, and now we will have the diff result, and let's see what we are getting in the diff. So I'm going to go here and let's log the diff, refresh this. Let me copy this here. So I'm going to paste it here. I'll paste it here also and make this onto Raj. Let's do compare and see what we're getting. So we're getting path, name, old value is Sangam, path is name, new value is Raj. I'll remove this. Okay, and now see what we're getting. So we're getting 2. Name is modified, age is also, but okay, age we are getting modified. This is interesting. Age should not come as modified. This should be as removed. That means we have done something wrong. See, we need to do this one as object 2. So if the key is not present in object 2, then it will be as removed. Okay, my mistake. So now if I do this one, right, so this should be removed. See, this is now removed. And if I just copy these, paste it, and let's make this one as address, and this will be as added. Now address is added, age is removed, and name is modified. So this is working fine. So now we can render all the result here, right? So let's do one thing after this. Here we are going to do simply that if dips dot length is greater than 0, so we are simply going to do a diff. Let's do a class name. I'll do margin top of 6. Inside this I'm going to check, I'll take eval, and I'm going to do dips dot map, and here we're going to do diff comma index, and let's take a li. I'm going to give the key as index, and here I'm simply going to take a strong, and let's do this one as, so we'll do diff dot path, right? So this will be our path, and let's give a colon, something like this. After this I'm going to check if the diff dot type is equal to added. So in that case we are going to add a span, and we'll do something like class name. I'll do text green, let's do 600, and inside this span I'm just going to do, let's say, plus, and this is now added. Let's give an arrow, something like this. Let's give, or let's keep it like this, and then I'm just going to do JSON dot stringify, and I'm going to do diff dot new value. So that means this is now added. If it is removed, so copy this. So if it is removed, I'm going to do this one as red, and I'm going to do removed, and removed will be old value, because if you go here, right, we're getting the age as removed, and you're getting, okay, for removed also you have kept new value, is it? Let's keep this one as old value. For removed we'll keep this one as old value. Okay, so removed is also done, and if it is modified, copy this. So if this is modified, so I'm going to keep maybe text this color different, and I'm going to do modified, and I'm going to do JSON dot old value to new value, right? So it's changed from this to new value. Awesome. Save this and see what is happening. See, now we have age is removed, address added, this is the new value. Also for removed we are not getting the old value. Why is that? This should be coming, right? Let me just copy this, refresh this once again. Okay, something we are getting wrong. Okay, here we need to give a check. Let's give this one as this. So I'll remove this. Age is removed, value is 20. Now I'll change this one to Sangam edited. I'm going to compare. Now Sangam modified, Sangam to Sangam edited. Awesome. Also I'm going to add a new one. Let's add new key. I'll do added, compare, and now this one add new key which is added, and this is the value, and this is working fine. So with this part is also completed. Try to practice all of this, whatever you have done. This is the main functionality once again, and let's move on to the next one. Alright, so moving to the next one. So this is also, I will say, like a very interesting one, and also I think this concept in general you should know. So here what we are going to implement, right? We are going to implement a dynamic form, custom form without any library. So we are going to have this kind of config. So right, we are going to have this schema, we are going to have a title, and then we are going to have the fields. Each and every field will have a ID, label, the type. So type will actually tell that what kind of input we are going to create, placeholder, and then required. So if you go here, right, so for example we are having a type of select, and then we are having type of text area or type of text checkbox, something like that. And then we can also have type as input. So we can, let's say, create type as let's change this one to input. So based on this we are going to dynamically render all the inputs, right, and we are going to handle the form. So for this one, the first thing what we're going to do, so we're going to use this data, and I'm going to first take our state here. So I'm going to take two state for now. So first will be my form values, and next second will be set form values, and this will be use state of. So I'm going to create a initial values. So how I'm going to create, I'm going to show you. Next I'm going to take another one, that is form submitted, and I'll do set is form submitted, and this will be use state of, and let's take this one as false. And now to create this initial value, what we can do, we can simply take this fields input array, we can run a reduce, we can apply reduce property here, and then what we're going to do, we are going to apply some initial value for each and every input. And to do this, we can simply, let's create here. So I'm going to do initial, let's copy this. Now I'm going to do here, so we're going to have dynamic form schema, and here I'm going to use the fields dot reduce. So this will give me the values, and also I'm going to get the current field. And what we can do, right, simply, so first of all I'm going to check that if each and every fields will have a default value, so I'm going to store that default value. If not, then I'm going to keep the default value as empty, or else if it's a checkbox, then I'm going to keep the default value as false. And to do this, so here we can simply check if we have a field dot default value. So if this is present, if this is not equal to undefined, so in that case I'm going to just add values of that field dot id, and this will be equal to your field dot default value. Else if field dot type, if this is equal to checkbox, so we are having checkbox, right, type as checkbox. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here. So in this case I'm going to make values of field dot id, and for checkbox it will be false. Or else if we don't have anything, so I'm going to just do values of field dot id will be empty. That's it. And at the end I'm going to return the values. So now here also you need to take initial value, because we're using reduce here, and initial value I'm going to take as an empty object. And if I just log this, and let's see what you're getting, right, so I'm going to log this initial value, save this, So let's go here, and you can see that you are getting object and you are getting all of this, right? For terms you can see you're getting false, then you're getting role, name, email, bio, and age. Awesome. Next thing, let's create our main UI. So here I'm going to take a div, I'm going to take a class name, I'll do margin top of 5, and I'm simply going to so what we can do, right? So let's render, I'm going to take a form, and let's take a on submit, and I'm going to do handle submit, and here just do handle submit. So this will give you event, and I'm going to do event dot prevent default because we are using form here. Let's see if this is spelling is correct or what. This is correct. Okay, so we'll do event dot prevent default, and then inside this I'm going to just take the dynamic form values, form schema dot fields, and I'm going to map it, and so this will give me individual field. So this will give me each and every field here, and then I'm going to, based on the type I can render. So here I'm going to take the field, and I'm going to do render field, and here I'm going to just pass the field. That's it. And after this I'm going to take a button, and I'm going to do submit, and here I'm going to pass a type as submit. Okay, so now let's create this function. So I'll do const render field, and this will give me get current field. So how we are going to do it, right? So this will be very simple. So what we can do, also let's go here, I'm going to change couple of things, right? So let's change type as I think what we can do, right, we are going to keep this one as let's make this type as, I'm going to change the structure. So type I'm going to keep as text, and I'm going to add a component type instead of type. So I'm going to add component type, and this I'm going to add as an input. So I'm going to copy this, type will be email, component type will be input, then this type will be number, component type will be input. For this one we have component type, so I'm going to do component type will be select. For this one I'm going to do component type will be text area, and for this one I'm going to do component type as checkbox. So this is the change we need. And now here I'm going to, then in that case, instead of field dot type, right, see how many places we are doing, only one place, so I'm going to do this one as component type, right? So it will be easy. So in that case, now when I'm going to render each and every current field, so I can, let's say, go to this first one, and I can check what is the component type. If the component type is input, so based on that I can render a input. If it is a text area, I can render a text area. If it's a checkbox, I can render a checkbox. If it's a select, I will render a select. Or if it's a let's say radio button, I'm going to render a radio button. I hope you're getting. So here what I'm going to do simply, so I'll simply take a couple of things, right? So first let's do one thing. So I'll do const, I'm going to take the value. So first I'm going to get the value. So value I'll be getting from form values of that ID, and this ID will be my, for each and every I have an ID, right? So we can also destructure all of this. So I'm going to destructure ID from this get current field, and I'm going to pass it here. So this is the first step. I'm also going to take the component type, I'm also going to take the type, and also I'm going to take the name, right? And also name I think is not needed because we already have the ID. So I'm also going to take the placeholder, right? Sorry, let me close this. And also I'm going to take required or not because we also have the required property, right? And what else? Also we're going to take the label. So you received all of this, we also get the value. So now what you can do, you can create a switch, and now you can switch with the component type. Why? Because based on the component type I need to render, right? So if it's an input, so simply we'll pass a case. If it's a input, so I'm going to render a input, right? If it is a select, I'm going to render a select. If it's a text area, I'm going to render a text area, right? If it's a checkbox, I'm going to render a checkbox. I hope you're getting, right? And for default I'm always going to render a input. So here what we can do simply, so for these I'm going to return So let's return a diff. I'm going to pass a key which will be ID, and here I'm going to simply render a label, and I'm going to render the label. We don't need any CSS or anything for now, so I'm going to render the label here. And then I'm also going to render an input, and for this one we are going to pass a couple of things, right? So first I'll pass a ID which will be ID. I'm going to pass a placeholder which will be placeholder. I'm going to also pass a name, and also I can pass the ID as a name. I'm going to pass a type. The pass type will be this type, right? And what else? Also in this label, right, I can check that if let's do one thing. So let's render the label, and here I'm going to check if this required is true. So in that case I'm going to render a span, and I'll render a star, and I'll give a class name of text red of maybe 500, something like that. Also I need to take an on change, so I'm going to take an on change which I'm going to create. So I'm going to pass a event, and I'm going to do handle on change. So I'm going to pass the ID, and also I'm going to pass the event dot target dot value. So now let's create this. So I'm going to get the ID and the value. So this is about the here. Also for value we are going to pass the value, because we need to pass the value, right? So this value is nothing but this value that we are having. So save this. So now you already see, you already got 3, right? And it's working fine. We need to manage the on change. So for handle on change it will be very simple. So you have the ID and the value, so I just need to update the set form values. So here I'm going to get the previous state, and I'm just going to destructure this one, sorry, spread this one, and then I'm going to just do ID will be the current value. That's it. Very simple. So now if I just type something, you'll be able to type. You can type something else here, right? And also you can give something, so it's coming, right? Also let's do one thing. For this one I'm going to take a class name, not here, I'm going to do here. I'm going to wrap this inside a div, and I'm going to take a class name. I'll do space y of 3, and for the label I'm going to add a class name. I'll do margin bottom of 2. Okay, awesome. So this is done. Similarly you need to do the same for select, right? So for select, let's copy this, and I'm going to return. So this label, it will be same. Instead of input we need to render a select, right? So I'm going to just simply take a select. So for select I'm going to pass the ID, which will be my ID. I'm also going to pass the value, which will be value, and also I'm going to pass a on change, which will be same, right? So we're going to pass the handle on change, and I'm going to pass the ID and event dot target dot value. And here inside this I'm going to do what? So I'll be getting the options, right? And these options I'll be getting from select options. So if you go here, right, see for select we have options, so I'll be getting the options. So you can also destructure the options, and I'm going to check that if these options and options dot length, so in that case, or else I'm going to render null. And here what I'll do, simply I'll map it. So we'll do options dot map. So I'll get the option item, and here I'll simply render a option. So I'm going to render the we are having the value and the label, right? So I'm going to render the label here. So I'm going to do option item dot label, and here we're going to pass the key, which will be option item dot value, and value will be option item dot value. That's it. And you can see that you are getting this on change. Also it's working. Awesome. Also let's do one thing. For this one also I'm going to take a class name, and I'll do space y of 5. Awesome. Now next we are having the text area. Text area also will be almost similar. So I'm going to copy this, and we can return. This will be same. So instead of this, I'm going to return a text area. ID we can keep, placeholder we can keep, name also we can keep, type will remove, value will be same, and on change this will be same. Save this, automatically it will render a text area. So you can see that. You can also give a class name. We'll do border green, let's give some color, right? It's coming, right? And padding of 5 maybe. This is done, and by default, in the default I'm going to return the input only. So if you don't pass anything, it will always return the input box here. Next we are having the checkbox. So for checkbox, same, it will be almost same. So I'm going to return key we are going to keep same, ID will keep, type will be, this will become checkbox, right? For this one I'm going to pass this one as a if it is type, we can directly pass as a checkbox, right? So we'll pass as a checkbox. Placeholder not needed. Name we can keep, value, instead of value we are going to pass a checked property, right? And here what you can do, simply you can take a boolean and I'm going to pass the value. And here also let's do one thing. I think instead of this, let's use normal input. It will be easy, or else it will be tricky to understand. So ID will be ID, name will be ID, then we are going to pass the value, which will be boolean of that value, and then I'm also going to pass a checked, not value man, the checked only will be the value here. And then I'm going to take the on change and I'm going to do event, so I'll do handle on change, and I'm going to pass the ID and I'll do event dot target dot checked, and I think this is done. So now let's save this and see what we're getting, right? And you can see that, okay, I'm not able to see that input. Oh, I think it's not rendering, is it? Let me just check. Type, or type we need to give here. So type will be checkbox, that's why. See, now it's coming here, right? Now, so this is done. I think the functionality is completed. So your task will be for this on handle submit, you are going to use this is form submitted and you are going to get all the form values. So this will be your homework to complete this part, right? Now the main thing what we need to check, if our form values are coming or not properly. So let's see if it is working. So if you go here and log these form values and we'll save this, let's see what we are getting. So refresh this. So I'm going to add my name, add a email, age, I'll do this one as manager, bio I'll add something and I'll make this one as checked. Select this, name, bio, email, name, role, terms, uncheck. It is now false and it's working fine. On click of submit, you need to submit. So what is the huge advantage of this, right? It's a huge, like how many input fields you're having doesn't matter. This function will automatically generate that form dynamically. So this is a very important, I'll not say it's like you are going to get this kind of very complex one, but it's always better to know all of this and you can apply this in your projects also. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now what you're going to implement, right? So we'll be implementing a file explorer. So it's like where you are having this file and folder structure, right? Nested, similar, something like that. So for this one, I already created a structure. So you can see we have an ID, array of objects. For each and every object, we have ID, name, type will be either folder or it will be a file, right? So if it is a folder, so there will be children. So inside folder, we are going to have file, right? So this is also a nested kind of nested structure, and then we are going to implement it, and then we'll on click of a button or icon, maybe you are going to toggle that. So let's start. So first thing, what you're going to do, right? So we're going to take some state here. So I'm going to start with const. Let's do expanded folders, and I'll do set expanded folders. Okay. And here I'm going to do use state, and here I'm going to take a new set and let's pass 1. Okay, so 1 is nothing but, so here we are going to track the IDs, right? And also we are going to check which is the current file that we have selected. So we'll do selected file, and also I'm going to do set selected file, right? And this one I'm going to make this one as useState of null. That's it. So now what we're going to do, so let's create the basic or base structure. So here we are going to have a class name, and I'll do margin top of 5, and inside this what I'm going to do simply, so let's map or file explorer data, right? Dot map. So I'm going to get the item, and here what I'm going to do, right, I will be creating a component. So let's create the component here. So I'm going to do const, and I'm going to do file system item. So it's going to map each and every item, and then it's going to actually check that whether children is present, and based on that it's going to implement the folder, and inside folder we are going to have the corresponding files. So here I'm going to call this file system component, and I'm going to pass the key as item.id, and here I'm going to pass the item as a prop, which will be the item. Okay, now in this file system, now we are going to receive what? So we'll be receiving an item, so this will be as a prop. Also we are going to take one more, which will be depth. Now this depth will tell that how many nested structure that we are having for each and every item. Okay, so this first time it will be 0 for sure, and then we are going to check if it is a folder or not. So I'm going to check if it's a folder, and to check this we can simply do item dot type, and if you go here we have the type. So type will be either folder or it will be a file. So if this is equal to folder, so that means it will be a folder. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to check if it is already expanded or not. So how we are going to check it? So I'm going to check if it is a folder, and I'm going to do expanded folder. So this is our state, right? And I'm going to check this already has this item dot id, means I'm telling that, okay, for example, let's consider this one, right? So here we have id 14. So if this id 14, if it is a folder, yes, it is a folder, and in the same time this id is already present in this, means this item is now currently already expanded, right? So this will give me as true. Now what I'm going to do, also I'm going to check if it is already selected or not. So to get a selected, I'm going to do selected file will be equal to item.id. So these three things we need. So now I'm going to simply return. So I'm going to return a div, and here let's take a class name. So I'm going to simply let's do a flex item center, py of 1, px of 3 maybe. We'll do rounded, we'll do cursor pointer, and what else? I'm going to check if it is already selected. So I'm going to do a bg blue 100, or else I'm going to keep empty. Also what I'm going to do, let's take a style property here, and I'm going to pass a padding. So for padding I'm going to check the depth, and I will multiply by 16, and I'll do plus 8 px, right? So multiple depths, so you're going to have some kind of padding so that it will make sense, so that all the so for example, let's say you have two depth, right? So first we have a parent, then for the first child there will be some padding, and then the second child there will be some padding, so that it will indicate that which children or what is the parent for that corresponding children. And here also we'll save this, and for this div we are also going to take a on click. So what we are going to do in the on click, right? So it's going to do the following. So first let me explain. So first we are going to check if it is a folder. So for example, let's consider this one. If it is a folder, so I'm going to call a function, and I'm going to do a toggle folder, or else if it is a file, I'm just going to set that id, corresponding id, right? So here what I'm going to do simply, so let's do one thing. So I'm going to check if it's a folder. So I'm going to do a toggle folder, and I'm going to pass the current item.id, or else I'm going to do select file, and I'm going to pass item.id. Now let's create these two. So I'm going to do const toggle folder. This will give me id. Also let's copy this, and I'm going to do select file, let's do select file, and and I'm going to do this one as select file. So for select file it will be only simple set selected file will be this ID. You can also directly do there also, but for toggle filter what you're going to do, so you'll be getting the folder ID, right? So it will be the ID of that particular folder. So first thing I'm going to check here, so I'll do const new expanded folders, and this will be new set, and I'm going to get the expanded folders, and I'm going to check if this new expanded folders dot has this ID, that means it's already present, so I'm going to delete it. So I'm going to do new expanded folders dot delete this ID, else I'm going to do new expanded folders dot add this folder ID. That's it, and then just set it in our state. So set expanded folder will be new expanded folders. Awesome. So now this is done. So now we need to create the structure. So here inside this div, now we are going to check if it is a folder, so we're going to render a folder structure. So I'm going to add a span here, or else this will be for file, right? Either it will be folder or it will be file. So I'll do span. So for file, let's take a class name. I'll do flex item as maybe center, and here I'm going to take one more span, and let's take a class name. I'll do width of 4, margin right of 1, and here I'm going to render an icon which will be file, and I'm going to give a class name. I'll do height of 4, width of 4, margin right of 2, and I'll do text gray 500, and I'm going to render the item dot name, which will be this item dot name. So this will be for the files. Okay, so currently we are having only two, package.json, search for package. So you can see, so we'll add one more here, save this, and you're getting 3, right? Awesome. So this is fine, and also you want to click it selected. And for folder, what are you going to do? So we are also going to take a class name. I'm going to do flex item center, and inside this let's take if it is expanded. So I'm going to take down icon, or else I'm going to take up icon. No, not up, let's take right, and let's do a class name height of 4, width of 4, right of 2, copy. Let's take here also to height of 4, width of 4, margin right of 1, save this. So you can see we are getting all this, and now so this is about the icon, and now I'm going to render a folder icon. I'll do class name height of 4, width of 4, and I'm going to do this one as text blue 500. And what else? Also we need to render the name, so I'm going to do item dot name. Okay, but on click nothing is happening, right? Why? Because we need to also recursively render the children, because folder will have the children, right? So and to do that what we're going to do, simply, so we have span here. After this, or maybe where should this is the parent div, right? So let's do this one here. So let's do this first. I'm going to do what, right? So let's wrap this one inside a div, this part, and then save this. And after this I'm going to render. So I'm going to check if it is folder, and I'm going to check if it is already expanded, and if item dot children is true. So in that case I'm just going to take one more div, and I'll do item dot children dot map child item, and we are going to call this component once again. So this is a recursion, right? This component we are going to call. So I'm going to do file system item, key will be child item dot id, item will be child item, and depth will be now current depth plus 1. So every time it is going to automatically increase the depth. Alright, so now let's see what is happening, right? So we'll go here. Okay, if I close this, okay, something is going wrong here. First of all, there are too many space. Okay, these will be padding left. Okay, but on click we are doing, I think, oh okay, 1 minute. So we are rendering the children also inside this parent div. Oh, how it will work? This is the problem. So the problem is, see, this is the parent div. Okay, then we have an inner div where we are doing the on click and everything, and then we are rendering the children recursively. We are giving the click and click event and everything on the outside div. We need to do it in the inner div. So this is the problem here. So let's cut it from here, and I'm going to paste it inside that div. Now I think it will work for sure. See, so now you can see it's working, right? On click also it will work. You can close this and toggle this, right? So this is the that was the problem, that we are giving on click and everything on the outside div, and in that outside div only we also have the children where we are recursively calling the same. So that's the reason the structure was failing. So with this also is completed. Now with this we have completed almost 29. I will say like 30, because there are multiple projects where we have added 2 or 3 parts. So what I'm going to do, right, I'm not going to add more projects here. It's like too much already. In the next part I will give you some of the ideas, or I'm going to give you some of the cheat codes, that what are the concepts that you should practice before interview, and that will going to help you a lot. Okay, so I'm going to give you some of the topics name, and then we are going to wrap up this particular video. So let's see all the important topics from React and JavaScript point of view that you should practice. First complete all the topics, then practice all these questions, and I think you will be good to go. Alright everyone, so we have completed all the 29 projects till now. I mentioned in the previous part, right, that I'm going to give you some of the cheat sheet or some of the concepts that you should prepare before going to the interview. Now what I have actually decided, right, instead of discussing in the VS Code or any notepad, what I'll do, right, I'll be adding this cheat code as maybe I'll do create a PDF version, or let's say a Word file, and I'll add that in the description so that you guys can download it, and then you can basically prepare it, right? So it will be easier. Also, to download it, you can directly go to my website. If you're new, the link will be in the description. You can just join for free. So it's completely free. You don't have to pay or anything. So you can download the cheat sheet along with the source code, right? And I thought, so that is the reason I just want to mention before wrapping up this video, right? So I think it will be better for all of you also. So with this, I think we have completed all the projects. Now again, I want to mention one more thing, that I know that we haven't discussed all the concepts very detailed, because I already assume that you know all the reactjs concepts very well. So now it's up to you how you are going to practice. So practice multiple times. Once you'll do that, you'll see that you'll be getting that confident in interview also. So with this, that's all for this particular video. I'll see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.